Africa. Just two spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just two spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, two spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, two spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just two spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, two spoon. Two spoon. Two spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, two spoon. Two spoon. If you eat kepan, graduate, my brother, two spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, two spoon. Two spoon. You want to get a news update, two spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of the discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna.
Okay, folks, so welcome to it tonight again. It promises to be fascinating as usual. This is Spoon Talk, your number one nighttime program live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We also live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Super 95.5 FM. And this is the biggest thing that takes place on radio, online, and also on the television stream. And we'd like to say welcome to all of you. My name is Aaron Kuban, and I'm your tonight's sound coordinator for this edition of the program. And it's so great to be here. Throughout the week, we have a single day to be here. And we always try to utilize this day to make sure that we come forward to serve our people, to serve the country. A lot of things are happening out there. But we'd like to also inform you that we are also live on YouTube. Go to Spoon Talk Live on YouTube. You can get us. And we also live on Spoon TV online and Fabric TV as well. Super TV also online. Say thanks to all of you who usually join us from your home, from your phone, wherever you are in the street corners, watching us, listening to us, we'd like to say thanks for always being committed, and we love you as you also do love us. So we gonna open up the lines very shortly as we usually do to ensure that we have you placing your calls to talk about some critical national issues, some burning national issues that you want to put forth, which are very much important and significant to the format of our country, Mama Liberia. But some of the trending, we can tell you that this news broke this evening, and for those of you just listening to us, it might be a breaking news for you that the court has the jurors over the Gloria Musu scout case with the death of Chala Musu. The jurors, 12 out of 11, have come down with a guilty verdict, finding Madame Gloria Musu Scout and three others guilty of murder, criminal conspiracy, and giving false information to law enforcers. Those are three charges they were charged for, and they've been found guilty for all. We understand that the defense lawyers have filed an appeal, so it means that this case is going to go to the Supreme Court. But obviously, the judge will have to do the sentencing. But our guys were there. We'd like to say thanks to uh, Nelson Cole, Chokon Flaman, and Jurassic Joe, Damos Naga, all of the guys who were posted throughout the end part of the show. The end of the show, all of the guys who were there would like to say thanks to all of you. So that's one of the news here for us. As you know, the Ministry of Finance over the weekend submitted. That's this week. I think it was on Tuesday or thereabout. Submitted the draft national budget, and so today it came on the floor of the Liberian Senate, and that budget has been, you know, sent to committee room with a motion that the 54th legislature will be the one presiding over it. Though there were some disagreements and agreements surrounding it, but we know that for a fact that if the legislature were to come back, there will be a new proclamation from the president calling them back, because the proclamation that brought them back was for 24 for 10 working days, and it should be ending tomorrow, which is the 22nd of January. So that ends it until a new proclamation to bring them back to session is done. They might not come back. Obviously, the 15th of January, which is just next door, the new legislature, which is the 55th legislature, will be officially inducted, and they will be taking their seats. And there will be elections for Speaker, Pro Tem, and Deputy Speaker, Secretary of the Senate, Clerk of the House, Deputy Chief Clerk, Sergeant at Arms, those administrative officials as well. Another news is that, Senator Abraham Darius Dillon of Mosserado County, upon his election to the Liberian Senate, made a commitment to ensure that disadvantaged youth, known as Zogos, are rehabilitated through a program which he promised to build a rehab center. A few months back, Senator Dillon's rehab center, the Center for Rehabilitation and Reintegration, graduated a class of some disadvantaged youth. They were reintegrated into society. And so this time around, tomorrow, there will be another graduation exercise tomorrow for a new batch of officials who are going to come forward, who are going to come forward to be graduated from the school. So those are some of the news, trending news. But I know many of you out there have issues that we did not mention as well that you want to put forth, and so we will open up the lines very shortly, and then we listen to you. The numbers are 0 777 0 777 or 0 555 You can call us and be live on the program tonight. Put forth your concern. Another news is that President Weah has pardoned about 101 persons as it relates to the various sentence. Those are sentenced in prison. President Weah has pardoned about 101, and that including uh, former Defense Minister Bernice Samukai. That's one of the news there. Let's take this person. Welcome.
Uh, Good evening to you. Evan, good evening to you.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, Evan Kimban, I come on.
I'm fine. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for this wonderful Thursday evening on one of our bigger platforms within Liberia. Evan, this is the voice of Mohammed M. Kanejian. I see the today from 2016, passively, my conference national committee, member of the response defense team from the West Commission Party. What is on my mind, Aaron? They have to deal with the issue with the chosen news coming off from the okay? I don't really know when central bank get to go or when they get to understand to themselves or to the banking system that the government of the Republic of Liberia holding them to inform the public that the government, the ongoing holding the bank or holding the institution $5,000 United States dollars or either $5,000 or $500 United States dollars. Okay? Indeed, that indicating that 77 was receiving pay for the month of November and the December month for the purpose season. Okay? And you notice that there will be thousands of millions of family here, their kids, their children may not be dressing, may not be food on the table. And that revenue will be coming on the head of the next government.
I don't know what's going on, but your line is breaking. I don't know. Are you getting me?
Hello? You feel it? That was frustrating on a very serious note. To see the part of the children coming up with Ghana to tell the public that they wouldn't get $5 million. They want to inform the public that for the past 4 years, what they were doing at that time, they don't inform us.
Okay.
You know, it's frustrating.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks ever so much for having us say. Let's take another person here. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah,
Good
my
evening,
name
you're live.
is
Go
Mo
ahead.
Bobo calling from right here. My talking point going to our people, some of our health minister now. You see, our people will travel, they go to that long distance. Some people will walk for 2 to 3 hours per set in Sananye district number 7 in Bon County there. Our people will walk, they go to Sananye clinic, they can find no drugs there. And even when they go there, people then kicking them out. Then they telling our people they will not buy tablet in plastic or they are open junior should not deliver in our very home. If you say this thing should not happen, you must be able to settle that problem. But our people complaining, they walking with all no drugs. Thank you. Good evening.
All right, thank you very much. 077771075 055101075. This person here. Hello, welcome. Hello, you are live. Go ahead. Let's hear you. You are live. Go ahead.
Yes, I want for the whole world to hear me.
Okay.
Oh Lord, say God, Okay. And for the time, I was attacked by armed robbers. People just telling me from J to J, from J to J, from J to J.
Sorry, hello?
Yeah, hello.
You said you calling from where?
Personally, they brought me to state. I was to the people to hotel who are 3 days there. They say, why is it now? They don't hear you.
So you say you in jail right now calling us?
Yeah?
Right now you in prison calling us?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I was in state.
Are you being by? That's what I mean, in prison right now?
Yeah, I ain't here.
Okay, you said what's on your mind? What are you talking about? Go ahead again.
So my personal, my friend, my incoming personal to support our hate by the opposition. To put myself there for the support, yeah, holding me. When the money they will give me, so I will get a cover out of our record to make our since then.
You were attacked by armed robbers?
Yes.
And they
forget I can't in power. They take just because it's on the street. By getting from day to day. Everybody money from me. And I get my way through. I feel that I said, you can't know what to do. I eat it as I'm talking right now. No water, no food. If I was 6 days yet, I can see.
Okay.
Coming personally here, man, for the whole world, poor family.
You said what's the name again? Okay. Okay.
That's talking with you.
Okay, ma'am.
Family.
I think everyone listen to you. Thank you. Yours is very complicated. I don't know. Yeah, welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live.
Hello.
If you want to call on the radio, you got to go to a quiet place because got thousands of people watching and listening. So, hello, welcome.
This is same like you calling from Joseph Kopi.
Quiet.
You get me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah. What on my mind is, I want to ask a question. I thought that this Brownie Samuga issue was resolved since or the judgment of the case. But why is it that be part of those who have been part of
the president suspended his jail sentence? He did not pardon him first, so now he has been pardoned.
Okay.
Yeah, and the first one that went on, the president suspended it, meaning the hearing. Now they finally pardon him.
Okay, and second day on my mind.
Go ahead. Hello?
Hello.
It seems that the guy dropped off. Hello? Wow. Very, very sorry. Hello, welcome. Good evening.
Just for me from this one, you are piece at them.
Okay, go ahead.
Your professional supporting Boga Kunti 2023 now for shot. Thank you for series of issues. But my concern that the do is the talking point complaint on Samukai. We told people in this country that President Weah and his government did that only because no one able to take his seat. After he dropped it. Because if Samukai told you, I was instructed by the president, you said no. He went through the proceeding and he put president instructed him. And then he went through the proceeding and he was found guilty. When we told people, President, we are government scared of going to pay this money. He tried to pay a bishop on the top of 60,000. But we have to get that. And when you get it, people collect the money, give it, pop them and say, oh, it should be joined because it was free. But we have said, I'm not going to go to the
Hello.
So then,
You coming distorted. Hello? 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 You coming distorted. I don't know. You can just walk away from where you are. Just do that in maybe 30 seconds, please. Let's do it quick. Then you can try again. Go ahead.
Right. And the president said, well, you started to go for another stuff. They said this. And today we learn that. But we are part of him. They don't want people. That exactly they don't want the school got to
my brother, I'm very sorry, but we had to let you go because the people on the live are not really getting you because your line is breaking off. I'm very sorry, but I think you learned it, and I heard much of what you said. Hello, welcome.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm calling about District 17. I'm Stephen David.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, what's on my mind? I've been trying to call, very fortunate to call this evening. Been hearing that in time of coming of the inauguration, we heard that the EPS said they will be demonstrating. So my concern today is I will let every vehicle that will be turned over to the new government to be properly searched. They should not take anything for granted. They should search the vehicle before it be taken over for the president and the vice president before they ride them. And whenever there will be an inauguration of security should be posted. They must search the whole building properly. Safety for the incoming administration. So that's what on my mind.
Okay. Thank you all so much for having your say. Let's take this person. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, good evening, brother.
Good evening.
And thank you for the topic under discussion.
Okay.
But brother, the concern I have here is that when you happen to go to Barnes Bay Junction and take the road that leading to Kesseley Boulevard, where they have the garage, brother, there is the way rebels can enter in the country new. When you meet those guys smoking, taking in drugs, more than 30 of the can do that. We are please appealing to Spoon FM to at least help in that process so that they can disburse those gardens from over there. They are there, even as we are speaking. Very dangerous for authority in that place over there. Please.
Okay, I think the security apparatus will be the one listening to you, and then they can act. That's the purpose for this segment, and I believe they're listening. You said the place is in Badnasville, right?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello. Okay, I think he said the place opposite Badnasville. I played them a whole area there. So, hello.
Hello.
Hello, you're live.
Thank you very much. The new release is Musa Musiplan Tori, and I'm joining you from the Disadvantage Youth in District 17 tonight.
Disadvantage Youth, go ahead.
All right. My attention have been drawn to Senator Abraham Darrell. You always making mention of me helping Disadvantage Youth. But I don't know how Senator Dillon is helping our guys because in the retrospect, maybe one of the witnesses, I'm running a Disadvantage Youth program as a head. But then every time we write to Senator Darrell, even to say that I have conference with him, that we have conference with him 2 times, he has promised on 3 different occasions, he has not lived up to his commitment. And those Disadvantage Youth are people who, like he, Senator Darrell, they're not supposed to be following our agenda in the upper house. So anytime we hear him on radio, we normally get close to him to see how he can help us. But I think he's doing things on his own. And we are from the lead organization area of the NGO. These are people we need to get around to help us. We're having a center where to rehab. What happened to the entire 17 district within Moscow? I have 2 of the entire 17 districts. I'm not going to
You said he has his area where in rehab. Are you aware that there is maybe, though he's a senator, but there's a personal initiative? He said he should spread across the entire 17 district. Is that why you?
Yeah, because for reason the senator has the ability to lobby with national government and get funding. The senator have the ability to even go abroad and see how you have the disadvantage. Because if you have a disadvantage, you feel like, well, it's not a district thing, it's not a community, it's a national issue. So the senator have that ability to help other NGOs that will help. The senator now is one now to be like running NGO for disadvantage as a senator. I think so that you steer the political organization that you really, so that we are supposed to listen to Ghana to fight for the disadvantage, you will help and assisting them. We can rush the organization to help us. But all the time he's talking about when we get to him, we can't see him. When we get to him, we can't hear the recent payments on the 2023 budget. After communication to plenary. I letter on the agenda, and we want to help us. And the government to talk to the senator. But the senator minister is able to talk to us. So we are being confused. This is what my mind is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's your concern. Let me take the last person here. Hope we can squeeze another person based on the length of this time the person will talk. Quiet, welcome.
Yeah, Aaron, good evening to Dwalu. My name is Cooper Passaway. And I call this evening from a home district of 11.
Quiet, Cooper.
And what is on my mind is this, right? I think we are in the festive season and we are work for government. And the finance minister should tell the public that he doesn't have the capacity to pay us for the festive season, so it should be on record. But to play a game with us today, the 21st of December, Christmas is the 25th. That will be on Monday. So if we cannot receive our salary and 3 or 4 days to the Christmas, suggest that our entire Christmas will not be Christmas because the finance minister has failed to live up to the obligation. See what I say? The Christmas they come as a surprise, right? Most time in serious government, they will pay the workers to be specific. Say what
apparently the Christmas they come with surprise, but they defeated the sanction to those two thinking with surprise too. So
no, but our salary doesn't have anything to do with inflation. If we took money for Eastern, the HPS money took, and on our basis took the money to go and justify that to the legislature. But the government is functioning, right? Yeah. The president just let the Christmas tree, they use resources to let that tree.
That's
if
true.
they travel on the country days ago, you keep on with delegation, they spend money. If all those programs that is ongoing government, you see resources, so the government should be prepared because many occasions the minister has bragged that he has discussed, but there's so to come to us and tell that we are yet to receive our salary and we want to be story. I don't think without our rank from saying that the government sent check to the central bank and central bank rejected on grant and the government still owe the central bank. The last time I checked, the finance minister bragged that they no longer borrow from the central bank. They use the domestic revenue to pay Civil 7 and service other activities when it comes to government projects. So I was surprised that I saw that story in front page. RBA want to concentrate then sometimes to forget about justify his sanction by the American and focus on paying Civil 7 to make our Christmas and the coming New Year a very good one for our family and ourselves. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron. Let's jump in here, man, because it is a special day. A great Liberian has to be recognized today. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show. Let me just welcome a few people very quickly. David Akwawala, welcome to the show. George Siawi, welcome to the show. Mark Wayne, Harrison Grimes. I see Mark Wayne also. I see George Soiree. I see my spreader, C.A. Lock. What's going on? Harrison Grimes. I think you're popping up all over the place. William K. McDavis, welcome to the show. I see Nat Berman. Welcome, Pastor Esther Libby. Welcome to the show. Siafa Bottomley. Welcome, Anthony M. Jala. Welcome to the show. I see over here, 1 second. I see Stevie Morris. I see Anthony Jala. I see Doris. It went too far. Ensu Setuma. Welcome to the show, Ensu. Prince Louis. Joy Bates. Welcome to the show, Ben Colette. I see George Carman. Welcome to the show, Darcy Torto. Welcome. Christiana Young. Othello Finley. Welcome to the show, Robert Cooper. Joey John Falla. Welcome to the show, Felicia Davis. How you doing, my sister? Evan Barshu. Welcome to the show, Rachel Pay. Prince Morton. Welcome to the show. I see Abel Yama Plakat. Welcome to the show, George Carman. I think I call your name. Fatima Say Will. Famata Week, Stanley Thomas, Sewon, welcome. Ase, Paydo, welcome to the show. Nucci, welcome to the show. William Face Sr., welcome to the show. Henry Williamson. Look, everybody, welcome to the show today, man. I want to recognize a great Liberian today. The thing's been itching me all day. And when I tell Liberians that every one of us have a duty to one another, this is what I mean today. You know, we talk about mob justice in Liberia all the time. You catch a road, people kill this road. I don't know how many times we've spoken about you can't kill a Liberian citizen because he or she commits a crime. Then we are not a civilized society. This girl name is called Rachel Freeman. She stood there today in the gap. They were about to kill a Liberian. Yes, he's a thief. Yes, he did a horrible thing. Whatever he did, they wanted to kill him. She said no. She filmed it. That's your duty. I say even put her saying anything. She said no. I will record it. You're not carrying. You're carrying to the police station. Rachel Freeman, I come into Liberia. Fang, I will look for you. You must have having lunch together because you are my hero. Okay, we cannot be killing one another, and then on Sunday we go to church and we say we are praising God. Now I understand the havoc these criminals cause in the community. I understand what these Zogos are doing. I get all of that. I understand sometimes you take them to the police station, they don't do the job. But Rachel said we don't have to become murderers. And I also want to thank Amos Suisa. He actually alerted me to this, and I went and watched the video. But Rachel Freeman, we love you, girl. You're a great woman for Liberia. If you don't know this, you just made Liberia a little better. Because these videos, they're all over Facebook. It represents our country in a bad way. The mere fact that you stopped a murder, this is a big deal for Liberia. You should be thankful for this, Rachel Freeman. My name is Ensu Opadwalu. I will look for you. I will be in Liberia, Fanga. Thank you so much. And every single Liberian has that duty to one another. Yes, you can catch a roll. Nobody say you can't catch them. They're not supposed to be sitting, but carry them to the police station. It looks bad. Mob justice is a dangerous thing. Look what happened to our sister in real life. It can be anybody. This is the whole point of stopping mob justice. I get it. Somebody wronged you. You want to pay back. I get it. I understand it. But we cannot become a lawful country if we don't take them to the police station. Let's hold the police accountable if they don't do anything about it. But by the same token, take them to the police station, okay? But Rachel, we would love you for this. Thank you for making Liberia a little better. Dr. Francine, I'm going to send it over to you.
Wow, Twalu, I have not seen the story. I know it's in my inbox, but Rachel, kudos to you. Thank you so much. I see Amy Ryder is asking for her number to send her something for Christmas. Amy, we thank you. Such a gracious giver. Rachel, exactly what Twalu said. I want to just add my voice to his voice. Thank you so much. You're making a Liberia a better place. Yeah, I have a few things on my list here today, Dwalu. It's been such a tough day. When I was in Liberia, Dwalu, I fell twice. I fell on elections day on the first round. I was, of course, a poll watcher, and I wanted to take a break. And they had a line to keep the people in order, straight in line. And I was trying to step over the line, and people were trying to help me. I think somebody pulled the line up, and I fell, so I injured my knee. So this morning I had to go see an orthopedic doctor. And there was fluid buildup in the knees, so it was been a crazy thing. And then your brother, Mr. Abraham, went and signed up on his job. The man that boss on the job. They have to give gifts during this Christmas season. He signed up to cook jollof rice. The people like jollof rice. I cooked it last year. I've been cooking it for the past few years. But instead of telling me early, he said he bought a gift. Now he are running the gift. Now I gotta go pick. I came from the doctor. I gotta go run, cook jollof rice and all of that thing. So that I would take a few minutes because it's on low right now for him to carry it to the party tomorrow. So I wanted to just share that. And I'm sure that I'm not accusing anybody for me falling. The people have been here very helpful. I want to say that.
Correct.
But I'm glad I'm in a country where they can put all the ideas together to make sure that I feel better. I want to just say today is also another important person in my life, birthday. I'm sure she's watching because she watches me and we talk about this show. I want to say happy birthday to Nancy Millville. Nancy is my American mother. Many of you have seen her with me. She traveled to Liberia with me. Many of you thought she was the CIA traveling with me. But she's been in my life since I came to the United States. Actually, I lived with her. Graduated from high school and has been always supportive. She's been through the birth of my daughter, the deaths of my biological parents who are in this country, graduations, from high school and college. She traveled to Liberia. So I'm very thankful I'm blessed to have had two sets of parents in my life. I think it made me who I am. Mob justice, I want to say that the women in Liberia are also demonstrating. I spoke to someone sent me the flyer. Miss Victoria Kwekwe wants to come into the studio. I believe I got a yes from Stanton on that. He just texted me and said yes, and I think that meant a go. But I want to say that the women of Liberia, under the auspices of the Association of Female Lawyers of Liberia, AFL, and the Women NGO Secretariat of Liberia, One Goals, will be holding a peaceful march for Madam Dede Simmons, Stop the Mob Violence and Violence Against Women in Liberia. They are going to be doing this at the Famuma House in Singer. They're going to walk from Famuma House in Singer to the Ministry of Justice head office on 15th Street. This is going to happen tomorrow at 7 a.m. I want men, women, and all of you to be there tomorrow to support this effort. We need to have people become aware of what is happening to women in Liberia and to everyone, the security issue in our country. So support women and support having a better security in our country. I also want to tell people about Dede. Dede is hanging in there. I know many of you are asking about her, and Stanton told you yesterday that that she's doing well. For the first time today, there was a conversation with her crying. Usually she listens, but she doesn't speak. So I believe her sister did tell me that she spoke today, but when I talked to her daughter, she was listening to the conversation but didn't speak to me. She's going to wherever she is to transfer her to another hospital because this current hospital where she is does not do MRI or anything like that. So MRI does the soft tissues in your body. X-ray is very good if you broke something, and they can determine for the most part from X-ray. So we're looking to transfer her to a different and better hospital. The couple in Keman story, I got a better hold of that story yesterday of Twalu. I didn't go to bed last night until I listened to that. That couple in Keman story, it got a lot of implications in it.
It passed me.
Okay, so you got people who got interest in two wives, they can't talk in the other matter.
It passed me.
Yeah. That couple in Keman's story, I saw Keman on a version of the explanation. I saw last night, my own son Damo, he said, "Oh, people know how to make men, I don't know, feel good or what. I don't know what word he used, but it was some kind of word like,
Not a sport man.
Aha! She's not a sport man. Tell that men need to be sport.
Spoil your love.
For me, I don't want who need to be spoiled in my house. So I didn't know that women and men need to be spoiled too. Not that I don't spoil my husband, but it goes both ways.
Yeah.
So, but the thing about this, I read about this, and I think I read a ruling on this. One of the lawyers in Liberia spoke about this, and I want Liberian women to be aware. There was at the end of the tape, Keman talked about receiving a dowry before she and her husband got married. And they've been married for 3 years. Okay. Number one, if you receive a dowry, there's some implications that there's a traditional inference going on there.
It's just legal.
Yes. So it makes some complications for the legal people.
Yeah.
All right. But the other point of it, if you're doing a traditional wedding, there's some requirements for a traditional wedding because the traditional wedding say the head wife must consent in some cultures and many cultures in Liberia. So those are the questions. They came out consent for him to marry Lapu. Those are the questions that I have. Number two, if the way Mr. Solowuli or whoever his name is, Bernard left for 3 years. People want to present a story that Kema wasn't doing anything. Kema said she was doing reconnaissance on her husband. Check here.
CRD. FBI.
Come. I'll tell you.
I don't want to come here, but I will say this. My brother Patakoli, you think I know where to put my mom? I'm dropping my mom there. Hey, Amy's Dover, welcome to the show, man. My brother Patakoli, Joshua, Naduna Gautier, welcome. Amadou Duna, welcome. Dennis Kaker, welcome to the show. Francis Swamore, JIT. I think I recognize you other man. But listen, man, y'all remember my girl, Rachel. A lot of people, let me tell you something like, girl. Your people care about you so much around the globe. You don't even understand it. Right now, my girl Rachel Freeman, please remember that name because she made Liberia
Richard
a little.
Freeman.
People are asking for her number. My brother Amos, we said reached out to me. I don't have her number. I don't know who this girl is, but I myself I want to meet her because she just made my country a little better. I don't know whether
If
she'll
she's
get
watching,
contact.
if Richard's watching, she can call the
Yeah,
studio
Rachel, if you're
and give him her
watching,
number.
yeah, call the studio. Would love to talk to you. Now, somebody said there was a police officer present, and the police officer did not want Rachel to recall. I cannot substantiate that, so I'm not going to really dwell on that. If that was the case, that police officer should be addressed by the law. But by the same token, Liberian people, it is your right to use your cell phone in public and film anything your eyeball can see. That is law in Liberia. Nobody can stop you. Now, the only thing I will advise you, don't put yourself in harm's way. Stay far away, zoom it in, and you can record. Because at the end of the day, the police is going to go back to those very videos and see who actually killed this Liberian. Look, you have no right to take a man's life. Yes, even if he kills. I know it's a painful thing. I get it. I understand it. But the reason why we don't want to do that, sometimes the story that you see instantly is not the full story. So the police have the tools, the justice ministry has the tools to decipher the entirety of the story. We don't have that capability. That's why you cannot harm a Liberian citizen. So I will continue to say this to my girl Rachel. Rachel, thank you for what you did. Let's discourage mob justice in the country. Let's discourage this because this is harming the image of Liberia. Let me tell you what the message that goes out there. Liberia is a renegade state. It's a lawless society. If you go there, somebody can get you in the street free of charge. That means if somebody wants to come to the country to bring up business that will hire 5, 10, even 2,000 Liberians, they're going to prefer going to a lawful society as opposed to coming to Liberia. And what happens is it increases poverty in the country. So you go to LU, you graduate, there is no job in the country. All of those lead to joblessness in our society. It leads to more babies dying in the hospitals because you don't get top level professionals coming to the country. It leads to lack of top level professional being in the country to teach at a local university. A lack of good prospects of husbands and wives coming to the country to pick from Liberian women and Liberian people. So many factors are involved. So mob justice doesn't just kill the individual that is killed. It actually kills the entire society. So my girl Rachel, you just helped Liberia, and we will continue to speak on this, Dr. Francine, because mob justice is killing us.
Absolutely agree with you, Tualu, on that. Thank you for recognizing Rachel. As I said, she is our hero for today. Kudos to you, Rachel. So Liberian women, again, lesson learned. If you're going to do traditional wedding or church wedding, you might make sure that you know what you're getting into because Kema did both of them. And so now if she wants to go use the court system, she will have to explain things and how it went down. So traditional wedding is not a bad thing in our country. Our country recognizes both traditional and church wedding, Christian wedding. And so again, it just creates.
Francine, my question here that my brother Patakoli asking the question. He
Mhm.
said, so that me, if I got traditional web, they don't count as web, but my other web, even though she's my web, she cannot hold that against me because I got traditional web. I got the question, that's my question.
Well, this again, this is the quagmire that it creates. This is the problem that it creates for the lawyers because
just messing around.
no, the traditional reading precedes. To me, I'm not a lawyer, but logic tells me that it precedes the Christian wedding. So if they had diary paying 2 days or 2 weeks, and then they went to church, the court will have to decide which one is more important here. Okay, so and then there's some, to me, from what I know about traditional wedding and from hanging out with my grandmother who was not letter in DC Clark district in Liberia, there's certain requirements. I think this is the first wife got to agree first to who they want to bring. So all of these things got to be whatever. But my lesson learned is that Liberian, we got to decide. I know we want to respect our culture, but we got to know what we need to do.
I agree.
Yes,
I agree.
That's something in my mind. I know y'all now coming to kind of get killed about this. Y'all not gonna like what I have to say about this, but I have to say it.
Okay.
I saw the president-elect today getting measured for, I don't know, a suit or gown or whatever, but he was getting measured by a very well-known tailor, for lack of a better word, designer in the United States. I was taken aback by that, Dwalu. I believe that given the backdrop of Liberian people suffering and having our president elect getting this measurement from someone whose suit can cost anywhere from, I think people say $500 to $600 worries me. Okay, let's say even if it was a gift, let it be explained. We just saw a post today flying around social media, and we don't know what was happening, whether there was a suit, whether it wasn't a suit, whether it was free, whether it wasn't free. Nobody said anything. So the optics to me was bad. If we're going to come and rescue Liberia, we should be thinking about empowering the tailors back home. I want to see a picture with our president elect taking a picture with the tailor union or with the tailors back home. Nothing wrong with somebody giving her a free suit, okay? But just as that picture was taken and shared on social media, they can do the same thing in Liberia as well. Number two, in regards to this, the handlers got to be very careful to me. This is not just an ordinary president. He is the president-elect. You cannot just put his picture. I have never seen Kigali, what's the president of Rwanda, Kigali or Kigami or Bio. I never seen them come to the country and sitting down in tailor shop. The designer, the plenty Ethiopian designers said they got plenty Sierra Leonean people who have made it big here, either in the restaurant business or in engineering business or whatever. I don't see them sitting with these people saying that they getting measure for either food or they cooking food for them or doing something that is relating to highlighting a Sierra Leonean in the diaspora. So that is my problem for today. I'm sure we'll talk about this more.
Okay, that's your problem. My brother Patakoli is still just asking all these questions. Patakoli, leave me, man. I'm not going to answer your question. If you're married to me, married to me. You're from Lufa Kante. That's your tradition. And to my brother, Kuwangpa Doway Snail, welcome to the show, brother. John Conaway, welcome to the show. Everybody, man. Akopon Johnson, Thelma Colette Appleton, welcome to the show. Gabriel Daniel, welcome. Archie Pay, welcome to the show. I see Harris Anderson, Cyrus Willie, welcome to the show. Linda Joa Blay, welcome to the show. Noah Haber, welcome to the show. Carl Logan, Mai, welcome to the show. Darling Williams, Seba Meningo, yeah, Cheba, you Manju, start lying. AC Farley, Sonny Cully, Gazy Source, welcome to the show. Look, everybody, welcome in. Today's issue was about mob justice, so I'm going to talk about it one more time before we go into the topic because it didn't catch my heart. This mob justice is not just restricted to Liberia. Across the country, especially in the major towns such as Seclepie, in Ganta, even in Buchanan. My beginning, y'all know the kind of country you're saying. You're going to be snatching people purse, broad daylight, in Bonafan, I believe it was yesterday, broad daylight. And what the boys started doing now in the area, the same boys that stole the wire from our building, they are going into people's vehicle and cutting all the wire from there to go sell it for copper. And you know the people that will kill you. Now, it's not justification for harming the Liberian citizen, but what we continue to say to you guys is mob justice tarnishes the image of our country. It is a bad thing for us to be killing each other in the streets. And let me tell you guys, anybody who actually does that, you're committing murder, you can go to jail for life. But here's the kicker. For those of you who are standing around when the mob justice is happening, you are facilitator to this crime. And by extension, you could also be prosecuted for this. I want for you to understand it. If you're killing somebody and you're standing there and you're just standing there, even you don't touch your person, you also could go to jail for that. That the law in Liberia, it's just because we don't enforce our law that what we'll be standing around for. You're not supposed to kill anybody. And the main reason why that is the case, sometimes you can kill somebody and the person did not do anything wrong, but because somebody called him roll, next thing you know, the person not die. When the person die, you can bring them back. Now, I got a tussle and tussle. The police too have to do their duty. If a thief or a hardcore criminal is brought to you, you have to address that heavily. You cannot have people living in their community as though they were prisoners in their own community. This is killing the society. You have to remove the criminal from amongst the midst because people are going to get tired and sometimes they will take the laws into their own hand. And I don't want anybody telling me, say, oh, it happened in Guinea, it happened in Sierra Leone, Nigeria. I don't care about those countries. I care about the image of Liberia. At the end of the day, I don't want us killing each other in the street because somebody does not like what I did to them. It can happen to me. It can happen to anybody else. That's the whole purpose of that. And mob justice destroys the image of our country. This is the issue. Take the man to the police station. And I said, let's celebrate Rachel today, Rachel Freeman. And I think we dedicate, like Dr. Francis said, dedicate the show to Rachel Freeman today because she improves the image of our country. And I love that because she was fighting. Y'all need the ball. Y'all need the ball. The police say, yo, man, I can't nobody. Yo, man, I can't nobody. And anything you came to the police station. Her loud voice was in my ear ringing. I said, shit, I get shamo. But that kind of shamo is necessary at that time. And that's what Rachel did. You're asking for her number. I don't know Rachel's number. Somebody reached out to me and I saw the video. And I just want to celebrate this lovely Liberian woman because she saved a life. And that's what matters to me. That before you can come in, close this thing and then we can start the show. You're muted, Doc. You're muted.
So for those of you who are expressing your concerns about the president getting measured for a suit and saying that this man is a Liberian too, and I'm particularly concerned because my good friend Yvonne Sissy, yes, Yvonne, I'm not saying that he shouldn't get a free suit or he shouldn't be measured or the Liberian businesses in the United States should not be empowered. But the top of my list agenda and priorities are the people in Liberia right now. Okay, so I believe that since we have this whole display of measuring suit on the social media, when the president goes back home, let him meet with the tailors in Liberia, showcase the work, put our tailors on the map. I'll be happy. Again, I'm not objecting to this empowerment of people in the diaspora. The president's the president for all Liberians, Liberians in the diaspora and Liberians in Liberia. So let's do this fairly. Now, y'all can say whatever y'all want. That's how I feel. Nothing will change. I checked the general rest already for those of you who are also concerned about that. I just turned the store off. It was on low. So thank you very much. Let's get started, Tualu.
Yeah, get started. The first topic on the docket today is something President Weah did that it is extremely disturbing to me, and the person he did it for. Now, let me lay the basis here. President Weah will be pardoning 101 convicts. That's who he's giving pardon to. Just relax here. And he's also going to waive the $1 million that Brownie Samuka owes to the Republic of Liberia. I did not even know the president had that kind of power to waive money owed to the state. In the United States, I don't think the president has that kind of power. This is coming from the IRS. You're going to pay that money either way. You can have a negotiation with the IRS. You can come to a compromise, but you're going to pay this money. Now, Dr. Francine, let's lay this out here. Why would the president now? Remember, before the final elections, Honorable Bamu, the former defense minister, goes to Folklore Church. We all spoke about it here on this network. Was he there negotiating on his own behalf? Because Liberia is going to lose $1 million that has been waived by President Weah. On what basis is he waiving this money? In addition to that, he's actually releasing 101 convicts out of prison. Now, most officials across the globe, I know this is his power. People don't look. President Weah runs the country that is not his personal property. We all own Liberia together. If you're going to waive these criminals, which is quote unquote his privilege to do that, it's not a right, it's a privilege he can exercise or not exercise. It is his privilege to do that. But what basis is he going to come to the people and say, listen, this is the reason why I'm pardoning these people. These are people that didn't commit heinous crime. Maybe they were just people that snatched purse or somebody who did that. These are not murderers. How can we address it if the president is not going to address the country? Dr. Francis.
Yeah, I want to know the president's motive behind waiving this. What is it? 1 million? Was it $1 million?
$1.1 million. $1.1
million. That the court actually asked some kind of pay for restitution. So what is the motive behind that? Yes, you're right, Dwala. We did see some guy going to, I don't know, Flocklecon Church, whatever you can call that church name.
Flocklecon.
Yeah, Flocklecon Church. And the question remains that did he go there to speak to the president about getting his debt waived? And I don't know. You know, this issue relates to corruption in the country. Does that further give people the right to, again, take the military? The question was, the case says that some guy was involved in taking the military money, the money that they put aside every month for, healthcare and pension plan and all of those things. and and at the end of the day, the military wives and some of the military members says they didn't get the money. The money was not in the bank. This all happened during Ellen Johnson Sirleaf regime. Um, and now today we see that he waived this $1 million. What does it mean? Does it mean that Samuka now is ready to run as a president, as a leader for something? Does it mean that this clear him up in the court system to run for office? Because that was a holdback. That was why he couldn't run, I believe, in Lofa County. I think there's his withdrawal, or either his inability to be nominated, related to him having this charge on him, and some these allegations, or actually, well, it's not an allegation. It was put in court. These courts findings on him.
Thank you so much. Look, guys, let me, Colonel Gray, welcome to the show. Let me lay a basis of something. There's a contrast between what is right and what is a privilege. President, we have powers. They're all privileges. They are not rights. Don't confuse the two. The president being able to pardon somebody is a privilege. It's not a right. So because when he leaves power, he doesn't take that with him. For instance, my right to become a citizen of Liberia, to vote in any election that I so choose, is a right. It's not a privilege. Nobody, not even president, not the legislature of the Republic of Liberia, can take that away from me. President, we are privileged to be able to pardon prisoners. It's a privilege. Understand the contrast. And let me say this also. Look, President Weah has to explain to the people, even though he can exercise his privilege as president, okay, according to Article 59, I believe, of the Liberian Constitution, he has the right to do that. I understand that. He has a privilege to do that, by the way. And I understand that. But just because you have a privilege, and if that privilege presents an image or it sends a message that you're abusing that privilege, we can question it. This is what citizenship is. We can question whatever the president does. Okay, Colonel Gray, let me ask you a question. The president will be pardoning 101 convicts. We don't know under what conditions these convicts are going to be pardoned. He's exercising his privilege as president. We understand this. This is lawful. However, he's also going to be waiving the $1 million that Honorable Boama Samuka owes to the Republic of Liberia. What do you take from that? What's going on?
Well, pardoning someone releases them, from all further to impede on their free movement. So pardoning is not a panacea that the person is free from the from public perception. So, but in this case, when the president pardons you, that clout remains with you for life, based on what led you to have gotten into the problem in the first place. So if you ask me, what does that mean? Whether or not BJ Samuka, in other words, you cannot hold him further for the act that he committed in legally. So his pardon is free. He has been granted our clemency. Whether or not technically you can raise an issue about character flaw or flaws in the future is another argument that that maybe put asunder to rest for another day. But if you ask me, I would say the act itself that was committed is no longer an alleged. You understand? Whether or not it was politically motivated, but it went through the courts, and as a result, those people were found culpable. That is the truth. That is something you can't just brush aside. It will always follow you, if you will. Now, when the president offers pardoning for other individuals in our criminal justice system, it's the same. But it doesn't mean that those people don't have those character for which they were nailed in the first place. But just that in terms of being detained, being further held because of sentencing, they are free. They can go. That does not mean that if they commit crime in the future again, that will not even be factored in, because anytime anything goes wrong, that can be, even though you were granted clemency by the president, meaning giving freedom to leave, those issues can come up again in the future to determine whether or not this individual, would be further sentenced in case, say for instance, they went to work again, they went to go work for another public institution, and there's the issue of corruption. That could be the basis upon which any legal team will say, look, the man got the history, he has done it before, he was convicted, found guilty. Based on that, they can lend that particular situation to bring to a further. But in terms of detaining them, I think they have the freedom. They have a huge task to tweak public perception, which is going to be the difficult thing. Dwalo, you and I, we're men, not to be sexist here, but when you do wrong to your wife, man, you have lots of work to do to bring her back to, to that confident level where she will see you like the guy that she saw, squeaky clean and perfect. So it's always a big fight, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, like I tell you, no, guys, this is a platform. We talk about these things. It doesn't necessarily make it wrong or right, but it's to bring it to the forefront. Listen, the way our democracy is going to grow, we speak about everything. It's not suggestion that something is right or wrong, but we want different perspectives. Because the theme here is to up our intelligence quotient collectively as a society so we can understand these things. Oh, is the president right? No, it's not his right, it's a privilege. If you hold a government position, every action that is granted to you under the Constitution is a privilege. When you were born with and granted by the Constitution, those are rights. It cannot be taken. So a privilege, if you can abuse privilege very easily. I want you to understand that. But let me just switch the topic very quickly. Honorable Gloria Mususka was found guilty, Dr. Francine. She was found guilty. 11 of the 12 jurors voted that she was responsible. She and Takvili, 2 or 3 other were found guilty in this case. The jurors did not believe her. Welcome, Stephen, to the show. She will be going to jail. However, her lawyers are claiming to file an appeal to the Supreme Court. There is a tendency in Liberia, Colonel Gray, and it goes like this. What the guys do most of the time is, for example, they will find somebody guilty, and then it will go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will reverse it, and everything get in flagage. Is this a real guilty verdict, or just one of those things that will go to the Supreme Court, Dr. Francine, and possibly come back as not working?
Tricky case, Dwalo. In the past week, we heard that there were DNA found in the nails that belonged to somebody else other than Gloria Mususkat and the persons in her home. So I was like, that's an interesting finding. But then today we saw that she was found guilty. So I want to wait on this case. Basically, honestly, I want to just read the case a little further to see what did they find that was compelling and convincing for the jury to come up with this finding. Again, I'm going to refer to Stand and Welcome. You at a different location today. We noticed that. And you're looking different.
Why are you talking about my location? Why are you worrying about my location?
And looking, you dressed up today, so
no. It's just cool. It's cool.
I know exactly where you are.
No.
Yes, the show. You're 2 minutes.
You're all reconnaissance details that came out.
No, guys. But let me say this real quick. Dwalo, I used to like you, Dwalo, but I'm drawing back. You are disclosing my location, which is not right. Dwalo. But on the issue that you're talking about, guys, the lawyer that represented the government.
That ain't disclose any location.
But the issue here is that let's talk about the lawyer, Lefroy Gould. You know him, Councilor Gould. He said he want to come on tonight and speak about the big victory. So he said we should send him the link. I will. Or what we can do, the studio can call him. I have sent him the link already. He said there's a reason why they won the case. I do not want to be the one to discuss it. Let's just call the lawyer. And then we'll call the lawyer that represented Councilor Scott likewise for us to have a beautiful show. I think that would be the best thing to do, right? All right. So I just sent him the link. Let me call him and see whether he coming in by link. I don't know what else you guys gonna discuss on today, but someone to say he ain't paying anybody because he get money. Councilor, go. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I sent you the link. Are you coming by way of the link?
Okay, let me see. It's supposed to be on the.
I sent it to your WhatsApp. No, just go on your Facebook. Just send it to your Facebook. All right. So, Eduardo, you continue. Let me help him to get in, Eduardo.
Okay. So, Colonel Gray, you want to come in and speak briefly to the Musu Scott conviction?
Well, can I just go back a little bit? I wanted to talk about the waiving of the $1.3 million by George Weah. I think that the president tends to do this yearly, from what I understand. I also believe that, in my opinion, if he's doing it, releasing people who are not a danger to society, that's not a bad thing. And what I understand, he released people who had life-threatening illnesses, old age, they had served substantial amount of time, and they're on good behavior. So I think it's important to add that mix into this conversation.
Let me say this. One of those that were pardoned is the former Defense Minister, Brian Samuka, right? Mm-hmm. He will be appearing on Spoon Talk tonight as well. Mm-hmm. He reached out to me. He got a message for the nation. He's happy that he was pardoned. And we're going to ask him questions, so he will be joining us tonight also. So let's finish with Councilor Gould and the Global Muslim Scam issue. We'll have our say. We'll bring in former Defense Minister that was pardoned today by George Manuel Weah, the president. But come on, I don't want to mess this thing up. Either or. If I'm going to look at me and say I shouldn't say it, so let me mind my business. Why do you bad? Don't send me the text saying that the mail is still going to be pardoned. That's what I'm going to look at me for. But let me keep my mouth and mind my business. The third issue is that the pardon issue and that of the one of the important things we should also look at, why someone paying the people? Why? And just a sidekick, just on the side, a sidekick conversation tonight, folks. We have two other VIN number relating to George Manuel Weah vehicles. When we announced yesterday that we'll be displaying these things, that the president, the allegation that he's driving in his convoy stolen vehicles, people say we will lie. But it is confirmed that some of those vehicles within the president convoy, they are bushmeat. They stole the vehicle and sent it to Liberia, and they sold it, and the president bought it. If the president bought it directly, or if Kalasco or somebody within the president details bought it, and the president using it, either or you decide. We must discuss it. Discuss it because it doesn't matter, Eduardo, you're right. The president within his convoy, okay, he is driving stolen vehicle. They stole the vehicle from America, they sent it to Liberia, and the president accepted the fact that if the government want to challenge, they should give us the VIN numbers of those vehicles. We can run it right now, like we did the Q60. They should give the VIN number right now to clarify this. But we will not leave this story because the president of Liberia, within his convoy, the car that he's driving in, that Escalade, was stolen. It was. And we would tell the Liberian people not to know the truth.
That's what we are. Welcome to my world. Ben Wan is stating the vehicle name and number here. I don't know if you guys watching the comment section. Interesting story, Stanton. Did you see it? He's actually saying and he said where the vehicle's from and all of that stuff. There it is.
This is the information of the stolen vehicle Stanton talked about yesterday. VIN number, blah, blah, blah. Make Infiniti model SQ60 year 2019. Drive type 4-wheel, blah, blah, blah. Style compact utility vehicle, engine 3.56. Manufacturer in Sarmna, tenancy United States, age 4. Yeah, they make out full detail.
So they make out full detail, and this is what I want you guys to do. It's very important. Because when we give the VIN number, we want you to search it. if the government, and this is concerning, the government of Liberia should dispute this allegation, it is very, very important for them to do so. We need the VIN number, we have it, but we want the president to say no. We want Kalasco to say no. We want Finabono to say no. We want the foreign ministry to speak on this, or the justice ministry, or the Liberia National Police to speak on it, because the president cannot include stolen vehicles in a convoy. It's wrong. It's wrong. We will not leave this story. President George Manawia, the president of the Republic of Liberia, he got 3, 4. The total vehicle he have is 11 within George Manawia, and those 11 vehicles that we talk about, they are stolen. The rest of them, maybe the body whatsoever, but we are pointing to vehicle within this convoy, and the president should deny it. When we ran with the story yesterday, I will tell you what Kalasco did. I will tell you that the president was mad, and we have this conversation. So again,
there's a feedback. There's a feedback.
Yeah, man, can you just, you know what I think? You're right. We're gonna mute it.
It's come from the cell phone. If you're on the cell phone and then they're trying to come in as well.
No, it's not. I guess if I go sit on the other side, he's creating the problem for me. All right, so let me mute, guys. Run with the story and let's fix this thing. We'll be back. Guadu?
Okay, I'm not. If I go on, welcome to the show, brother. Colonel Gray, let me go back to you on the issue of the Gloria Musu Scott case. I understand the concept of God is coming on. So, by the same token, any comment on the case, her conviction, etc.?
Well, I have to be able. I looked at how the case itself, the legal, the legal theater that ensued during the trial. It was quite interesting to watch. But what I noticed is that there was some vital pieces of evidence that came up that we will refer to as exculpatory or something. When something is tied to your DNA, it becomes more compelling to overlook that minus circumstantial or preponderance. In other words, you putting pieces of things together, but when they tie a DNA to an evidence, a piece of evidence that makes it exculpatory, it's very, very difficult for you to just overlook. I think that was what tied Madame to the issue. But it's interesting. I would like to hear from both attorneys how they came up with the verdict against the defendant. And that I wait to see that because I didn't see any transcript that says this was why she was found guilty, and I hope to see that actually.
And Brother Fagon, welcome to the show again. I'm going to say this though. I mean, she was convicted of all the crimes, not some, not partially, and not just some, but 3 other defendants. Now, the case was because the way I understand this conviction is that all these 3 people conspire and literally to murder Chloe Musu. Fagon, how do you respond to that? If you have the time now, or I could go to Dr. Francine. You have any comment regarding that? Oh, you can't hear?
Yeah. No.
We can't.
But I use your phone.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Fagon. So, Dr. Francine, let me come back to you. 3 crimes were levied against them: conspiracy, everything. They were found guilty of all of them. Now, Gloria Musu Scott and 3 other people were convicted. Let me be absolutely sure here. So Gloria Musu Scott and 3 other, you have found guilty. So it seems that all 4 of them got together in a conspiracy to murder this girl. How does that fit in with the narrative, considering Gloria Musu Scott's age, who she was, and why would they conspire? Now, if you follow the case, there was the motive of them murdering this girl was not entirely established to the extent that would make sense. For what reason? Were they going to get some insurance money, or was this girl trying to kill all of them, and all of them conspired to kill this girl? Or I don't know. There must be some motive there. So I don't know why was not a big issue in the case, because when I followed the case, I saw nothing about motive, why they wanted her dead. That she was hiding some kind of a secret or some sort.
Yeah, Donald, this case, we need to discuss it more. I don't know if I left shortly. I don't know if the lawyer came, a lawyer.
Oh, he's coming. He's coming.
Okay, he's coming. I think he would give us some understanding of what happened in the court system today. And I really want to spend some time digesting information relating to this case. But I am blindsided. What I can say is I'm blindsided by the information that we got last week about the DNA that was found under who was that? Under Shallow's finger, I believe, did not belong to Laura Mususcat or some of the people in her home. The telephone record also suggests that there was somebody else that the security guard was in constant communication with. So I'm a little bit blindsided about those evidence. What did they mean for the case? Were they admissible? Were they thrown out? How were they seen by the legal team on this case? So until I get some chance to digest that information, I'll be able to answer. But I'm not taking consideration anything about her age and her ability to fight back. Like I said, sometimes when people are in the heat, I've seen psychotic patients who have just been so strong. When you're in the heat of the moment of passion, is a passion of crime. You can just get energy that is just unbelievable. So yes, I'll wait on that.
Superficial.
And Dwala, let me chime in a little bit. I think if any, she could be held also for destroying vital evidence. They're saying that some of the pieces of evidence that should have, granted her that freedom that she was seeking, she destroyed. In other words, she reconstructed the crime scene before they could get there. And technically, in law, sometimes those kinds of things can hold you criminally liable. Because why are you destroying? Why, if this is a crime scene, why are you going to go alter it? You understand? Prior to the completion of the investigation. So that's the little portion I watched, and I think that, like I said, I would have loved to hear from both the defense and um, the the prosecution team. Let me hear what they have to say. In terms of those pieces of evidence.
So, yes, I just spoke with the counselor. He's coming on. He's coming in studio. He got the link. I also spoke with former Defense Minister Samukar. He will be joining us in 45 minutes to talk about this pardon that was done by President George Manuel Weah. And we can also update you that the president-elect is fully engaged in Delaware. The president-elect been engaged. We have to give you full update of his engagement. It's going to be interesting tonight. We will give you back-to-back update of the president-elect engagement as he make his way from Delaware to where he's heading. It is important to also know that this Christmas time, Dr. Rich is saying, while we're waiting for the former defense minister and the counselor Gold on this former Supreme Court Chief Justice Gloria Muslim Scott verdict that was put out today, let's talk about Christmas Day. Someone twice say no money. The country is broke. Let's just do that because we are setting all these little things up. But Samuel 12 just stole the civil servant. No money. I cannot pay you guys. The country is flat. The country is broke. Let me just, we put every this thing together. Invite your friend. This is the Spoon Talk. It will be big today. It will be wild. It will be crazy because we give you nothing but the best. We want to talk about local news, things that are happening in the country, something that the bread and butter issue and the way forward. What Joseph Yuma Bwaka is getting into. What will happen now that CDC government have found Gloria Muslim Scott guilty? What will happen under the Joseph Yuma Bwaka government? Where's her fate? So these are many more we want to say. Chill. We still get time. Let's take it pokoloko. Let's take it easy. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. You see Fagon looking over his shoulder. He's waiting to eat. I tell you right now, if I tell you what the brother drinking of Mr. Dwalu, no, he's taking it away. If I tell you what he's drinking, Fagon, you can drink juice. What's that? Orange juice? Orange juice. What's the battle? Or they carry the
Yeah,
baton.
back onto the same place.
No,
In
if
the same
I
room.
was so hello. I mean, that room, I would be in the room, man. You see the background
Yeah,
into the
I'm
room.
reconnaissance, huh? That came
No,
out.
no,
Oh, I've been there.
no. You see, Dwalu, when Dwalu went to Unoro Island, nobody put him up, but he put us up. Fagon, talk to us now. Let's get this thing ready.
Well, I'm excited. Very, very.
You getting echo, Fago?
We can't hear you, Fagon. Yeah, Jeff forgot about the show today. Go drink your vodka and forget about it.
Hold on. Now, no vodka. Don't come bring no kind of tabatato here. You saw the man in Rhode Island? The amount of girls that were hanging on him. Something wrong. Oh.
They said the guy stole the show. They said the guy was the guy.
Especially the Bassa women, and they almost fought. They said nobody should come around Dwalu.
Oh.
They started telling other people, tribe, y'all go when y'all get your tribal people, your Sando men were on the show, Stanton on the show. All kind of thing. I didn't want to raise the issue. I let it go. But Bassa people like that, they like to show ownership of their citizens. He never went around Loma people, even though let me just say what I want to say. Baby. But anyway, folks, it's a wonderful experience, and like we've said before, this president is carrying out what we call preemptive diplomacy, meaning he already know what it says. You see my man Congress shaking his head. He say, "Yeah, that's true." You already know what's going to happen. Now the Liberian people say within 100 days, show your juice. We're not saying complete everything. We're not saying give us bread and butter in 100 days, but you got a lot to do within 100 days. And that was the wisdom behind this president, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Numa Boaga, saying, you know what? I got whole 2 weeks. Am I going to waste it? Or go on the other side, tell the people thank you, go to the other side, meet with the other people, and then carry out preemptive diplomacy, meet with these people, discuss a couple of issues with them, and then when I come back home and start my work, I will not be a stranger. I can just pick up the phone and say, World Bank representative or president is Joe. Hey Joe, how you doing? How's everything? Yeah, I really need to talk to you about something. Call the IMF guy. Call the State Department. Talk to people at the State Department. Talk to investors. Talk to other people just from the phone, rather than leaving the country to come back here. The old man killed his birds with one stone, and this time around, he did not kill one bird. He did not kill two. He killed multiple, so many birds with one stone. And it's clear now he's on his way. You know, one of the good things that can happen is the fact that you can look at somebody and say, he's going to die. He did open heart surgery. He's broken all the records in the world. Iremigwe will tell you, Iremigwe sat in from a Mayo Clinic for almost 4 days and did not see the old man entering Mayo Clinic. And again, who does an open heart surgery, triple bypass, and gets up the next day and go meet Dwalu with Bassa women? Even the old man sat down and said, but that Dwalu over there, they said that Dwalu. He said, I thought the people came here to me. That Dwalu. The people wanted to even live for Dwalu. So you know, Bassa people plenty in Rhode Island, just like Gio and Mano people plenty in Minnesota, just like the Crown people plenty in Philadelphia, the Gola people, the whole North Carolina, you go there, you may know, like whole Bomika in that place. So Dwalu became a king in that Rhode Island area. And so the old man has done nothing but the right thing. And so there he is, a very humble old man. Look at him shining. Look at the way he looks, very presidential. It gives Liberians hope that once again, our country is restored among the committee of nations. And that's what he's doing. As we sit here, we're awaiting his arrival in New Jersey, and the state of New Jersey is ready to receive him tonight. He will take a rest. Remember, he's from DC. He passed through Maryland. He went to Delaware this evening, and now he's on his way to New Jersey. This old man, the one initially that I told you about a year and a half ago, was coming, has arrived. And now the Liberian people will celebrate his arrival in a special day, especially when he returns home, given all the optics that they've seen and all of the work that he has put in his visit to the states before even becoming president. Over to you.
So let me add something. Am I getting your feedback?
You're good. You're good, Stanton.
All right. What I want to add here is that it's very important for Liberians to know. Now, first of all, identify this lady and just go look back. I see Conor putting his glasses on. That's MCC, the Millennium Challenge. The one that they couldn't give President George Manaware. This lady is responsible for it. Liberians, that's hope. That's hope. I want you to go back. It's all on social media. Don't say I'm talking late. This woman, she's the person that will press the button, that will go through all the checklists to make recommendation to the State Department, to the Secretary of State, Tony. That's MCC you see behind her. No, Fagon, maybe they didn't hear me. Fagon, maybe they didn't hear me.
The Millennium Challenge Compact. You can see it.
It's right there, folks. Or people saying, but why this meeting important? Why they did this? Why do you think it's going to? My people, you cannot have it both ways. For them to meet you, you should meet certain credibility. Can you tell me, I'm not going back, it's not election season. Why President we are going to fight? He have not taken office yet. There can be only one president at a time. But you know why? He engaged him. You know why? They asked him to see him. They're running him. They're begging him. He's engaging. We are not bluffing. When we ask the Liberian people, say, yo, please vote for Jose Yeman Boakai. It was these. When he was vice president, he established a relationship that was just sitting right there, ready to burst open. Who's this other person? Who's this? Fagon.
Is that the
IMF.
It's the IMF.
Oh, okay.
The International Monetary Fund.
So don't let us to go into. I get my feedback. Fagon, can you use please? Don't let us to go into all these different conversations because we want to sell something to you. No. Let it speak for itself. Let it speak. The office of the president-elect going to release this information accordingly. For you to understand that Joseph Yeman Boakai came to America on a mission because he's man with mission. He can't do what? A call, you think the man supposed to be here? Toro, you know how cool it is?
No, I got t-shirt on. I don't really know about.
Because you're not outside. I dare you go outside now. I dare you go outside.
Even if he go outside, from what he experienced with the Rhode Island trip, this boy will not get cold for a long time.
No, we're not going there. No, we're not going there. No.
But Santa, I wanted to chime in a little bit on that.
Go ahead. If I got a bad guy.
You know, the critics of Ambassador Boakai are saying that these are low technical meetings. You know, you said it right. There can be only one president. The time for when he assumes the mantle of state, then he can meet high-level officials. But you need these technocrats right now to lay the pavement for you before you put the structure up, because these are the individuals that these are the artisans and the creators of things. You understand? These are the engineers.
I'm sure you're talking about the US though, but not the international organizations. He did not meet low-level hanging fruits. He met the people, as you can see. But from a diplomatic and political standpoint, he still met the Undersecretary of State for African Affairs.
Yes, this short of diplomacy from the US's side is especially what I'm talking about. But the other individual like the MCC or the IMF and all these other top officials, this is just to tell you that the people have been waiting for a long time to deal with Liberia, but we just did not have the structure. Now that we have somebody who comes forward at least as a leader, they are ready to to harness or release their goodwill. And it's a good thing for us, because you know what, we're going to be done with an era 6 years ago that brought the stock value of Liberia way down to the ground. Now that we're going to be going up now to the from the small, what you call SNE, we're going out to the the top 500 or whatever it is, the high level stocks. And Liberia now will be placed at that category. There's always goodwill, but you have to have the kind of structure that the people will be able to do business with. They saw a bunch of gangsters who probably were just there, just guessing on what to do, and then they have one talkative among them who poses to know everything, and then the poor listener is saying, because when you're trying to convince someone who knows, it's a lot more harder than someone who sees your lip moving and they think that you're good at what you're doing. But Dwala and I have the capacity, Doc and I have the capacity to sit down and listen to the language and say, there's nothing substantive in that. But we're not going to tell you that you're talking rubbish.
Yeah.
We'll listen to you because, hey, that's how it is.
Yeah.
But now I think Liberia and the world ready to do business. And that's what
great.
I'm looking forward to.
Yes.
What that?
I wanted to chime in here. I believe that in the words of Agon, the president's elect preemptive diplomacy is on point. I believe, during the Bush HW and Clinton's election, it was the economy stupid. Now, I'm not calling anybody stupid, but I think for Liberia right now, though the economy is important in Liberia, but it's the relationship stupid. President like Walker has now the task of building relationship with the world and Liberia. Okay, there's been a lot of disenfranchised groups in Liberia. He has a difficult work at home to do as well, and also with meeting these people. And I think rightfully said, it makes the conversation easier when you have met someone and you call them on the phone. They can most likely relate to you, as opposed to if you just call them out of the blue sky. So I definitely believe that the president is on the right course, and this is what president's supposed to be doing for the country of Liberia.
I agree.
Yes.
No doubt. I mean, you Senator asked a question though. You said why President Weah is not doing this. But before I forget, to the ever lovely and beautiful Seattle Timber, it was a great time in Providence. You and your husband, man, we just had a brilliant time. I'm Mount Fagon. It's a lovely time in Providence. I think I thank the audience the next day if you listen to the show. But I will say this though. Senator asked a question, and we have to answer that question. Why wasn't President Weah doing what Honorable Bwaka is doing? Brother Jerome Gibson, welcome to the show. There's only one reason for it. He did not have the capacity to do it, nor does he even understand to do that. Even to schedule these meetings, it's not something that is very, very simple. There must be a high level of sophistication to be able to do that. Somewhere to where they're not saying any fitting corporate room in America before you went to Liberia, became a consultant. The men were driving car motor here in America, being a delivery driver. He went to Liberia. Who else is going to introduce President Weah to? So, and Colonel Grape said this best. Look, doors don't open in Washington from the top. You open these little doors, and this little door introduces you to the next door, and the next door opens. I think that's Honorable Bwaka's aim here. He's gradually reestablishing that connection that Liberia needs. Remember that our international image has been destroyed massively. To rebuild that image will take some time. It will take a lot of diplomatic renegotiating to allow the people to know. So listen, Liberia is serious about governance once again. And this is how we're going to do it. This is who are in charge. Now, we are waiting to see the appointments in this government. And based on that, if people say, you know what, I think Honorable Bwaka is serious about reestablishing Liberia's order. Brother Jerome, you want to come in? We're just talking about Honorable Bwaka.
Brother Jerome, we come into our commentators are funded so that women you can work on all day here. So I just want to
I can work on men too, man. Oh, they have behind me.
Let me just say, y'all make this show, okay? Go ahead,
Gibson. Honorable Bwaka, and you're muted.
But who brought Gibson here?
Are you the only person that can bring me on. Nobody else can bring me
on. I wasn't on. Maybe that's the producer.
But look, Dualo, let me say something. I want to disagree with you guys that what JMB is doing, as much as you think it is good, I want to say something that you will not accept, but that's a reality. You cannot be presidentialing when you are not taking seat. This is called presidentialing. If this was being done by somebody else to JMB, they will say he's interfering with the presidentiality. You cannot be going and meeting people when you are not even received your certificate. You are not even being certificated. You are not being inaugurated. And you're going around meeting people presidentially. If anybody had done that, everybody will have problem with that. But JMB is doing it. JMB is doing it, and they find it.
Obviously, as you're talking, I'll give you more time now. Why President Weah is not doing it? Should Liberia just be left open, or should somebody be doing it?
Okay, you want to divert me from that course. You want to divert. You're a smart guy. But let it be registered. JMB, his stay in America is overdue. He need to return to Liberia. He was elected presidential president-elect for Liberia. He needs to go get his certificate, play his cabinet, evaluate the turnover notes, make sure he received documents of people who want to be cabinet ministers, and get ready to appoint the first 5 or 10 cabinet ministers when he take over. The time he spent in America for me is not valid at all. He is staying too long in America. He is presidentialing when he has no business to do.
What you call presidentialing?
Presidentialing is an art of behaving like a president when you are not yet president.
Is that a new word?
Let me provide.
He's not president yet. He's not president yet. So all that meeting he's doing, it just. I mean, he should go back. Let him be certificated. Let him take his cabinet. Let him have meeting with cabinet. Let him have meeting with.
So that's your only problem.
That's not only problem. Plenty
So that's your only. Hold on, guys. Guys, I beg you. Let's take it step by step because we will not do the show about you and the one that you can go on when you're on Facebook when you're not on Spoon. We'll not do it today. So you say your own, we move on. We will not even dwell on it.
Well, on Facebook, I don't on Spoon.
Okay, Colonel Gray, please go ahead.
But let me respond to the George Weah thing. First of all, Dualo it was a real concern for me at the time. Why is it that George Weah does not have a kind of a lobbying group or lobbying individual who will put in connection with all of these State Department, the Senate, the African decks, all of these people, except you come to the United Nations and meet with.
What are you talking about? They may spend millions of dollars on lobbying.
Well, but it didn't succeed, Stanton. It didn't succeed.
Yeah, he don't know what he was doing.
We're not talking about whether he succeeded or not. We are saying he never had lobbies, but he had millions from the maritime program. Yeah, paying those lobbies. We get the entire list. I can share with you.
Oh yeah, let's see that. Let's see that. Yeah,
you just want to be blinded as all. Colonel Gray, please let's go ahead.
You know, back in 2017, when Mr. Weah won the presidency, he made a lot of shuttle diplomacy, vital visit to Gabon, Togo, and all of these other areas before being sworn in. You know, the act of giving certification or the act of giving certificate is just a protocol. You understand? It's a ceremonial protocol. But the fact remains that Ambassador Burkai is the president-elect. As such, or by virtue of that, he can see anybody on behalf of the republic, not as president yet, or as president, as the president of the Republic of Liberia, but anybody with such stature can establish the footprint to diplomacy that will bring goodwill to the country in the when he assumes. So this is just something that anybody can do. If you were elected acting president of Grand Jide, or elected president of Grand Jide Association, you're president-elect. Does that mean that you should just sit down, wait for your certificate, and not start making the vital move that will make your job easier when they swear in as president of the Grand Jide Association of the Americas? No. So I don't see the logic in that, but sometimes we all have our own perception how we want things to go. But I think Ambassador Barker is doing a very good job to make some of these things easier for him, because the job will be so heavy when he takes over. Imagine, Dr. Richardson talked about, our relationship with the world is completely at a dismal level. This is why Dwalo is concerned. Why President Ware, he should have done this, but it not even existing. So therefore, they only had to come in to help us, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to add quickly, Dwali, if I can, to this conversation. Gibson Jerry, your point is well taken, is welcome. I appreciate the opposite view all the time. It makes me think critically. But we've been accustomed in Liberia to doing things the same old way. This is one of the reasons why I think the world has left us behind. We got to wait to get certificated, then you got to start making contact to the world. Our country is so way behind that we have to do something outside of the box, inside the box, and on the side of the box. Okay. So I'm not, whether it's Boca or another leader, I believe that relationship has to be built. And I'm glad that he's doing it right now. So I just want to tell you, our country is so complex and difficult and so behind that we have to critically think about ways to transform things, that we can't do things the way that we did it all the time. I know everybody like to say, oh, this is how it was done, so let's continue doing it the same old way. No, that's not getting us anywhere. So I just wanted to add that. But your comment is very welcome.
Madam Victoria, welcome to the show. I know Stanton will be back.
Just give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll come out to you, Jerome. Madam Victoria, welcome to the show. Stanton will be back, and then we'll go from there. But Jerome, I want to say it too. I'll give it to you after I say this. The issue here is Honorable Baka is not signing any agreement with anybody. It's just meeting their acquaintance to establish that relationship that is required. Now, President Weah still has a mandate. A lot of people think President Weah's job is over since the election. It actually extends all the way to the 22nd of January.
Mm-hmm.
And some of his ministers are behaving as though the government has ended. Now, we were talking about salary payment to people. Senator King Flowers said he doesn't have salary payment. But mind you, he has already paid people in the higher echelon of government. I've made 3,000, 5,000. Why can't you pay the people on the bottom? This is tradition in our country. Christmas is coming. What kind of blood plastic bag the people will carry home? Gibson, I will give it to you.
Let me say this, Dualo, and people disagree because they maybe are not presenting it properly, or somebody else will say it to them and they'll listen. Listen, when the president is elected, and he's a president-elect, the first job that he has is to marshal his cabinet. Not only marshaling his cabinet, but to look at turnover notes. Because we have said in the past that when other government is leaving you see what George Weah was doing? George Weah didn't care whether he's supposed to be looking at turnover notes, or he's supposed to be doing this, or supposed to be putting cabinet together. That's why the first 5 people he appointed were all Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administrators. Because he didn't have the time to put his cabinet together, receive their document, look at who is going where. Look at all the turnover notes. We got this one. This is here. This is this. I want you guys to look at this immediately, Mr. Finance Minister. When you get there, I want you to look at this in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months. I want result from this. Mr. Agriculture Minister. Those are things Joseph Boyka need to be doing. What are you doing in America? What are you doing here? First of all,
I want Madam Victoria to come here. Wait now, that is being done. Despite what you say, that is being done. There is a structure there.
So what are you doing in America?
Okay, that question, Center. I'm gonna give it to you.
Yeah, but are you alone on the show talking now, please? I'll tell you before. Go on your other Facebook show and ask that question. All right? We're going to be very objective here. You're going to give other people the chance to speak. But let's work on our sister. For long since the woman past election, she refused to call me. But no problem. With Issa, no party. Let's welcome the most beautiful.
Why are you keeping with war face today? Why are you keeping with war face?
The most
you
beautiful,
get serious. Why are you serious?
Eloquent. But I started staring at our show back. Your internet not functioning well, though. You want to go check it? All right. So the most beautiful, the most eloquent, the darling, one of the many. If I'm going to say, I'm going to start praising you. Welcome, y'all, Mama Victoria Talo Kakwe. I don't know if I'm going to stop me. He said, I'm going to stop. So welcome to the Spoon Talk. But I mean, why you here? Since after the election, why you here?
We can't hear you, Sis Victoria. Yeah, now
I want to say thank you and good evening to all of you. Stanton, Dr. Richardson, Dwalu, Gibson, my own brother-in-law, Fagon Levasu, and my own partisan, Conor Gray. How are you? And it's a pleasure being on the show. Yes, Stanton, I know you refuse to support me during the election, so you just want to pull my leg and say, she didn't reach out to me. But anyway,
How many percent do you have? How many percent do you have?
Well, yes, I think we had a little over 7% with 50,000 plus votes. So
You?
we can,
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
We came third in the election out of 8.
Oh,
we came
nice.
Third. Yeah, so yeah. And we are
That's
proud
good.
of what we did because we made a
I'm
lot of
proud
good
of you.
friends, a lot of experiences we had during the process, coming from the NGO sector, jumping into politics, and we went that route, and we don't regret anything. We are proud of what we did. Yeah. So you were asking what am I here for? Yes, Stanton. Our country is moving. We know it been happening, but it is getting worse every day. More violence and violence in general against women, children, human rights issues in our country. But the most recent violent matter against Sis Dede, it caught our hearts. And somebody will want to say the women are selective in their advocacy. This is not the case. We've been talking, but then we want to remind the government that because we have impunity in this country, people take the law in their hand. So today we are here. Sorry that we are coming on late tonight. Maybe some people are already sleeping, but we went on some radio stations to tell the people that tomorrow we'll be marching in solidarity of all of our victims. In as much as Sis Dede is the the lead person on this advocacy today, but we are doing it in honor of all of our victims. Sometimes we call them victims, sometimes we call them survivors. Once they are living, they are survivors, the ones that are dead. So we are not limiting our advocacy to only Sis Dede, but we are also talking about Joshua. We are talking about that young man that died on the Somalia Drive. We are talking about people who die in Lofa, in Nimba, and all of violence matter against the human race. So tomorrow we will be out. We'll be marching from the Vamoma House to the Ministry of Justice, asking for justice for all of the victims, especially Sis Dede. And we will also be calling on them to punish people who commit these kind of crimes, because we feel that the reason people are taking the law in their hands is because people are going unpunished. Today, when I was on one of the your sister program show, sister radio, meaning another radio station, I told them that somebody reminded me about a little girl who was raped on Kem Johnson Road and died later. And these perpetrators are already out. They are not in cell, allegedly. The person said it. I think Abel Blackie said it on the show. And I said, look, that little girl who died is my cousin. I have Sapo and Loma background. I'm from the Loma and Sapo tribe. Sometimes people don't know this. So sometimes I go the crew way. I go like what Stanton will do sometimes. But mostly I am a calm person. So this little girl, she's my cousin, my little cousin. So I was just giving somebody an example. What if I knew them physically? I met them before, and they are out of prison, and I met them in the street. Seeing my little cousin dying from rape, what do I do? Should I take the law in my hand? Will everybody be like me to say, look, I have seen him. Let me just get hold of him, get the police. Some people may not take it. Losing somebody who a little baby that was raped, it is very hard to just let that person go. At least one slap you want to give that person, And another person around could give another slap and another slap, and it will end up in kicking, and other things. So impunity will have to stop in our country, and tomorrow we'll be calling on the government that impunity will have to stop. So this is why I'm here today to talk about asking everybody. This is not only about women coming out. We're asking everybody. It could be any of us. It could be Victoria. I like to go to the market. It could be Victoria in the market and she was attacked that way. So we are calling on everybody to come out tomorrow. We're starting at 7 a.m. from the Vamoma House to the Ministry of Justice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think that's wonderful. Seriously, our heart goes out to Dede. And there's a video that was trending today. Another young lady interrupted the mob battle on another gentleman, and this thing must stop. So the awareness you guys bring is even more strengthening. Dr. Rich is saying.
First of all, Sis Victoria Kwekwa, I want to commend you for taking the courage to run for senator in Liberia. A lot of women don't do this. A lot of Liberians have not done this. So thank you very much for taking that step. I look forward to seeing you play a role in the development of Liberia. Thank you again for coming here to bring this awareness and asking people to join you. I hope a lot of people are listening. A lot of men, women are standing with you guys, marching from Famoma House to the Justice Department to speak against violence against women, children, men, the security issue in Liberia. So again, I want to just tell you thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you again on Spawn, propagating a point. Thank you.
Yeah, just before other people will come in, thank you, Dr. Richardson, for the recognition. I just want to say that this is in collaboration with the Liberian Women and the Female Lawyers Association, AFL, and Wangosa. Wangosa is the Women NGO Secretariat of Liberia, which I am a board member of, and recently elected just this on Tuesday. I was elected as the second vice chairperson of Wangosa board. So I'm still a member of the board, but this time around I'm elected at a higher level in Wangosa. So yes, I just want to make this clear that these are the organs that are having this solidarity march, and we are asking everybody to come on board so that we all do this thing together. It is about us.
Thank you very much, Madam Victoria. We wish you guys well tomorrow. A beautiful program. If you prefer, Spoon can carry live for the world to see. And I hope you can. I'm going to ask Aaron Kuban. Aaron, are you with us? Aaron. All right. We will pass the message. Thank you, Aaron. Madam Victoria Kukwe, she ran for the Maserado Senate seat.
It's the Senate business, man.
She didn't. But can I do my own now? Because I want to. She loves Maserado, but she make it. She just didn't make it. So can you guys cover her tomorrow, please, Aaron? Make sure you let Dama know. You're called a march tomorrow, because this is about not only about mob something in Liberia, but it's violence against women, against the young girls,
humanity.
Humanity. Yes, you're right. So we got to carry life. We got to make it big. So let Dama know that's the best we can do. And again, I'm asking the CEO, Madam Titikana, and I believe she have accepted that you guys go full blast. We wish you guys well.
I just want to add that I'm going to talk to the CEO in the back to make my contribution to your data tomorrow, guys, because I know it costs data work when you guys are in the field. I'll make a contribution after the show. I'll talk to Stanton about it, okay?
All right. Thank you very much. You have anything to add? Have you spoken to Dede, Madam Victoria?
I didn't speak to Dede. I spoke to her daughter, and I spoke to her mother. If I went to her mother's place, I met her mother. I met the older sister, the one that Dede is is next door. I met them, we discussed, and they explained everything that happened. And this is why we will be talking more. We'll be talking more. We'll also be, now that this government is going, we all sang the song everywhere about the incapacity of the government. Now that we have a new government coming on, it is important that the new government will appoint qualified, competent, and responsible people at various land ministry, various government agencies, beginning from the community level to the national level, which will help a lot. And usually I tell people that the Ministry of Justice, the Liberia National Police, sometimes we say competent, qualified, but I want to add responsible. You could be competent, you qualify, but you are not a responsible person. So you won't act responsibly. And when I spoke to Dede's mother, when the police went, because when she was explaining to me, after she saw her daughter running, falling on the ground, she didn't know it was her daughter running, falling on the ground, people hitting her, doing all kinds of things to her, until last minute of time when she recognized it was her daughter coming. They decided to, close their shop. People were chunking there. But lastly, the police came because there was a young man who was helping them to put their things in, who ran to the police station to get somebody. The police came. They took Sis Dede to the police station, and she was sitting on the floor. How can a responsible, a qualified, a competent police take a woman who is blood all on her body, not only be a woman, but somebody who is hurt like that? You take them to the police station for questioning. You take them and set them on the floor. We feel that they are incompetent and they are not responsible. So we want for this government to appoint responsible people at the different organs of government so that they will be able to act immediately. I bet Dr. Richardson is on his call, on his show. You all are on his show. If the depot that Sis Dede was taken to that day, if it was a responsible person there, most especially a female there, they wouldn't have allowed Dede to sit on the floor to even ask her even a question. They wouldn't have allowed her. They would have carried her directly to the hospital first, get her treated before you think about asking her any question. So we will be talking plenty. We will be talking plenty. We're starting now. We've been doing it before. And yes, we'll be holding the government's feet to the fire, especially before the appointment of people. We'll be telling them we want the right people. If possible, if they can give the women the Ministry of Justice, we'll be very happy. And not only giving it to a woman, but a qualified, competent, responsible woman, we will be very happy.
Can I make a suggestion?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. We got to go. We just have Madam Coco here for a very short time, so you will be the last. Real quick, yeah.
Last time we recommended that they enact a law on behalf of Dede, maybe the Dede Act Against Violence, whatever you want to term it. My question to you is, what do you hope to see coming out of this demonstration tomorrow?
Well, let's say so and say so. One important message we want to send is we want impunity to stop, because once there is impunity, people will take the law in their hands. But I think what we think is, yes, the Ministry of Justice, the police have rearrested people. They are still looking for other people. So it is not about get the people arrested. I think they have done some level of work. So what we expect a speeded investigation in the issues. We also expect that the government will, moving forward, the government will take seriously cases. They will, because once you take seriously the cases, you investigate rapidly, results are out from an investigation, people don't go unpunished, then you have people not taking the law in their hand. I will tell you this, Conor Gray. The last time I was with some young people just before the Dede incident happened, and we were talking, and this other guy said, "Me want cash roll, I will just kill you because when we send you to the police, nothing will come from all of it. They will just give money to the police, and the police will let them go." So I said, "No, do not take the law in your hand." And he said, "You see, you're the human rights people. That's what you can do. That you're encouraging people to be stealing from us, people to be armed robbing us, people to be doing all kind of things to us. If we catch a road and we just kill him, you will not find any rogue around." I tried to make him understand. I gave him two scenarios. When I was growing up in Loking Town, they were running after a thief. This thief was running. The guy who had a strength ahead of everybody running behind that thief. At one point, he just turned around and grabbed this guy, started to beat him because nobody knew who was the thief. Everybody was just running behind the thief. He started to beat this guy, and everybody came, fell on this guy, beat him when the actual thief found the opportunity to run, to run away. So I told them, I said, it could be you. It could be you in our case. So you cannot take the law in your hand. It didn't take any time. This thing happened. My phone line could not rest. They were calling me, "Oh, Omar, yeah, you told us this thing." And so we need to carry on a lot of awareness. Yes, we need to talk more about this thing, a lot of awareness. And because of the awareness, you saw this lady. I even shared today when I saw her immediately. She was going live. I bumped into the live and I shared this live. This is what we all should be doing. She was standing there, even though it was very risky for her. She alone, they would have turned to her, but as God could have it, they didn't do anything to her. She's a champion. We need to carry on this awareness. It should not look like the other case where she ran to a boutique to save her life, to save her from the violence. They push her aside. 2-3 boutiques she went to, they push her aside. Go aside. And you rogue. Allegedly, I heard that even when the police came for her and carried her, one of the officers hit her on her head and said, "You just passing around here stealing children, people motorbikes, you'll see what we'll do to you." So even the police needs training, because I don't understand. And this is why I keep saying we need to have responsible people in government. You can't have irresponsible people in government who do not know their hair and tail, and we are into this situation. So our expectation is, we are going to send a message that awareness should continue, but impunity should stop. That is the most important message we're going to send. Once impunity stops, then you have people not taking the law into their hands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's very key. We want to say it's a good thing that we have you here today. But because we press against time, we hope that the awareness go well tomorrow. As always, we love having you. You're a very, very respectful woman, very decent. And we wish you well 2029. We hope that you can try again. If not, try again. We will still celebrate you. I mean, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you.
What are you laughing for? Yeah, that is son. Try again. Fagan, what are you trying for?
Hey, you guys have a lawyer associating with Dede's lawyer?
I mean, we gotta go, Gibson. We gotta go. Thank you very much, madam.
Yes. Let me just say, yes, we have. This is why I said the Female Lawyers Association are in collaboration with the lawyers. They are even, some of them are part of the legal team.
You're the first person.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, Madam Kokwe. We have the next person in back, the former Defense Minister, Brandon Samuka, is coming in studio.
Senator, just 1 minute, Senator. Just 1 minute. He asked one question that I didn't understand.
So I say you are the first person that come here, and I gave you thumb up.
Thank you. Gibson, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, then bye-bye. See you guys.
Yeah, don't fall for Gibson Tabata. Don't even say
No,
thank you to him. Thank
Gibson
you
on
very
my
much.
ball. I'm my ball. Fagon on my
Oh, yeah?
brother-in-law, but Gibson on my ball.
Fagon related to Musa?
Who Musa?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Kokwe.
No, but you have to ask.
No,
Fagon knows
I
what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Sometimes I eating salmon and dry rice, so maybe it's sweet, mama. Thank you very much, Emma. Let you go.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
You better let get up in there.
Yo, man, I'm going to call Fagon with money on the show.
But listen, I didn't ask both ways. I want to understand, but because Fagon told me to ask, so I
That you
asked.
gave me woman. I told you I'm single.
Guys,
But
we
the
got
one say you're brother-in-law.
That's not what you said on this show. You said you're not single, fucker. You said something.
Then I look all in like bro for the woman called B.
USA
Nobody
because
can find B.
maybe Joel sent her out of the country for training.
That is honey B, then I can be the honey that one you are talking about.
But let's do this real quick, guys. Former Defense Minister Samuka is coming on. The consular, Lafayette Gold, said, as per his TOR, he cannot come on to talk about the case. So he sent me a message and says, sorry, Stanton, he cannot come on to discuss the outcome of the verdict today. So I don't know what say you guys. Dr. Richardson, what do you think? Real quick. He said he's not coming on to discuss the Glorious God issue.
Well, the TOR business here, everybody referring to it. They can't come to talk, so when it get tough now, then it will start coming and put a TOR aside. So I don't know what's the point of why you can't come just kind of elaborate on the case and not go into details. Just give us some pointers about your opinion on the case. That's all we need. But again, I respect the TOR. When they go and get stuff, don't put a TOR aside. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, daughter. What's your take, man? He said he can't.
Look, Dr. Francine says something, and it's true. Look, lawyers can speak about a case on the overview. We're not trying to get detail or strategy about your case or how you adjudicated the case in court. The issue here, we can ask you simple questions, I mean, I don't know why people behave in Liberia as though when they're working on something, they cannot be spoken about. It's crazy. You can come, you're a professional man, you're an educated man. Come and talk about the overview of the case. I don't want the details. But the people have a right to know because this was a justice, actually a chief justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia who has been convicted of a murder. And even if he's not coming, can the government send somebody so the Liberian people can understand what's happening to their former chief justice as it relates to this case? I'll give it to you back, man.
All right, so let bring in Aaron.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's just the most prudent thing to do as an attorney. This case is still in progress. I believe the conviction in a lower court could precipitate the need for an appeal in the Honorable Supreme Court. And so the wisest thing to do is to just hold your peace until they exhaust all the legal avenues. And Councillor Gould would love to talk. He's he's a politician by nature. He would love to talk. But I think it is within his own advantage to keep away for now before he says anything that would be admissible up there at the higher court. So I gave him kudos for that. I would not have come. Look, lawyers, judges sometimes can impose gag order on that. Don't discuss this issue any further. I think it is within his own rights and legal limits to see this as something that could come to bite him in the behind in the future. So he's going to stay away right now from the public, and I was wondering why he was coming. I thought everything was over. They gone to the Supreme Court, and the judgment was she was found guilty. But they will appeal this case.
All right. Certainly, they will appeal the case, and again, that will be under the Jose Imabwaka government, and we will wait for the ruling. Then after the appeal, Gibson, your 30 seconds. The councillor said he can't come on because of his TOR. Let's just brush from there.
what is TOR? I don't know what is TOR.
It's term of reference. It gets it, man. Come on.
Okay. I want to.
I'm
not the only person who is asked this question because other people are here who do not understand. So
you want another tray?
Why you're
You
jumping?
playing devil advocate?
I stand on all your jump inside. What's your problem? So here's my 30 seconds standing on this. Any case that is concluded can be discussed. It's a criminal case. Any criminal case is a public case. If Councillor Gu has already filed the appeal to the Supreme Court, he cannot discuss why he filed to the Supreme Court, but he can discuss the verdict. He can disagree with the verdict. Lawyer can disagree with the verdict. They can say what part of the verdict they disagree with. They can say what part of the crime they disagree with. That's why they are lawyers in the first place, to defend the person. So he can come in and say, look, even though our client was convicted, but we don't think it was. We disagree with the verdict, and we think that the process is flawed. We have other law issues that were not taken care of. Well, we have other legal matters that were not taken care of, and so this verdict does not really meet the legal test. And you can say that. So I don't see why he don't want to come on.
He won the case. He won the case.
Thank you very much, Gabe Singh. Mr. Fagon.
Well, when Gibson says things like he's going around acting presidentially, and I sat down and I said, Gibson is one journalist then that just used to sit down and fool the people and eat their money. Now you can't ask what is TOR. If you play Scrabble, just turn it around because you just made it ROT. Rot. Okay? The thing is, Gibson, let me say this to you and other people listening. You had a high-profile case like that of Gloria Mushi Scott. From the get-go, the way they handled the crime scene, through the way they handled the investigation, coupled with the way they handled the court proceedings, all the way up to today, where they gave the verdict, raised serious eyebrows. On the night of the murder, all of what happened, we were reporting it as they happened. It took 2 weeks, up to 3 weeks, for Valley Teller and his friend to show themselves up at the police station. It took another time for Koji to agree that this was his henchman. And even in the court of law, Koji recently denied when he was subpoenaed along with his brother that he just knew the brother works at the city corporation, but beyond that, nothing. Truth be told, hey, you hung up with this guy. He was like your bodyguard. We showed more than 10 different photographs at 10 different locations with you and this man hanging out. Coupled with phone records that show that the phone you had that Orange denied you did not have was owned by you. It was in the court. Coupled with the fact there was a call made on the night of the murder from one of the phones. Coupled with the fact that expert came of over 42 years with experience for forensic pathology. Okay, the pathologist came as an expert and testified that DNA found from below the nails of the victims did not match those of the suspects, and that the person who dealt fatally the blows was very muscular or could have been very muscular, and that such frail people could not use such blunt force. All of those things. However, 11 persons says she's guilty. One person says no, she's not, and it's something of a murder. Now, I think it's going to go to the Supreme Court. But my thing with Gould is that Gould will always call and say he wants to come and talk. I need to talk. I need to explain this to you. And when they say come talk, he say no. This case has ended. There's no reports of the people going to the Supreme Court. So you're simply trying to tell us that you can't speak to this issue because you don't know what's happening. And nobody's going to ask you why they found her guilty, because it's the jurors that found her guilty. Apart from the reports that some of these news outlets are carrying, criminal code A finds her guilty. No, come and tell us that, look, we won the case, and this is what we presented in court. This is what they came up against us with, and these were the things we shared with the jurors. In our closing arguments, we said this, and at the end of the day, as you can see, we won the case. As simple as ABC. But you're going to say you're coming, they should send you a link, and then you say, as per your term of reference. You are not working for Abdullah Mambi. You are working for the state. And if you work for the state as a prosecutor, we are your taxpayers. I mean, we are the taxpayers. We cover your salary. You owe us when we called you. And so I don't know who's giving him the to tell him, say, when the Liberian people ask you what went on in the court today, you shouldn't tell them because you got term of reference. No, I think if you say we have a gag order, or based on my experience, windows for the sentences as well as the window allow for them to take an appeal, an exception to the ruling. Then you're telling us something, but don't tell us about your term of reference. We're not legal scholars, but that insults our intelligence. And over to you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Fagon. Thank you. Let me bring in Mohammed.
So when you said term of reference, I don't know whether it's the Ministry of Justice, but the information I'm getting is, I think he's no longer working with the Ministry of Justice, or he's somewhere else, and not probably in Liberia. So maybe Stanton could clarify that with him further what he meant by term of reference, because he's not in Liberia. But I wanted to highlight any statement that the lady made before she left, the former senatorial candidate. She talked about any impunity. Let's begin to find small problems and end impunity on them so that they send signal to the people outside who want to violate. Small problems. Small things happen, not the big one, because the big one, there are a lot of interest involved. Finding pieces of evidence can be difficult. Those small things we can find, like for example, somebody serving as an election observer, somebody serving as a NEC official on an election, took their pen and paper and author election result to undermine democracy, to undermine the vote. The person is alive. NEC hires the person is there. Police arrested them, saw them, they admitted, put them in jail, publish their name, penalize them. It serves as deterrence for other people. But once these smaller crimes are committed and you just go free, it gives make the people to feel comfortable that they can commit greater crimes and will go free. So let's start penalizing people for smaller crimes so that it serves as deterrence for other big crimes. To get them might be difficult, but the smaller ones, don't allow them to go. Penalize them. Somebody walk in the street broad day, saw Senator Dillon car walking, jump on the car, bruise it up, go down and walk free. Find him, penalize him, put him in jail, prosecute him. Let it serve as deterrence. So let's focus on these smaller crimes that we can easily get the perpetrator, penalize them, and send signal to others, rather than running beyond big crimes that are difficult to find somebody guilty about.
Well, thank you very much. The issue that he cannot show up, but we're going to have the former defense minister, the gentleman that was pardoned today. Real quick, because he's coming on. Fagon. So now they gave him his senatorial seat back.
No. The seat has been occupied. What they restored to him was the civil liberties. Him. No, I'm not, unless you muted me. But he has got no crime on him. He's just like any other person in the republic. He can now run for the Senate. He can now hold a government job. He can now go before the Senate for confirmation. Everything that was taken away from him under the law, his pardon now, according to the pardon, has to be restored to him. So as of tonight, he is just like any one of us here, and his debt was also waived, along with two other individuals. But here is what I'm sure I want all people to listen to. When they gave Bani Samuka his first half pardon, and I want everyone to listen and listen very well. there were some brutal criminals that were released when they gave him his first half pardon. I'm challenging anyone in the Republic to tell me I'm lying. Now that they have given him a full pardon, they use his name again, the same way, along with the others too, to just show how honest and nice the president was. And I must admit, at the end of the day, I want to know the other 97, 98 persons that were released, because it says 101 were granted pardon. Who were the 101? Is it somebody that brutally raped 2 little babies and killed them? Or is it somebody that just looked in the presence of her children and shot them dead 3 days ago? And you say because they were behaving well? Or are they people that were used in some of the things that have happened in the country that have been mysterious? So again, I would do my best. That's Tento. He begging people to come behind a horse. I don't know to go look for what behind a horse. But I must say this. So why it's true that the president has the constitutional right to give pardon to people, sometimes, and it doesn't matter whether the person was the most brutal murderer, it does not matter. But why people are talking about this is because of a lot of the mysterious murders that occur in the country and some of the heinous crimes, and that some individuals were said to have been during the first pardon up to the last pardon before this one today, and they still carry out acts. We saw those groups wearing black t-shirts and CDC berets. We have their pictures. Many of them were let loose on the streets of the capital, and they've been carrying crimes out and mining ghettos since. So again, Samuka is a free man now. And I know Stanton wants to say, but then he was good, the man went to the church that day. Because now they have given the man his I will leave that one to Dwalu to talk. Because Dwalu was the one really upset when he went to the church that day. So the question, I'm sure the debate now on the street was it worth it that day? Because he finally got a pardon. Was it worth it that day, going to church and seeking the face of God? Regardless of who was on the pulpit, regardless of who was preaching, he went to church to seek the face of God. And God answered his prayer, regardless of who brought the bottle of oil, so his cup can run over. And that's why I always like, Dr. Francine, like it or not, I always like my part to say, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want anything. And though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for he is with me. I will deal with Stanton and Gibson whenever I deem it necessary. This rod and that staff will comfort me anytime they afflict me, because I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. I submit.
Yeah, I wanted to add quickly, Stanton. I know y'all won't laugh at that picture there. You know, something that Mohammed said about looking at the small impunity. I want us to go with the smart approach on that. You know, make sure that we are finding things that are measurable, and give a timeline. The small things that we can do to stop impunity. I also want to say that Gibson asked, I think somebody asked a great question, the outcome of the march. I think we need violence against women in the country. I think the president-elect will send a message, as well as a task force to address this whole violence issue in the country is bad. When Liberia has been branded as rape as the second highest crime in the country by the outside world, that does not send a good message or image for our country. Lastly, I don't know why good. I think I had an opportunity to speak to this, but I just put my thoughts together. I think it would have been a good publicity stunt for good if he would have came here to speak about the case. He won the case. He could have told us his rationale for winning. And so if I'm going to call my attention to something else, who are these jurors? What are the characteristics? What does this type of jury selection, what implication it has for our justice system in the country? Because they found Gloria Mususka guilty. So who are they? And then, of course, I wonder if President elect Booker would give glory to Scott clemency under his leadership, because now we're speaking about clemency issue. Regarding Samuka, I think the politics in Lofa is going to get interesting. Is Samuka going to be selected to an appointed position now? He has all his liberties and privilege restored, for lack of a better word, or is he going to now inject himself into Lofa election politics? That's why I wanted to add.
All right, so let me say this real quick. Again, we'll talk about Samuka. He's coming on. He's having some technical issue. I just spoke to him. He will be on. But just to go back to our brother Gibson, this is what Steven is watching the show. He sent this to you, Gibson. These are all the many times George Manuel we are still struggling for recognition. Government hires CNN analysts for the image rebranding in the U.S. arrange high-level meeting in Washington. All right, Gibson, you cannot deny this. You follow the story. So I don't want you shaking your head. I just want you to wait and just listen, please. You know, these are some of the things we're going to be talking about, your double standard. This is not about you. Listen, just read this one. Government contract another lobbyist to make things happen in Washington at a fee of US $75,000 per month. US $75,000 per month, striving to cut through Washington. These things are troubling. They spend millions of dollars, Gibson, millions with S. Producer Human Baka spend nothing, not a dime. So I just want us to understand the double standard in your words, and this is concerning. They spend all the money. You can find a lot of them out there. We got a whole list of those folks. That Nathaniel McGill, Samuel Twe, Eugene Lane Nagbe, they all interacted with. We have a lot of them. The information, the spreadsheet, but they couldn't break through because of the record the government have established for herself. The bad reports. That's why today, Samuel Twe is on sanction. Today, many more. Nathaniel McGill is on sanction. Many more will be on sanction because they couldn't break through. The people knew the record. So I just wanted to give that as a throwback, because I couldn't let it slide my way. But let me also say this concerning Samuka. Yes, indeed, the former defense minister, I believe that's trouble for Jala, Senator Jala, because Samuka won that seat. And if they come back again, Samuka will contest. I do believe so. And I believe he will beat Councilor Jala. He will. I think he's free to do what he wants to do. If Joseph Yman Barker wants to appoint him, that's super. It's up to him now. You see, he's a Liberian. He's free to move up and down. The president knew, and this is important for me to add, and the minister can explain later. I do believe, Mame, the president knew that Joseph Yman Barker was going to give Samuka a pardon. I do believe the president knew that this was going to go anywhere. So he wanted to do this as a good show. But let's ask the question. Who all were pardoned today? Did the president pardon this guy that killed the former United States Army general? The man been on parole. This guy been on parole. He's out. And the president listed him to give him full pardon. So yes, the story, and I should give it to you guys. He's a brother-in-law to one of the president's assistant minister. I want you guys to hear this. When the president instructed that person to put together the names through the Justice Department, the man, this guy, he's a brother-in-law to one of the assistant minister. They put his name down. A lot of things happening. You guys need to know. Liberians need to know. One of the assistant minister loving to his sister, and the lady cried to that assistant minister and say, help my brother, that the president gave him full pardon. When the list of names was submitted to the Liberian Central Prison, people wonder why his name was on that list. They wondered, they began to question why they included his name. The only reason, and this I cannot put on George Manawia. George Manawia knows most of the people that were pardoned. He didn't read the prison sentence guidelines. He didn't read what they were in prison for. Most of them. Anybody could put cat and dog on that list. Any one of them. They could put cat and dogs on it. So what did it do? This guy said, that's my Jew. Not his wife. That's not his wife. That's his girlfriend. I know who I'm talking about. That's his girlfriend, brother. Or when I said that, I call her assistant minister name. And I assistant minister from the, you made me very general, I call the name. That assistant minister from the executive mansion. If you made me very, I will call the office. So, these are the things we can be talking about. Saying that made me the call, say that person from the executive mansion. So if you ask me a question again, I will call the person name.
I will ask you a question again. And he can be carrying the president in there all around.
But continue asking. So the issue here is that that's his girlfriend. He's married. That's not my business. But that's his girlfriend, brother. And he put this guy that killed the former, I got to bring my voice down because the guy killed the former retired general at the Mama Point Hotel, General Humphrey. There were 4. One ran away. You read the story, 2004. And there's the guy. So when we say that person, we don't read the document, anybody gave him a list, he just signed it. What happened? I will give you the girl name. And I will give you that assistant. I say assistant minister. So Yemi and Yemi Claire. And I say executive mansion. So Yemi and Yemi Claire.
Oh, you're like in the executive mansion, you come to yourself.
So that's how they put this guy name there, and that president, George Runaway, would take the blame. Because you know why? He's a president that doesn't read. Dwalu, I am saying to you, this is horrible because we need to address this while we're with Minister Samuka. Whether he was pardoned, whether they remove his name, but when the story broke yesterday, this man was on the street bragging and say, I'm on parole. The president will give me 100% freedom because my sister is loving to the assistant minister. Thank you.
Okay.
Who next?
Not me. I recognize my brother from the drive-thru, Josh Lobo. Welcome to the show, bro. Dr. Josh Toto and my sister, Boti. But Stanton, you said something that I don't agree with entirely. And another thing I want to say is the advocacy for the abolition of mob justice in Liberia is not the same as a support for criminals. That's a whole nother detail we can get into, but we don't let criminals, but we want mob justice to stop. But I want to say this, Stanton. President Weah is 100% responsible for every document he affixed his signature to. The mere fact that he doesn't read it, that's his business. Look, I don't expect President Weah to read everything, but I expect President Weah to hire Colonel Gray in his office to create a one-page summation of everything he signs. So he can say, oh, President Weah, this is what you're signing. If he doesn't read it, that will not his business. President Weah is responsible. If people put their cousin and name on that list, and people put Fagon former girlfriend and name on that list, that President, we are responsible for it. Look, we have to continue to understand.
Well, I beg you, Antolo, I will interrupt you. I beg you. So so you, the deputy minister, assistant minister, minister proper, I trust you. You won't tell me again you can't just do the right thing, and you're gonna put this on President Weah because his own assistant minister put me on the list.
Leadership does not trust. Leadership verifies. If Meme is my boss, and Meme said, Dwalu, we have an operation to run. And the goal here is to take NOCAL from government contribution from 100 million to 200 million. In your emails, Dwalu, from your department, I want you to raise the revenue to 50 million. If I go tell Meme that I've raised my revenue by 50 million, and Meme, yes, Meme's an idiot. He should not even be my boss. Meme's job is to verify what I'm telling him. That's his job. The issue of, look, the deputy ministers, most of them don't know what they're doing. President Weah, look, when I be talking about government responsibility to deliver to the people that I'm played up in it, you're not joke. People spend their lives understanding what they are reading. 10, 15,000 page. You take somebody who's selling weed in the community, you made them representative. Then you say the man will read document. That thing made sense to you? So let me give it back to you, President Weah.
Before you give it back to Stanton, what happens to the justice minister who's going through all of this document before submitting it to the president? So while it's true, I agree with you, he's the president. He's supposed to try to know who are these people. Did you do due diligence? Who is this guy? What did he do? I can agree that maybe if somebody wants to fake it, they can say, no, the guy was a guy who stole chocolate bar, when in effect he was the guy that did something horrible. Okay, so but what I do know, thank you. What I do know is this: I agree with you, Dwally. You got to hold him responsible. But there's a justice minister who takes these things in the file, gives it to the office of the president. Then you have the legal, LE, legal advisor to the president. He should have gone through everything. And then when you take it to the president, you should be able to brief Mr. President. We have a list of 101. 1, 2, 3. They did this, they did this, they did this. Brief the president appropriately. But if he managed to push in his brother-in-law as an assistant minister, and we find it to be true, that gentleman, even though can receive the pardon, we got to go back and look at his case. It wouldn't hurt. I just wanted to make that point clear, because you got justice minister, you got the legal advisor, and you got the president. Did we do due diligence before letting this guy out? Or, like Mambe will say, Mambe, maybe if this is true, you can go ahead and add that to your list. Then you will be like, he released the guy who killed the U.S. And then he turned around, he put a freeze on rubber to hurt the U.S. And then he turned around and revoked his vote in order to what? Compensate for everything that that was put on him. And that's all I can say.
Let me chime in a little bit on this issue. President Weah just does not have the bandwidth to even sit and listen. Maybe his ministers and those working around him know that this guy does not. This is not important to him. But sometimes, when you are the leader of a group or any initiative, you have to have many eyes hanging over your head, because you can't be lazy and say, I believe Gibson. Gibson is a very smart guy. I trust him. And so, therefore, anything he brings to me, I'm pretty sure Gibson has done his due diligence. Yesterday, we had the president rescinding the vote cast against, in favor of the United States. As a president of a country, firstly, these are some of the things you need to know. That's why I would say everybody cannot be made president. The foundation of Israel as a state within a state in Palestine, Liberia was one of the only signatories to the formation of Israel. You understand? Most of the nations around us didn't have their freedom then. We were an independent nation that garnered support for Israel, the foundation of Israel within Palestine. And we created, so this is like our baby. In 1973, William R. Talbot severed relationship with Israel. That cost him his life. If you're president, wouldn't you want to look at some of these kinds of very crucial decisions before you jump into the chariot and start asking the guy pushing the horse to speed up? The thing about it is, I think it was in the 1980s when Mr. Doe came to power before he restored relationship. But he too, slipped somehow. This thing has cost the lives of presidents. You don't joke with it. This is your baby. You founded this baby. You brought this baby. You brought it into being. Israel could not have been a state within a state. Or go back and look at some of the formation of Israel. Liberia was champion then. And if they are not cast their vote, trust me, Israel could not have been. So why are you coming up now in the later stage to say you're voting against Israel's interest? That don't mean that if they're doing wrong, you can't talk. But remember, you don't go cast a vote, then you come back and say, I rescind it because the sub-region or because you want to mend fences with the Arabs. This is a very crucial issue. That's why I would say everybody cannot just be president. This guy does not have the bandwidth. Now you trying to release a guy that killed a U.S. general. Why are you making the world small for you? Charles Taylor paid the price, and so he's going to be next. And maybe I like to say maybe it's divine intervention. God has to punish this guy. He talking about punishing people. He probably will be the one to punish because at the end of the day, hey, Israel is a group you can, I mean, a country you can't just jump against, especially when you made it to be.
Let's hear
They,
from him.
they could have taken the formation of Palestine, I mean, of Israel to any country. It could have been Liberia. They could have said, let's put Israel in Lofa. Then they black you guys up now. Your own country now you can move because they were looking for a state to just create the state of Israel. It could be anywhere, but biblically, I remember Wilmer Blyden. Let me just end this. Historically, Wilmer Blyden akin the Israeli movement, the Zionism, with what happened to the Liberian diaspora that came from the United States. They say they had similar history. So therefore, he calls, President the formation of Israel. He was one of those who championed that cause as well, Wilmer Blyden. So hey, Liberia has always been on the side of Israel. Take it and leave it. Don't come make a decision and make us look like idiots now at the end of the day.
Mame.
I don't know. Minister Samuka is still coming on.
But
the
why
show.
he pass over me? Why he pass over me? Go ahead.
Meme hasn't spoken yet. Let me go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, on the list, like I said before, the president has the authority to grant pardon. We can question that, in as much as he has the authority. The law put in place different criteria, different conditions that need to be met before the president can go ahead and grant the pardon. So we have some of those questions to ask. Hopefully, Minister Samuka can come on and we can ask him some of those specific questions about his own pardon. But looking at the trend that George Weah have been on since the whole sanction thing started, I mean, I see him as somebody who is in panic mood, somebody who is trying to retaliate. He voted with the United States because he wanted to be in good books with the United States. That's why he voted, yes. And that's why he voted no to ceasefire, because he wanted to be in good rapport with the United States, hoping that other things will happen, going forward. Unfortunately, sanction came. The news of sanction hit him. Why? That the US were coming on you and coming on you deep. I mean, two of your major allies, closer allies, who are on the list of 3 before, and they will be sanctioned. And there are likelihood that you yourself will be sanctioned, except that further investigation is ongoing. That news caught George Weah unaware, caught him in a panic mood, and he started retaliating to America. The first thing he did, he arbitrarily canceled the export of rubber from Liberia. Who's the major exporter of rubber? Firestone. Firestone is a U.S. company. He canceled that arbitrarily, just woke up one morning, brush his teeth, and say, will not export rubber. That's not how people make policy decisions. Knowing that Firestone is not just exporting rubber, but Firestone is buying rubber. Almost 50 or 40% of the rubber they export, they buy it from smallholder farmers across the country. So when you put the ban on export of rubber, you deny those people their livelihood. But in his attempt to retaliate, he canceled the export of rubber. That was his first shot in his attempt to retaliate. The second one was to go back and undo a vote. And say, since I voted yes with you and I was trying to be friendly with you, and you still brought a sanction, I will cancel the vote. Listen to Samuel 12's recording. His presentation, not like secret recording. He said, Liberia has always stood with America. Even recently, on the case of Israel and Gaza, when all other African countries were voting for ceasefire, Liberia stood with you. That was Samuel 12. That was Samuel 12. So the reason for doing that was to get good favor, to find yourself in good grace with America. Unfortunately, the sanctions still came,
even after they voted yes. So George Weah decided to retaliate to record the vote. That was the second action of retaliation. The third one, this guy who killed a U.S. general who came to Liberia to help. According to report, I've not seen the list of all those who were granted pardon, but from the picture we saw here and the information we're gathering, he's one of those. So the action now is also to say, okay, you put sanctions on us, we've been helping you, we vote with you, we've been cooperating, we deploy millions of dollars in the U.S. on lobbyists. I mean, to work with you, with God, Rudy Giuliani, and all the other people working. Still, you can't see reason. So we ourselves retaliate. So the person who killed a U.S. general, so man, you can go free. What the consequences will be for him going forward is something that we all will still sit and begin to analyze and look at. But I think he's retaliating. The 3 actions he took are retaliation. Cancel export of rubber, withdraw his vote, and free the person who killed a U.S. general. Those are actions he took to retaliate to U.S. sanction.
I wanted to come in. Can I come in, Cherry, before you? Or I think I'm next in line.
Go ahead.
You know, I wanted to add another angle to this, and it's the angle of what the Liberian people learn from this whole. What are they learning from this whole ordeal? Okay, what are we paying the president for?
Thank you.
Are we paying the president to retaliate against other countries that he does not like, or because they make bad decisions against Liberia or him? Or are we paying the president to work in the best interest of the Liberian people? So I hope we are learning a lesson here and keep on asking ourselves moving forward. We need a president who has a fiduciary responsibility. That means that he's being paid, okay, to uphold our property, uphold our liberty, uphold our privileges, our rights, okay? You can't just be getting free money and, you know, nothing happening with the citizens of Liberia. So I often say, and I probably learned this from somewhere, the president was given the chance to govern Liberia. And from all that we know, all what Mame just said right here, retaliation is not governing Liberia well because it does not meet the interests of the Liberian people. And that's what I was going to add.
Thank you, Gibson. We're going to come to you. My brother, Joe Manjala, welcome to the show. I want you to add in the consequences to Liberia, Gibson. If the American perceived President Weah's action as retaliatory, what would be some of the consequences to our country as you come in, Gibson? You're muted, brother.
First of all, voting for Israel and then rescinding your vote against Israel is not in the interest of Liberia. But again, George Weah is going out, so probably he's not calculating his action. But if he were a president and he had more years in government, I don't think he was going to rescind that vote. But he's rescinding the vote because he's going to be gone. That's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, it's going to have a ripple effect in Washington. It will be seen as retaliatory. You voted with U.S. government vetoing the resolution. You voted not to end, not to create a ceasefire, and then after a few weeks or a few days, you rescind the vote against the U.S. and against Israel. This is not a good sign, and I think Weah doesn't feel anything because he is leaving. If he had more years, he wouldn't do that. That's for sure. But it will be considered definitely as retaliatory from the American perspective. But you know, it's not going to make any impact though, because even all the countries can vote for ceasefire, and the U.S. can veto it. So if I were Weah, I wouldn't rescind that vote. I would have just left the vote because whether you rescind it, you don't rescind it, it's not going to change anything. Why you want to put yourself in a situation where people will think that you are retaliating? I wouldn't do that. 90 countries can vote. All the countries, including Russia, China, everybody can vote for ceasefire, and America say, I veto it, it's done. So why will you vote and rescind the vote?
But Gibson, honestly, I want you to keep talking. Dr. Francis mentioned something that people understand. That the president has a fiduciary responsibility to the country. What I want me is, you're responsible to protect our interests, whether you're here, there, or nowhere. You got a greater duty. Now, how is the president taking this duty? if he's being cavalier about the people's business, just because he's exiting, as you said, it does not remove the responsibility he holds to the country. I want you to tie that into the answer. Is he harming the country if he's behaving like this?
You are definitely right. And this time I will agree with your cavaliering situation. You know, if you are exiting, it doesn't mean you don't have any responsibility to the country. You are leaving, yes, we know, but you still run a small portion of the country of the time while you are still there. If Liberia is going to war today, Georgia will take action about it. If somebody is, I hope nobody is killed. If somebody is killed today in the street, he still has responsibility to look for the killers. And so he has a responsibility to the country, whether he leave in January or not. So you cannot just play with the interests of the people just because you are leaving. You have to understand that you cannot leave mess behind so you can be rated later on as a responsible president. You can't be leaving and then you leave mess behind, and then people say, oh, that man is too irresponsible. The man was leaving, he decided to spoil everything. You don't want that. You want the people to know that you are doing your job. You wanted to know that you still care about them, even though you are leaving office. That is the way a responsible president will behave. And I think those who advise him to even withdraw that vote, those are the same people that advise him to make him to lose the election.
Gibson, Colonel Gray, I want you to speak to this because Gibson has laid a foundation for this. Now, do you think President Weah understands the concept of legacy or this awesome responsibility of the presidency that he holds? What he understands is it extends with him for the rest of his life. Do you think he fully grasps that concept?
You know, Dwala, I don't think so. And that was why I was running through my head for the basis of at least legacy. You know, you don't want to leave a bad taste in the mouth of onlookers, whether it's your citizens or even the international community. You see, this does not absolve him for any future retaliation. You know, the idea that you must retaliate, that is inherent in this conduct that this president holds grudge and malice. That is his nature. And this was the right time to prove people wrong. That in spite what is going on, this is my decision. But you know, George Weah is a guy who probably has decided that, you know what, I don't want any legacy. Even I will not be surprised that it will go back and start doing things to undo the concession he made back on back after the runoff election, because that could be a legacy, but it's perishable also based upon your action. In this case, you voted. Forget about what others will be blaming you about. But if you are seen as this guy who left power and was anti-US, what becomes of your future? Because when you leave power, that's when you begin to really flex your muscle as a statement, somebody of the region, somebody who they can invest more power and authority into to run bigger deals. Madam Salif left. Now we see that she's supervising elections in bigger countries like Nigeria and so on and so forth, South Africa. Those are some of the things that come with your legacy. Now, if you sit down and step on it because you feel that one or two people, that's the kind of George where we were advocating against, being president of our country. This thing follows you. If you have been elevated to certain expectation, to whom much is given, much is expected. And so he just put that in the gutter, and everything is gone now. What are you going to remember him for? This is the guy who is anti-US. Is that the legacy you want? Maybe you can go hide in Dubai. That'll be okay.
Maybe let me come back to you. It seems President Weah's action on the three things you listed appears retaliatory. We know over the last 6 years, President Weah will make decisions without full consideration and depth of the reach of the decisions he's making. Now, the thing is, President Weah's primary duty as president was to protect the interest of Liberians and the country at large. Do you think he really thinks about these decisions, or he just makes them up the whim, Meme?
Sometimes he thinks, sometimes, I mean, he just wake up and do it to make him moratic. I mean, like he can say, you know, I do it to make my moratic. There's no deep thought, you know, critical thinking that go into most of the decisions we are takes. A whole lot of them. Take the sport parks he building. You go to Clara Town. That's where you came from. That community has more than 100,000 people. There's no public health center there, no public clinic function on there. There's no public high school there. And you take resources and build playground instead of building school for children to sit in, instead of providing health services for them. It tells you about the theory about the beautification of poverty. He's not doing it to address the poverty problem. He leaves the people poor and just try to beautify them. Go PHP. Yeah, you build fun park, it looks fun. The children wouldn't play there. The children need chairs in their schools. PHP needs, I mean, good corridors for drainage, for water to pass. The women there need some big money to improve their businesses. The young boys there beating black need some macro loan to be able to get new machines to be black and raise their income and maybe even move out of PHP. So they need some form of economic, social empowerment. How can a playground empower the people in PHP? You beautify the poverty. You don't solve the poverty issue. So not a lot of thinking go into what we has been doing. Talking about bad taste. He's leaving the country. He's leaving bad taste in the mouth of Liberians. Bad taste. On the eve of his departure, we have a major diplomatic blunder across the world. We have exported the incompetence we've been talking about in Liberia. We've exported it globally with the changing of vote on Israel. That bad taste. Civil servants, Christmas, can't take pay because no money. You think they will be happy with we are? You think a good thing that living on their mind? That will work for them, man. 6 years, we've been struggling. Sometimes some month no pay, some month no pay. At least the last day you're going to make us feel happy, no salary for civil servant. Contractors who work are protesting to lace for their money. Sanction is official. You think the people behind Mageo, Betwawe, and Sereno Sifa will feel happy that when they are under loyalists, when they are under supporters, when they are under leaders were sanctioned, we are asked them to resign. But when Tue Magé and Tue Koji sanctioned, he did not ask them to resign. Bad taste. So he's leaving a bad taste in the mouth of the people as he goes out.
Thank you, Meme. Dr. Francine, before I give it back to Stanton, you know, Meme mentioned some stuff that's worth talking about the beautification of poverty. Now, it goes back to the deep thought thing he also mentioned. Now, why is it important? Because, you know, sometimes people will make this comment in Liberia, at least a man be pack. Why is it so important? Because I believe parks will build themselves if you address the foundational issue of education, health, and giving your decision nationally deep thought. Why is that so important, Dr. Francine, before I give it to Stanton?
This is very important, how the president engaged in critical thinking, how the president does not make decisions on a whim, means some kind of impulsiveness. Like Mama say, you wake up in the morning, you say, oh, you turn around, you close your eye, you throw the dart, you say, oh, I'll make this kind of decision. This is bad because it makes the incoming president's job very difficult. Okay, export. I love the word that Mama uses. He says, exporting incompetency. All right. So when we are known in the international world and in Liberia that our leader is incompetent, it makes the president-elect job very difficult as government is continuity. This is why it's so important when we are electing leaders. We should also look at the competency of that leader to do the job. We should look at how they are prioritizing our problems in Liberia. Park is not our problem in Liberia. Okay, healthcare, education, security, the economy, those are prioritized problems in Liberia. Park, like you said, Dwalu can come, you know, it can come. What purpose does a park serve versus the purpose of education, okay, the purpose of a good health care, and the purpose of security. You have to measure those things as a leader, and that's why I think that critical thinking is so important for a leader.
And Stanton, I'm going to pass it over to you. I want to recognize my girl Cleopatra, my dear Clark. Welcome to the show, my dear. Go ahead, Stanton. You can
Man, recognize a gentleman on the show. That would be better. Not every day you recognizing the females, but that's okay. That's you.
But as the making today, I know women can recognize.
I want to say, Mame, you are quite correct, folks. Let's just talk about this issue, which is so important. Samuel was saying that he cannot pay civil servant because there is no money. People cannot buy Christmas gift for the children. The children are crying. No even food before you talk about gifts. No food. So everything else I was saying was lie. It was all election talk. It was all talk to help stir the minds of the Liberian people and say, go vote for Joe. I know people say election over. Today, Ruth Coker from Public Work, the same lady that said Joe was a borrowed medicine, when she was lighting the Christmas tree, she said she wished she can work in Joseph Boakai government. She said, I wish I can work in Joseph Yema Boakai government to complete our road work. What did you do? What did you do, Ruth? I mean, people just think this is a joke. From Ruth Coker to the end, the National Road Fund lady, which we will talk about her, how they have embezzled the money and lied to the Liberian people and say we are facing feeder road, we are facing road, high road here and there. It's crazy. Then you guys want us to sit here and believe that these people care about the Liberian people? No, they are not. Let's dig into the road for Mamba. Maybe you'll talk about it someday. Let's talk about everything. Ruth Coker gave her husband. He ran for the representative seat. He won. The woman awarded her husband $250,000. And you can find the contract, the implementation of the road that was done by her husband. Now he's a representative. Let me put our brother Gibson in his back. He's talking and distracting us. Gibson, are you with us? All right. So I just want to say this is very clear for us to understand. This woman husband said he wanted to run in Bon County as representative. The woman awarded her husband over $200,000. Ask him what role he did. Which one of the role he faced in the country? Why she gave him the money? And this is the same woman say, I hope I work in Joseph Boakai government. And says some other fan part in it. He got to be investigated.
She can work, Stanton. I mean, we can find job for her because I mean, let me just call you up on this then. She work as Minister of Public Work. She know most of the criminal enterprise. She know how they steal money. We can hire her to be whistleblower, internal whistleblower, to show all the fake contracts.
Yeah, but do it in the back. We cannot bring her in and pour on salary. The woman gave her husband over $250,000. Ruth Coker Collins. The allegation that she gave her husband and water him. We ain't even talking about the road fund yet, though. But this woman is saying that I wish I can work in Joseph Boakai government. Can your husband, who is now Senate representative, with the allegation that he received $250,000 plus, can he tell the Liberian people why he was given that amount? What did he do? They put taking Joseph Boakai government to be fun. I'm serious. They say that they're taking it to be joke. I mean, you know how much is $250,000 to give it to your husband? And the man used the money to run his campaign. These allegations are concerning and folks need to investigate.
I want to ask you a question.
Colonel Gray.
You know, Mami is talking about blowing whistle. That's the same way Mami was talking about Fonadi Kofa. Do you think those kinds of people can blow the whistle upon themselves?
All right, so let me continue my conversation. When we come to you, then maybe you will answer that. I just want to say, for me, it is concerning, folks. For me, people need to understand that you got 4.5 million Liberians home and abroad. It's not, we are not stupid. This woman was on the campaign trail celebrating Joya. You remember she and Minister of Health, Minister Jala, they went to River G, went to River C and said, vote for Joya, vote for Joya. They got a t-shirt on. We got a video, we played the video. How can we be a productive nation? Why should we have a recycling politician? The woman has alleged took money and give it to a husband company, and the company cannot show us what they did with the money. But yesterday, the man, people start saying, yeah, he's the next representative. They voted for him. He used the money to make the people to vote for him. You see, when we talk to somebody say, people get mad. But if I can go ahead, man, go ahead.
You know, you're talking about this National Road Fund like it's yesterday to me. And I want people to know that this money was given to this gentleman, the 250,000, just about a month before he contested. And that was the money he used to win in Bapulu. On top of it, this woman asked everyone working at the road fund, with the exception of her, to resign. And once they did not, she terminated every contract. I'm challenging her because I'm speaking with authority on the subject matter, and I want to send a clear message to her that she is about to pay. She then hired, after getting rid of everyone, she then went ahead to hire Kanyo Bagbala as the legal counsel to the National Road Fund. Let's remember what Kanyo Bagbala did to the Port of Buchanan, that caused him his LACC sojourn. Now, Kanyo Bagbala went there, wrote all these people off, fired them, and decided that they should reapply for hiring. I am saying this to everybody. I want you to listen to me. It's not my joking. Usually I joke with these kind of things, but these things annoy me to the point where sometimes I don't know what to do. This woman, again, during the campaign, now she gave the public works minister husband over 250,000 to run his campaign. We're all having the company to run the data for the feeder road program throughout the country. Then her little brother, Emmett Coker, I gave you name, went ahead, used to be insulting Joseph Nyuma Boakai, insulting everyone in the name of CDC. And guess what happened? They felt embarrassed. They asked him to resign. He was making 700 United States dollars. He resigned a couple of months before the campaign kicked off. And immediately after this girl was made the head of the National Road Fund, she went ahead. She was the one that asked him to resign. And I'm challenging her and challenging Kanyo and challenging everybody. They went ahead and brought Emma Coker back as media, a public media consultant. What kind of title is that? And he makes more than an assistant minister, 2,500 US for a guy who does not even know how to post a 13 sentence on Facebook. When did he get hired? I'm challenging Gibson to call his friend and say, excuse me, when you brought Emma Coker back, when did you guys hire him? When you do these things, it reminds me of what Joe Boakai said. He said, don't you know that last in is first out? You don't know that in business? Last in is first out, or first in is last out. Something to that effect. He said, I'm not going to talk. But the same power they have to hire, they have that power to fire. You're not going to come and meet people working and you do these things. But you know, let me say to Gibson, my friend, who always say I'm from the other side. I know he can be objective sometimes. And I know this is one thing that he is not supporting. 2 weeks for this man to take office, 3 weeks for him to take office. And these people have got no sense or idea. They are just hiring. It will amaze you to note that I'm giving you another information. If your checker is not true, let me resign. I even got the names of the people that were just recently hired by Jean Macaulay and her group. 50 of them given huge salaries that the government will not even be able to pay. I want to warn everybody. Your family, your party members are giving you these jobs. You are going to be hired 3 weeks to this president taking seat. Pray to God. Pray to Allah. Pray to wherever you want to go pray. But I'm telling you, if you allow yourself to be put in that position, you will be embarrassed. And not only embarrassed, you are an accomplice to fraud. You are an accomplice to corruption. You are part of a bigger picture to be corrupt. And don't come behind anybody and say, oh, that I mean the people put me there, so I went there. No, you are part of the conspiracy to defraud the Liberian people. And you will sit down for another 6 years. I'm not going to say to you, I'm not the authority to put a moratorium on hiring or a freeze on hiring, but I can tell you authoritatively, you are last in and first out. So let me announce, having spoken with Joseph Boakai, that indeed this government is looking at the patriots versus the patronage, versus the patrons. It's a game now that we are about to play. The patrons versus the patriots. And here is what every patriot should do. If you are a patriotic citizen and you know you've been working in the ministry for 5 years, 10 years, 3 years, 8 years, please, on January 22nd, as soon as we take over, don't even hang your head. When we hit your ministry, just say, yeah, one of them, yes. Don't be afraid. Say, yeah, one of them, yes. They just brought them 3 days ago. Yeah, one. We were in the ministry for 10 years. We never saw her one day. That 3 days ago, they brought her. Just show them to us. The same power to hire is the same power that can fire. None of them got 10 new jobs. And any fraud, waste, or abuse will be attacked vigorously by the incoming government. Let me say this again. It's the patriots. If you know you are a patriot, just stand by. As soon as we can, you say, yeah, Gibson cousin here. Yeah, cousin where they brought her 4 days ago. We never see her here for the 10 years we've been working here. They brought her 4 days ago. And we were asked her, you been here 4 days ago? Yes. Who sent you here? That Gibson. Okay, the same way Gibson sent you here, we don't hire like that. Take your bags out the door, please. So I'm just saying it because you raised this issue. Go to the Freeport. Foreign Affairs, the list for 41 persons is up. Why you want to hire 41 persons, Gibson, in our foreign service? When you know a president will take over and he wants to shape his own foreign service credentials, why you want to do that to him? And then you, Kimia, you already wanted by the US. You already just made them pissed off more. On the day of the inauguration, you will be there. And once the men take the oath of office at 12, before you can come down that stage, you can be arrested. Oh. I'm just warning you. He will be the president as of 12 May Day. So by the time the program can be over by 3, they can arrest you. I'm just telling you, Kimia. And if you don't go to that program, we'll okay, thank you. I'll tell you over to you. Yeah, man, I can't think what the dream things, you know.
You mean that?
Yes.
I think it's my turn.
Yeah, Gibson.
You know, let me just say this for everybody. I never received money from Joshua before. I never received money from any government official before.
You tell that, why you tell you 1,000 for like you get to stand on?
Yeah. My stance on issue is about creating a balance on this show. I want everybody to know that. So I don't have any special affinity with any of them. They are not my brothers. They are not my sisters. They are not my masters. They have not given me money before. I don't have anything to protect them for any reason. let me go to the issues Stanton raised. First of all, I am not in favor of Joseph Boakai hiring anybody from the George Weah government. I'm not in favor of that. He should not hire anyone that's serving the George Weah government unless you are absolutely sure that hiring a person will boost your administration. Because I will be the first to say, do not blame the opposition in your government, because when you take the decision to bring the opposition in your government, don't come tell us tomorrow they undermine my government. Winner takes it all. In politics, election, winner takes it all. Joseph Boakai had no reason, he had no obligation to hire anybody from the George Weah government. These people have not served us right. And so because they have not served us right, they cannot have a second opportunity to work. They cannot be recycled politicians. These are the same things we said we don't want. The same people you did yesterday, you bring them today, they make the same mistake. Another government can take them and make the same mistake. We're not going anywhere. I pray that Joseph Boakai will not employ any of the cabinet ministers, even their deputies, even their assistants, if you're so sure that these people have not done anything to exemplify themselves. That's my stand on that. The public works minister, she hope to get a job in Joseph Boakai government. I'm thinking about Joseph Boakai auditing her and sending her to jail if she's found guilty. I'm not thinking about her working in the government. Let's be honest, guys. Why would we want to bring anybody and then tomorrow we say, oh, people didn't do anything, now they came here, they're trying to do the same mess here. I'm not in favor of that. We let Joseph Boakai pick his cabinet, and this is the reason why I want him to be on the ground now to begin to examine all those who want to serve in his government. Let him bring his own cabinet. Let them start afresh, and let's see how much changes that they can bring into the government. Look, guys, all of us want success for our government. Let me be honest here. Everybody wants success. The most successful the government is, the most successful my business will be, the most successful everyone will be. So I'm not here to say, oh, Joseph Boakai will not succeed or I'll honor mine, especially when you're doing good things. The other thing, how can you not pay the civil servant for Christmas? How can you not do that? How can you not do that at this time when things are so rough? Look, I pay my employees for Christmas. So I am on a moral responsibility to question the government why they are not paying the civil servant. Do you know what it means for Christmas and the civil servant didn't take pay? Do you know what it means for Christmas and New Year?
Gibson, you're making me want to cry, man. You're talking like real patriot tonight. You're making me want to cry. And I know you've read feeling the pain. Yeah. For Christmas?
I'm not talking to you tonight because I on tin rope here for me to be kicked out. So I'm not going to elect Satan kick me out. I'm gonna leave you tonight. Let me do my thing. Let me finish everything here nicely. Tomorrow when I come, we can talk about other things. But to be honest, it says it is wicked. It is wicked for people who children. My daughter been calling me over and over. Just imagine one person calling me. I almost running away from her course. Think about it. How many parents whose children are asking them for Christmas clothes, for Christmas food in the house? You tell me you're not going to pay people for Christmas?
It's really bad. It's wicked.
It is wicked.
Yeah.
You have to say that. And if they
So much
can't
more
do
children
that,
now.
this is not the example of neglect of your responsibility. And I think Dwalu mentioned that earlier. You still have responsibility even if you are leaving. Don't pass the dirt on to the new government. You employing more service, more people in the foreign service. What are you doing that for? So you know what they're trying to do now, and that's going to piss me off too. If they are parting up employees, the intention is that when Joseph Boakai comes, it will be difficult for him to take them from there. And when he takes them from there, people say, "Oh, Boakai King, just these messy people." It becomes a public sentiment against the new government. I'm not in favor of that. I think they shouldn't be employing anybody anymore. Let them leave it. January, Joseph Boakai take over. He reshuffle his government. Whatever he want to do with the civil servant, reshuffle them. Let him do that. They cannot part of the something.
You know what, Gibson, like I just told Fagon, you are spot on. We don't know where this thing coming from. You are one of those summits where they didn't pay.
For the Christmas.
After the campaign. The free getting up.
Mame will get love, Mame Zakiri said.
The free getting up. All the men in the family did not get the men in that man. Get the man,
All the
I believe that's why I'm so mad. They didn't want to get my lady, the Christmas girl, they didn't want to get my lady.
All the international folks, players that were called on base, they didn't pay your Gibson. But folks, let's hear from the Liberian people. We got about 10 more minutes to go. We got stuff to do. But let's hear from the Liberian people. How they feel this Christmas season? The government said we're not paying you. Let's hear from them. Let's talk to them. And I'm going to appeal to. No, Samuka having technical issue because you said it. Maybe we'll not hear from Samuka. Thank you for helping me. We're calling on the phone. Let's just hear him out, okay? Because what happened is that Samuka having a serious technical issue. Yeah, so let's hear from Samuka on the phone. But it's hard to just, hey man. And when is Christmas? That Monday, right? Monday? Wow.
I think it's Monday.
Yeah, Christmas is Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
And can you just believe that they just put out those information? But Senator got paid though. The lawmakers got paid.
Of course.
The minister got paid.
Of course.
And, you know.
No, but this is part of the retaliation, as Mami would say. They are retaliating because they were not voted in. Okay, you voted for the other men, and you will see. Your Christmas will not be okay. That is right here. Bad people, grudge people, you know, they holding those things in their chest. Oh man.
But the arrogance came great. The arrogance of it. Why would they think that this is their personal property? The Liberian people. Somebody where you get paid, that makes sense to anybody. I mean, that tussle with tussle. I know my brother Gason came from Susan Begay show, so he has a reinvigoration because he has certain affinity for the woman. But by the same token, I want you guys to understand something.
My man lead that thing there before they kick me out.
So we're trying to call. I'm sorry, Dr. Richardson. Go ahead.
I was going to say, as you were calling, I wanted to make a comment. I don't know if that's good, and you can feel free to cut me off when he comes on. I was just going to add about Ruth Coker. I went back and got some information about her background. I believe that she had some contributions to make to the country. It says that she graduated with a civil engineering degree from Stella Maria. She worked in the UN system. She also worked in East Timor, which is a southeastern country. A lot of her work has inventory, kind of doing inventory work, collecting materials and making sure that they are kind of marked up and appropriated to the right places. Building roads in Liberia is a big task. It's a big, big task. So I'm not sure how she is capable of doing that, but that's a question that I believe the incoming government needs to assess. Coupled with the fact that there's the issue of conflict of interest. I'm hearing today on the show from a few of my colleagues here that $200,000 was given to her husband prior to his election in Bopolu. I think that's a conflict of interest, borderline corrupt issues that should be addressed by the incoming government.
Madam, that thing is theft.
So listen, as you can see, this is Luther Collins. Luther is his name. He won a district number 7 representative, the district seat number 2, district number 2 in Bopolu. He won district number 2. We said that something happened, and folks said that Luther, the allegation that he paid each one of those individuals that voted for him, he gave them $50 US. $50 US. The reports are out there. These are allegations, but he need to answer us as to what did he do with the money that was given to him by his wife. What did he do with the money? When we say these things, people say, "Oh, my people, these things are common information." We have some good people at those ministries, that passing information to us. Eduardo, 250,000. Are you serious?
But Stanton, look.
Are you serious? Can we measure these kind of activities that the woman will give her own husband that amount of money?
Everything she did is trackable. Because first of all, she didn't know that she even had that dime before she went to the ministry. So 250,000, this is a substantial amount of money even here in America. But if you think about like,
no, that's not her personal money now. Maybe
I understand that.
Twister. It was the contract was awarded to his company.
Correct.
Just to be correct, yeah.
So this can be verified because according to Liberian law under the PPCC, the Public Procurement Commission law, anything more than $10,000 has to go through this vetting process. So those questions can be asked. In fact, she can be arrested if the procedures were not followed. Because if you won the contract, he must have met certain standards that surpassed everybody else's. If that's not the case, it's criminal in nature. You know, the legislature would not have the span to kick him out if that's the case. Liberia is such a country in a way where I know with complete certainty this guy was living in Monrovia, but nobody respects the domicile law in Liberia. He goes to Wapolu County, and people will call it accusation. Do you really believe that boy living in Monrovia, go to Wapolu County, he didn't do nothing there? How you think he won? He, number one, possibly trucked heavily from Monrovia. Number two, he went into that poor area, the people hungry, he gave somebody $20. You're talking about $50 center. $50 are plenty of money. That man, when he cook every day, $10, $15, $20, give it to the people that voted for him. Because his wife wants to secure her current lifestyle that she has not earned. They take government money and they use it to promote themselves at the detriment of very poor people. So it's easily verifiable. But something if I'm going to say here, I don't know if I'm going to give it. But listen, if somebody went into the ministry, now the government does not give people check. It's transferred to your account. Honorable Bwaga doesn't have to go to the ministry and say, working here 2 days ago. No. Look at the account. Anybody who was hired over the last 6 months, we remove you from the list until there are justification as to why you were there. So over the last 6 months, look at the account that was transferred to and cut everybody up from 6 months ago. Because you didn't belong in the ministry. And what President we are doing is it's just crazy. You're not taking your job seriously. And you're hurting people. Like Fagun said, you're facilitating a crime. If somebody take you, they could say, my man, go there, will give you $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month, but you say you a contract attendant. You're a secretary, $4,000. Well, give me that kind of money. Yeah, I'm not going to say, give me that kind of money. So they give about you, yeah.
So I think it's 2 minutes to 7. That will be 2 minutes to 12 a.m. in Liberia. Let's wrap this thing up. Let's hear from the people. They are not going to receive their paycheck, those Silver 7. They will not receive the money till after Christmas or maybe the next government. Because information reaching out, this network, these guys that they are leaving the country, most of them are in Ghana now. Though they cannot come to America because of fear that they will be arrested. Some of them just cannot come. They've been put on lifetime ban. They will not footstep here in America under the sanction of visa restriction. Emmanuel Nukwe went to India. He said he got sick when he heard the news. His family, they are in Ghana. And Samuel Twa is frustrated because the major issue is that most of Samuel Twa money was in the Ivory Coast, but Ivory Coast have some financial agreement with the United States. So Samuel Twa couldn't move that fund. Okay, he just couldn't. So when you see Samuel Twa losing weight and frustrated because he cannot take his money from Ivory Coast, that one Lee in setting Dion. I want you guys to hear me, and this is very important. You guys that know about money. Samuel Twa money, most of them, he had it in Ivory Coast where he got all his properties, right? After the sanction, Ivory Coast received information. Samuel Twa issue with his money in Ivory Coast cannot be moved. Cannot be moved. He can touch anything that have United States dollars on it. Currency, American currency. Samuel Twa cannot touch it. So when you see Samuel Twa going crazy and saying that he begging the people, is because of that money he cannot touch. Okay, you know his brother-in-law moving his cars and things to Ivory Coast, but it's bad. It's a bad news. Samuel Twa He cannot touch the one that here in America. He cannot touch the one that is in Africa. And the people have spread the information that Senator probably the only money he can touch if he beg the bank in Liberia that they do a backdoor to give him that money because they know how to operate. But again, they have those entities that are responsible to monitor money laundering, and they are watching whether Senator can take a US dollars to use. So Senator is messed up. It's not only twice. There was
This is important though. You got to add this in there. This is very important. After Samuel 12 has been sanctioned, and this is applicable to anybody who is sanctioned, if you facilitate in any way, shape, or form his meandering away or finding way against the U.S. sanction, this is criminal in nature by the American, from the American or any other country you live in. So you cannot facilitate in any way, shape, or form if you work at a bank to make sure Samuel 12 circumvents the sanction that has been placed on him. That is important.
I don't know whether if you guys want to take a job before we go to the phone line. It's very important. This one is very big. Samuel 12 cannot use his money out of the country that have U.S. stamp on it, which is the United States dollars. Anything short of that, go ask other people that are placed on sanction. Samuel 12 property in the United States is confiscated. They have put lien on them. And again, you got not only Samuel 12, Emmanuel Nukwe likewise, or other government official, and we can announce this. If you're a United States citizen and work in the Liberian government under George Manor, they are closely monitoring your bank transaction, your activities, and monitoring how you acquire those properties here in America. We can announce this. We are free to announce this because we were told to announce it. Now listen, you got a lot of folks work in George Manor government that have green card. You got a lot of them that are citizens. You came to America, you bought those big homes. They are monitoring your activities. IRS is after them. They want to know how you make that money, how you purchase them. They will monitor your wealth, income likewise. How much collateral? What was your down payment? What agreement you got into your bank transaction? This thing is big. It's not only limited to Samuel 12. Again, we want to assure Liberians, if the government of Liberia under George Manor can do it, the American helping us to do it. And the wire information will be sent to Europe, and Europe are investigating that off. My people, the time have come for us to understand that Liberia will be redeemed. By fire, by force, we will enjoy the blessing of our country. The bushmeat information, because it's 7:03, 12:03 in Liberia, I want to give it to you beautifully, bigly, that Donald Trump would say. So wait tomorrow. We will try. If we are not busy, let me give you all the information on the bushmeat. It's very, very important for you to understand. The bushmeat is a bad thing. Okay? The cars that among George Manor we are convert, they are stolen cars. The allegation that he bought them, the people stole the car from America, sent it to Liberia, and he bought them. And he using them. Representatives, senators, they are using them. Ministers and directors are using them. Find the VIN number of their car, send it to us. We'll tell you whether it's a stolen car. We'll do it ourselves. We have some of them, and we'll be displaying them for your own hearing. Let's talk to our folks. Your own feelings, Liberian. How do you feel right now that you will take no pay, no money, and Christmas coming on Monday? Let's bring in Nelson Colai. Let's take questions. Let's take calls, Nelson.
Let me just add this, man. This is going to be the first time in the history of our country. Even Charles Taylor, who had all his ways, will find money some kind of way from somewhere to make sure the Liberian people have Christmas. And is this the way George Weah wants to walk away from the people? The very people he claimed to love so much. The very people he said he has served for 6 years. And now it's almost like things fall apart. But I want to make an appeal to Dr. Francine and all the people in America, especially Dr. Francine and that I stay alone here. They went to work and they told the Liberian people that if you vote for that man, and I mean everybody on the center should say whether I'm lying or saying the truth. You will not get faster again for America. They cannot be punished twice. To all of you Liberians listening to us, these people did what we asked them to do. The best we can do, even at $50, send it to your family. Let them cook food for everybody in the house to eat that day. They did what you asked them to do. You keep your word. The government is not going to pay them for Christmas. Joshua told them to hell with you all. You all are on your own. Those of us in Canada, America, Europe, Asia, and the rest of the world over, let's send money back to our people. Let's help them. Just one last time, because they did for us what we asked them to do, and that was change the government. Thank you.
Okay, so the numbers to call 0555 101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live. Let's take this person. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay, you're live. Please go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Kamara from Poro. Canton, I want to say good evening, good morning to you. You know, I'm so happy to hear your voice every day. You give us, you know, all of the information. I hope God will bless Liberia with maybe like 5 or 10 tons in this country. You know, it will be a big blessing to this country.
Okay.
With respect to you know, civil servants not getting paid in this country. So this crucial time at this festive season, we almost in a Christmas, and we getting the civil servants not getting paid. And you know what's going to happen in Liberia? Because if civil servants don't get paid, so I mean, how other people will even have something to say they will buy food to their houses? But you know what I'm recommending to the civil servants of this country? Everybody at the Christmas Eve, every civil servant gonna pack their family, you know, on their hair, move to Samuel's house, carry our eating spoons and our dishes.
Thank you.
Any food they will cook in our house.
Thank you.
We can eat, he will not eat.
Thank you,
if
sir.
we can't eat, Joshua will not eat.
Let's go you there and take another person. Hello. Yes, your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, this is Kanga from Grand Bassa County.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Mr. Waterspoon and the panelists said very much for at least giving us information.
Okay.
I think they are the best people that open our eyes to this. Secondly, coming to civil service payment, it is not easy. Liberia is higher than rock. And this guy is walking away as he working. But we pray that God will take control.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. We take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from.
Hey, I'm Ibrahim Molba for SPD Complex.
Please go ahead.
My brother, thank you for everything you're doing for the country. It's make all understand what is going on. Concerning the no pay for the season, the government pay all our entity will pay because government are doing on to post all on now sorry but working for independent. I wanna get our pay too. You will know plenty of fighting will be on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go you there and take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. Okay, we take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, this is Ezekiel Johnson, and I call from the Tusafi UK community.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, this is something that we should expect. Listen to, anyway, let me say first compliment is listening to the panelists and what I think. You just said it all clear here that this financial money is expected to be free from the Advocacy, even beyond, as far as even in Europe. Really tell me, Samuel Tue will be getting the kind of information, and you think that the money the man depending on to escape with, he will give it to Civil 7? You think so? I doubt it. I doubt it strongly. You guys will keep that money, that the last guys will steal to leave, and they're not going to steal us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We take another person. Hello.
Yeah, good morning. And let me say good morning to my thousand people of Liberia. This is Stephen Wednesday in the conversation around our people there.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me quickly basically appreciate you for your show this morning. And my recommendation is that you see the country have been the country have gone beyond repair. The civil government, they were having a kind of the country having a kind of strong foundation at the and the level they can. So my recommendation to the new government is that they should make sure that the audited things should make no work considered the best way Liberia can be respected.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the show.
Thanks a lot for your contribution. We take another person. Hello. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead. You're live.
Okay, my name is Sameton Joe. I call you from Congo Town.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my brother. While you were discussing on the phone for me, the player sitting now, I don't know. Because even me, the player here now, to look at my woman there, I don't even. Because I have 5 racing. To give my to give my family. I get family. Because I don't get anything now to give my family. Because the people that for me are not working, but my sister working. They, you know, so now when she take it, then she the one can help us. Now if you call, they say she not take it, you know.
Thank you.
So I really frustrating. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Let's take another one. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Your name and where are you calling from?
Name Sally calling from Clarendon.
Okay, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Okay, my view here is all the money Samuel Tue get out of the country. Let the people take the money and bring it and pay the government official for the people Samuel Tue to be able to celebrate the Christmas. That's my view I'm giving tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Emmanuel Digla. I'm calling from Clarendon.
Okay, let's hear you, sir.
My brother, I want to appreciate Spoon Network. But my brother, I'm a pensioner. I'm pensioned by the government of Liberia. I work with the Ministry of Health. Since August to now, we're not taking pay. 5 months now, we're not taking pay. We have been retired. We're retired during early time. That time we got a retirement. And during early time when we were retired, we used to get paid on time. We get paid before regular people. But since Joe came to power, so for 3 months they pay us 1 month. Or 4 months they pay us 1 month. Since August up to now, we're not taking pay. So I'm appealing, asking the government to please pay us because we got responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take this person. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Moses Horton, calling from Minnesota. I just want to say complimentary speaking to all the panelists except for Gibson. Well, I want to ask the panelists, did you guys do something special to Gibson today? Because I couldn't believe Gibson today. I got to go over the show again one more time because what Gibson was saying today, I couldn't still believe it. That's all I got to say. Thank you guys for your hard work, okay? Thank you.
The man took a medication tonight. Took a medication.
Hello, go ahead. You're live.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for the show, Mr. Stanton. This is Mr. Weir calling from Texas. I want to speak on something last 2 days ago y'all put on news. Those guys who doing the cleanup campaign in the city, GMB team. Look, some of us have organization over there. Are those operations going to be distribution of operation, or everybody now got to go join the GMB team to do something for the country? Can we get our own contract from Public Works, or I want to send them to Red Lord to that thing because small guy company over there and then man that's coming in GMB need. How we gonna do that thing?
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, good morning, Stone family.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Ernest Bower, speaking from New Montana SC this morning.
Okay, let's hear you.
I just want to tell the Spons family many things. Special CO. This is what the government was fighting us for. That Spons should not be exist until. But thank God, I will bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We take another one. Hello.
Hello.
Can you please turn down the volume of your radio, please? Can you do that? Thank you, sir. Oh, okay. He left the line. We take this person. Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
Yes, sir. You're live.
This is Babington Coldman calling from the Clowertown Intellectual Center, District 14.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just want to use this medium to extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the Spoon family. They are doing everything in the world in making sure that the Liberian people know their right and fighting corruption. This is important for the fact that this guy came to power. They decided to rob the Liberian people. They came with a preconceived mind to steal the Liberian people wealth. So I just want to thank you for the decision you guys have taken in making sure that team work in the interest of the Liberian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We take this person. Hello.
This is Elson Legend. We said calling from the US of A. I want every Liberian to put what I'm about to say into perspective. Charles Taylor came to state power presidency through the Bushes, meaning he was a rebel until he became a president. George Weah came to Liberia presidency, handed state power because of the popularity through sports. But today, George Weah had more people sanctioned in his government than that of Charles Taylor's government. Make that make sense. And some people, some Liberians wanted to give George Weah another 6 years. Look at for Christmas, our people cannot get paid to feed their family. Look at that person literally crying on the phone. And some people wanted George Weah to get another 6 years. Lord have mercy. These guys are douchebags. My brother Nelson, thanks for having me.
Thank you. We take another one. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, I'm Omika calling from East Lower Maju County.
Please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm appealing to the CEO to please help me with $40 for me to feed my family and myself for the city. I'm very jammed in here begging.
Okay.
What is it? Is it Madua?
Getting $40 to just feed a family for Christmas.
Oh, $40? Hey, man. But you hang up on him. Do you have his number?
What would a guy who say web now on seeing what would do now?
No, but this is serious. I mean, listen, this is me. Sometimes people talk something in my heart and just pop. The way in which he said it just now, I felt so sorry for him. I know somebody here will send a cash app of $40. Somebody, yeah.
Get cash app too.
No. They will send us $40 for us to send it to them. You see, he gives him.
Why is taking spending $40? Why are you looking for cash?
Gives him hold on 1 minute. He just asked for $40. He's not asking for 100. He's not asking for 50. You got to understand when somebody really needs help.
Yes, I agree with you on that one.
If this guy was a crow, he was going to say, send me 200, 300, I won't buy children clothes. No. He just said for them to eat. His wife, his children, he going to go buy small dough, baby. Amen. You know what, though? Though the cash app is up, Nelson, if you can find his number, but God's got Becky picking Nelson, you know how to do it. Get him $40. Take his information down.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It hit me just now, man. Listen, the people didn't get paid. Keep saying. The man telling the people, the governments, Jovia and Cemetery is telling them, say, we will not pay you till after not only Christmas, but New Year. And you know, Gibson, New Year is January is the rough month of the year.
It's a rough month in Liberia.
It will be inauguration. The government get even in America, January. If your sweetheart birthday in January, like my sweetheart Lao, guess what? It had to get engaged because you're not spending money during the Christmas. You're not spending money on Thanksgiving. You're not spending money on New Year. So it's kind of rough. But this thing can help, man. This thing is bad.
All I see are looking. I say I will be single.
For a man to come on air and say, please give me something for my children to eat, it's very serious. I don't want to get vet to send money. When I get vet, it'll not be easy.
No. I know you'll get vet, but let me announce it. Somebody just sent $40 to him. Let me call the person name if they want me to call their name. This is not right. People are calling to contribute. Tell me how many folks like that man. These guys doing security job. These guys washing people's cars. They are managing people's children, men and women. I mean, sometimes this thing can just click. It can hit you so hard. So I beg you, folks.
This morning, I had to send my lay place son to the Ministry of Information. The guys that clean the bathroom, the securities, these are not things you talk about. But tomorrow, Monday, when people get to the ministry, the people there will tell them. Because those guys were the guys I talk about that made $50 and $40 a whole month. And imagine, they were there today, they have closed the ministry, and they said the ministry will not open until the 8th. Can you imagine that? And, I just sent him there. Something just left my heart. I said, go there. He went there. He took care, especially one of the guys that used to clean the bathroom. And the guy faithfully was there today again. And, little things, the special assistant and all those kind of people. I don't have it. Let me tell you the truth. I don't have it. But you know what? These guys, what they did for the last 6 years, that's why when we look at some really people that we knew who knew themselves to say, you know what? We'll just get George Weah another 6 years. George Weah did not want to be president. George Weah does not want to even know the thing they call presidency. People like Edwin Snowden who weigh 14 million and build mansions. If you know how George Weah want to run away, if people give George Weah the chance tonight to say you got the chance under the Constitution to go, George Weah will be gone because the betrayal was too much. Money like HPS. You know that recently George Weah thought was the 7 million that they gave. That just recently the man heard about the 30 million. He asked, oh, so the poor get 30 million? So I say it was part of the deal. How it was part of the deal? How? You should have told the president. But again, they want to argue that it went in the consolidated account. Why was the money paid? They said the money was paid upfront. Upfront for what? Again, pay the people. Pay the people. They don't want to pay the people. It's pathetic.
Is it possible for the guy to come back and tell us his family size?
I'm asking Nelson to bring him back.
Yeah, bring him
hello,
back.
Who's on the phone? Hello?
I'm Pastor Williams calling from Minnesota.
Pastor Williams, how you doing, Mama?
All right. Stanton, just watching the show and hearing that guy asking you for $40. I want to contribute to that $40.
Thank you, Pastor. Thanks a lot.
I'm going to send you $50.
Yeah, the cash app is up. Thank you very much, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Gibson, let's see what we can get.
Yeah, let him come, but let him tell his family size.
Maybe can you, Nelson? Can you get him? No.
Let him call back.
But by the way, you see, Nelson kind of sold something. God bless you, Nelson. You work at Spoon. And before Christmas, you guys getting paid. We want to do it like the back in this one.
Why you asking me to move? I wanted Kulen and what you said today. I want to talk. I'm talking.
Let me move. Go ahead, talk it.
And that's it. They got a parker. They got say, y'all know your. I was talking. Hey, you always talking people thing. He said y'all know your trusting. These things don't happen. And your check there in the office right now. I will not call the person in. Then one person started blasting the building, the news. Somebody went and leaked the news to him. For security reason, I would not call the person in, but he called the person in to me today. He said, the person said, oh, Christmas coming, he's delaying our pay. Today, he sat down right here, we said, the man get the money to you. And the money in the envelope on the table. He said he will not pay the money. Wait. He said he will not pay the money until after Christmas to see who all loyal to the station.
That one, I protest.
I told you, I said, you try that nonsense. If you need no leak on the program everywhere, what's wrong with you? He said, no, but for that one man made it there. Try it. Now we see what Paul wants to go now.
That Aaron Kuban?
Why you call him man for?
No,
Now you call you.
Are you calling me?
Now you call him many. Nobody call him many yet.
Everything is okay here. Everything is okay here, Mr.
No, here's the thing. You see, when you explain the story, the beginning know exactly who made me man. He knew exactly who is not patient. He knew exactly where this coming from. Now he said Aaron Kuban. So Aaron Kuban would not take pay till after New Year.
People get staff with different characteristics. It's very good. For me, I can enjoy it. Some people not patient, some people patient, some people harsh.
A new haircut Aaron Kuban King way is even contributing to the impatience.
They spend all money on the new haircut.
Listen, the women like to buy the cherry clothes and shoes and things before the Christmas. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, perhaps Aaron Kuben, Madame Tori say, not come out here because the material will not leave the way that you be falling behind millionaire in America, where donating 4,000, 10,000. Then Aaron say, but the man I pay all you. Shut up. The system with us so you pay you won't lie on the money, and people don't understand that.
Nah,
everything is fine. They didn't know, right? And y'all want me to say, let me say, Madam Titi left the salary, right? She left the salary and she traveled to Ghana. Right? So hold on 1 minute. Madam Titi left the salary and she traveled to Ghana. Now, all they're supposed to do, go through the chain of command. Away, yeah. Just go ahead. This is not Samuel Twe Finance Ministry. The woman been trying her hardest best. Though business not coming in, but Madam Titi is so good CEO. She cared for the staff. She did everything she could.
The only thing get cash out when she go pray.
She did everything she could. So she gave instruction. As per her instruction, Aaron Kuben not patient. He's not. So I can't help it. When a woman called and the woman said, okay, you're doing after Christmas, I had a bag. I said, hey, man. No, I had a bag, but thank God the picking is super. The picking and the family is super because God knows how to take care of the Spoon Network. And thank God for Madam Titi. So they are in Zigo. They are in Zigo. Tomorrow Friday they are in Zigo. And you see Nelson laughing, so you know that he's super. But Nelson not even need it. Nelson he doesn't need it because you know what? Nelson own show, the late night politics. We can say it all. But let's move ahead. Folks,
Nelson, my Christmas on you. I will be in Morovia the 28th.
Most of you guys sending your contribution. Nelson, if you can help us, let's get that guy. He moved me. The reason why he moved me is like for me.
Let's go by the last 6 numbers,
for me, this is what I usually do. Something that will hit me to give. And when that gentleman called and he said, I just need $40. A bag of rice is $18. You know how much left?
What you saying?
22 bucks. And then he gave them $5 to go buy the old toys. He got to buy soup. Hey, man, can somebody be a blessing to him? I beg you. Hey, Lord, this thing is bad. But Dwalu, you just came back to talk to us, man. The people refuse to pay our people. The people refuse to pay them. They have turned to become a beggar.
People in the diaspora are responsible to pay them.
Stanton, for me, I'm going to be a little nostalgic about this issue. I still remember Christmas in Liberia, in Buchanan. My papa coming home. I know we knock out. I get my football. I get my new shoe. I get my small thing. We cake chicken. That nostalgic feeling. It was such an excitement to lose that. The Christmas in Liberia is not the Christmas we celebrate in America because the basic thing we don't think about it. But back home, I still remember if we went into Morovia, even in Buchanan, if you went downtown Buchanan, where all the marketing was, the place was choco. Everybody was doing something because the celebration, there was not a single.
They're ringing it back.
How you know? How are we losing that? How can we get back that to our family?
And then you asking your friend, "Ma, what did your pa buy for you?"
Yeah.
You get gone? They buy gone for you?
Yeah. That toothpaste store with the cardboard in.
Yes. With a small red bullet. The small red bullet where you can put inside. Now know they were preparing off a wall.
It's got the ticket are set for girls.
No, the water go.
You see it?
Pepper spray in there.
You know what? And to add to that, let me just say something. I wanted to add a funny story to Alu's Christmas story. At the time we're living in Kakata, I believe I must have been either 5 or 6. So on Christmas Day, the woman picker always come around. You come dancing to the different homes. Christmas caroling goes on. So woman picker came to the house. They say all of us should get out of the house. Our mom had finished cooking the jollof rice, the potato salad, the ribs, everything that you can cook. But they all say, "Mama, get out of the house." And I'll pass it. Oh, let everybody get out of the house. So because all the people were in the house, they say the children, the man, only the men, they might be in the house. We go outside. They tell the woman pick up guy in the house, clear all our Christmas food out there. We eat anything when it's time for us to go back and loaves. That's all the empty dishes that Christmas will buy for us. From that day on, my mom said, no woman picker coming to our house on Christmas Day to come inside. You want to sing Christmas carol, you want to dance, you stay outside because her children have to have food for Christmas. So I just wanted to share that story.
I got to talk about 132nd Christmas. Miss Maima Vaola, right? You know the common people. They can leave the Pomi, Huntington, wherever to go to Monrovia to buy all the Christmas things. And this particular Christmas day, my sister said, why you can't give BBA one money, let him go buy his things? The woman said, no, don't tell me anything. I know what my son like. You can outborn him. I know exactly what he like. She went to Monrovia to go buy my Christmas thing. You know when they come out, they left for you to open your Christmas thing. Y'all gotta wait for Christmas Day.
Yes.
Now, they used to have this rubber. They had a rubber shoes.
Mm-hmm.
They had a shoe step to but it was rubber. The whole thing rubber. Then they would put a French flag on it or the American flag in front of it. My mama saw it. My mama said, the white one. My mama said, God damn, my son would like this one. That rubber full of tea. She went and bought it and put it in the bag. The second thing she bought for me was shirt. And when they were giving the shirt to her, they switched the shirt. They got the shirt, then what they would buy, they will show you the shirt. You will see everything. You will like it. It's beautiful. It's new. Then when you count in the money to pay them, the man will drop a hand at it. The other man just can't switch the black plastic bag. They give it to you. You pay for it. You go. Christmas taking with everybody dressing. I go look at the rubber shoe. Ah! Now that small noise I pull up. I pull out noise, the tear coming from my eyes. And then the next thing, then they say, okay, wear one of your old shoe. I will give you more money than the other people. Then they brought my shirt outside. If you see the big hole in the back of the shirt, my Christmas was blessed. My whole Christmas for. So I'm thinking now all the little children, most of them don't even know that the parents have not taken pay. And most of the parents will go out of the way. In my spirit, I know that's a girl who did not even want to sleep with a guy, but she might even trade her body today because her children has to come outside. But it's something she will hide. She doesn't have to do that. But two of them will force her. Or two of them. I know Dr. Francine facing her face like, how can people do stuff like that? How can people not do it? Sometimes they have to do it because how the little children will feel. You force people into prostitution. Those are some of the social vices that we have to cope with when we rob people of their dignity and rob people of the sense of belonging to a country. You know, I will say this though, Liberians that I know will not forgive George Weah easily. That's why when people say George Weah will be back 2029, I say you forget it. George Weah gone. Michael Duncan get George Weah money. Clara Weah Duncan get George Weah money. Bongo in Gabon get George Weah money. The other guy in Guinea-Bissau got George Weah money. George Weah got some of his money. In fact, most of his money in Qatar and the UAE. People, they will never get broke and poor again. Before I said Jamaica, the whole world have money. The whole world, the whole world have bought my money. So let them leave it. The diamonds, the gold. When these people say, oh, and the diamond was sold to one guy they called Tonkara, you think George Weah let diamond worth 27 million for one funny Tonkara to go buy it? But one day we'll find out all the details. The Liberians, be patient. Uncle Joe is coming. He's slow, but he's sure. He's here. He's healthy. He's ready.
It's okay for me to too close before my grandson come in. I wanted to start up by.
Yeah, but hold on 1 minute. I beg you that Richardson. Nelson, do you got him, Nelson? No?
We are almost there, but I want to announce a specific number that you should call. We got his name, everything, but we want to announce a specific number that he can call. Once he calls that number, we'll compare the information we already have with what he will be providing. Once it corresponds, then we can be able to get him.
Yes, that's a
And that's a smart one.
Yeah. So the number is 0778 561175. 0778 561175. So his first name is Josh. I will not call the last name. So if you know you are Josh, and that last name I already know, and you call on the show, if you are that person, only that Josh should call this number. If you are not Josh and you call the number, sorry, yes, you will not get the amount we're talking about. So Josh, we already have the last name, and we will compare whatever information you provide with what we already have. Yeah. See, I think I can go in the background because I have the phone ringing. So let me. Okay.
Dr. Francine, I know you want to close. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to echo what Miss Victoria quickly came on the show to say earlier. She asked that all Liberians.
She said Victoria quickly.
No, I said quickly.
You got to mute.
No, I'm talking to her. I meant to say, she said, I want to echo what Victoria quickly said.
Miss Victoria quickly, what she came to say tonight.
You know what quickie mean, like, bro?
Hey, I pick you, Jesse Carey. You know, I can be talking for you on this show. Don't bother, Fago. So, she asked Liberians to please join them at the Famoma House tomorrow. They're going to be marching on to the Ministry of Justice. So please come prepared to support Liberian women against mob violence, especially against women. So I want to just highlight that for us. I also want to just tell you, please don't mind if I go on myself. If I going to be coming through in little jabs at me, telling me, say, I'm the one responsible for diaspora and Liberians not sending money to their people. Fakon wants to talk to ANC people. I don't know why he got to include me in a beef with ANC people. I got family members in Liberia. As a matter of fact, Fakon and everybody else, me and my husband tied on that because we discussed financial decision, the beauty of being married. We got to make a list of all the people that we got to send money to Liberia. I got ready to.
On our list,
so you in Liberia, you in America. So
I'm in Liberia right now.
I beg that propaganda. You can be running. Don't put me inside. I'm sending money to Liberian people. Okay. The second thing I want us to talk about, I know you can't be government. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Interrupt me. Go ahead, Nelson.
Okay. So we were able to get the guy. He's called Hamilton Josh, and we've already compared the information we had with what he just provided, and he's on the line. You ain't get plenty of credit. Hold on, we'll call you.
You better let our credit last while you can.
My man, if your credit finish while you near the promised land, you finish the rest you will swallow.
The rest you will swallow.
Okay, just hold on. Let me see. Let me try to call you back. Okay, just read a number. I can call you back on, Josh.
080.
Yeah.
83.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah.
57.
Okay.
But they aren't rolling on a visit you tonight.
I mean, all the people that know you, they come start calling you.
Yeah,
they Christmas. Okay, I'm going to George.
They say true crayfish crack and drink water.
But I said about his family. That's what Gibson said. I said about his family.
Yeah, so I'm calling him back because he said his credit is about to expire. So I'm calling him back. Let me try to call him back.
So the man get credit to receive the call.
Clear indication that the main story that true story.
Well, while we're waiting and you putting that stuff through, I just want to, the audience is celebrating my brother Gibson here tonight. They say he's repented. Let me tell you what happened. We have a force on this network, and the force is to transform people, to speak on behalf of the Liberian people. Eventually, Gibson was doing the opposite. Now we are gradually converting him to understanding that Liberia is bigger than you want to be president of Grand Juda County. Grand Juda County is a heart of Liberia. It's not separate. So we want Gibson to think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia. That's
He's on the line.
Go ahead.
Josh. Hello, Hamilton Josh.
Yeah.
Okay. So just listen, Mr. Gibson Jeru, and some of the panelists have some questions to ask you. Mr. Jeru, Hamilton is on the line.
Oh, actually, it's not specific of me. I mean, I just want to know his family size, because if somebody says
Hello?
if somebody says send me $40, I'm looking at $40 in a very minute way, one bag of rice, and then you send $10 to the market for the Christmas, and then maybe you got $1. So just want to know his family size. It will be able to commensurate with what people will be able to contribute.
So Hamilton George, the question is, what is your family size? How many people in your family?
My family, I have my woman, my son, my daughter, and my sister-in-law.
Your woman?
Yeah, they got an honest guy.
Your son, your daughter, and your sister-in-law.
Yeah, and nothing.
Yeah.
This phone, they were the magazine runner in and they bought 2 bundles of zinc for me before.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, in my quarter is the one that did all the zinc to me.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. I get my zinc run. So, phone never is the one that helped me in 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, at that time,
is he working?
Are
you working? Are you, Josh? Are you working?
I'm doing security work, but I get doing security work, but I get money. I'm not pay it.
Okay, Nelson, tell him that the guy who we bought the rice from, Armstrong Jabba, keep the number, send it to me. Let me send it to Armstrong Jabba. He's contributing to him a bag of rice. The place you bought the rice from to distribute, the guy and his wife will give him and his family 1 bag of rice. Armstrong Jabba will give him 1 bag of rice for the Christmas. So you can keep his number so that you can send it to me. I will forward it to Armstrong Jabba and they will call him for the rice.
Okay, sir. So, George, you heard that?
Yeah, I get it.
Mr. Fagon said they will give you, he will send the number and you will receive 1 bag of rice.
Okay.
Just to.
But you should keep the man number now. There will be a lot of people, but you should keep his number.
Oh yeah, I already have it.
But I will be expecting the number from you for George, so I can forward it to Armstrong Jabba and his wife. Armstrong Jabba's wife is the main person that wants to give him the bag of rice.
Okay. Thank you.
You're still talking.
Thank you very much.
And AB will make Dr. Francine list. He will add 10, but AB will add something like 10 or 20 for the man who said to go sit down and chill.
Yeah, no.
Amazing.
Yeah, God, my girl. The stuff I got ready to do this to you.
Oh.
So, should I continue? I see stay on the line. Is there anything you want to get any other questions for him? Or any comments?
No, I don't think we will ask him any further questions. CEO, you want to say something to the young gentleman? I just want to encourage him, man, guys. And what we will do is that we will help. But again, like we said, just go take care of your family. Something spoke to people and they help you. Cook food out there. If the children around, let them eat. Thank you, and we'll call you later.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Francine.
I want to tell him that to the extent that he can let the blessing move forward, help somebody who cannot afford or who may be in his condition. Let's move the blessing forward. I want to. What I'm going to say. My favorite propagandist is not going to appreciate what I'm going to say because he already.
There's a music in the background. I don't know who it's coming from. Okay, it just went off.
My favorite propagandist, he and Stanton can gossip on me in terms of how I pronounce this word. I heard Stanton told me already. So just so you know, just so you know if I got okay. I wanna say that you distracted me, Mr. Falcon. I want to say that today there was the president-elect measurement being taken by a very, very popular, flashy, well-to-do designer in this country. I'm not going to mention his name. And that was trending on social media. I personally took a back to that in as much as it does not bother me. I believe that someone said this suit was free, and someone said that the president like is entitled to get free suit or gifts from friends. My problem with this is against the backdrop of the people looking for food, like this caller, against the backdrop of sending a message to Liberians that you are
so that they can use it as a hammer.
You are, yeah, the young people are disrupting me. Something in the background disrupting me. I would say that with you. I can't. I was talking.
Can we mute something? Explain. Listen.
Yeah, it's like it's from someone on set because I see everyone is muted, but still, that
Are we saying your name?
No.
Okay.
Okay, it just came up.
It's Fago. I think that's you.
Not Fago that you said to you. Or
no, Mama, it's not. It cannot be me. I'm not touching anything. My phone, you see it going off. Everything.
I got nothing open on this phone.
I think like
earpiece is attached to my set.
No, you know why? It's from the studio. Turn your stuff down off. Turn that guy off. Turn the cell phone off. That's it. Turn everything off, please. Dr. Richardson, is that you?
Everything.
Dr. Richardson, mute. Let's see, please. No, they're coming from somewhere.
At a point when you were muted, I could faintly hear what you were saying in the background, CEO.
It's better now. There's no noise. So as I was saying, against the backdrop of the president getting a measurement from a very popular, flashy, expensive suit designer in the United States, there are people in Liberia who are saying that they need $40. There are people in Liberia who are saying that they're not getting paid for the Christmas. There are people in Liberia who are being victims of mob violence in Liberia. So I believe that yes, the president-elect has all rights to get a free suit or whatever he may be getting from this designer. At the same time, I would love when he goes back to Liberia for him to stand with the tailors in Liberia so that we can show that he is the president for all Liberians. Liberians who are in business in the diaspora and Liberians who are in business in Liberia. Liberians in Liberia are my priority right now. So I just wanted to say that I think the optics were just bad. I think his handlers need to be very careful as to what they put on social media. This thing that we have called social media is beautiful, but at the same time, it can be very destructive and not helpful sometimes. Last, I want to also say I wish some guy could come here so we can talk about his clemency. I want to know how is it going to disrupt local politics. I want to know how it's going to disrupt the presidential appointee. Where is he going? I also want to know if Boca is going to give Musa Gloria Scott clemency. Now that he's going to be the president. So
You not call her Musa Gloria Scott. Then Musa Bene can't move from there. Why you call her Musa Gloria Scott?
Good cash, propagandist. Good cash. I meant to say Musu Musu Gloria Scott. I believe that President elect Buckeye can put Liberia on a reset. Um, we will praise him when he does well. We'll provide constructive criticism when the need be. I'm not in election mode anymore. Propagandist Fagon. I'm over with the election. Liberia runs through me. During the election time, I had the right to choose however way I wanted to exercise my constitutional rights, be it neutral or not. So, despite the fact that I was neutral, that doesn't mean that I cannot speak. Every time I hear these people, not you necessary propagandists, my best propagandist, Fagon, not you per se, but a lot of people who make this argument that, oh, just because she voted in the she has no part to play like bro. Like bro runs to me, you can say like bro out of me. Okay? So you can argue for the judgment did about my vote selection. I will still talk on that issue as long as I'm here on Spoon. Until Stanton says you are fired or you're gone, I will present my concerns here. Having said that, it was a great show as usual, and I thank all of Liberians for being here. And basically, Merry Christmas to all of you. Thank you.
All right, let me thank you very much. Let me appreciate you, Dr. Richardson. Merry Christmas. We'll be here till Sunday. Christmas is on Monday. I want to appreciate a lot of folks. They have sent over $1,000 on this $140 request. We will see how much we want to collect, and would, by the grace of God, distribute fairly the money that we are collecting. You have so many folks out there that need $40. I want to say thanks to Armstrong Jabba that will give this young man one bag of rice plus his $40. At least his pot will bore this Christmas, like we will say. His pot will bore. We want to be grateful. Let me say this about the president-elect, Yima Boyka. The gentleman that came, you saw on Facebook, that was doing the measurement, not only the president-elect, but everybody that was over there. He came with a calm heart. You don't need is a Liberian. His real name, people call him the nice American way. You know what I mean? He's a Liberian. All right? He's one of those that actually, will come around and be very reasonable in his price. All my purple suit, he sold them for me from scratch. My coat suit, he made my coat suit from scratch. A very reasonable and good individual. Very good man. He was rejected. After hanging around George Manor, we have many, many years. Sewing for George Manor, we are changing George Manor, we have wardrobe. When George Manor, we came into power, George Manor, we are pushing him aside, rejected him. I like Yoni. I'm saying it very cool with Yoni. I like him. He's a good guy. He sold for me, I don't know, so many suits. And maybe I owe him some money, say, I don't know. Very reasonable. He comes to my house. He hang around. He got a beautiful family. A real hustling Liberian. I will encourage everyone. If you can reach out to him, you can call him. He will be happy to come to your house. He will be happy to show you something. So he saw a need to go and congratulate Joseph Yima Boyka and say, congratulations, Mr. President. He saw a need to meet Jacob Akodi that know him for a very long time. You don't know what these people went through on a George Manor where. You really don't know. And I'm not talking about any personal life that we can laugh at, to each his own. He got a beautiful wife, good family. And all he does is to struggle to feed his family and make them feel at home. This boy can go in the oppression hole. This man, he can go in the oppression hole just to satisfy a Liberian. He can. He's not a Lebanese man that taking the measurement of Joseph Yimabwaka. He's not an Indian man that doing the measurement of Joseph Yimabwaka. He's a Liberian. One of us. And for his own kind gesture, I hope and I pray that Joseph Yimabwaka can consider him, that he can face all of Joseph Yimabwaka's suit. I hope and I pray, because he's a good man. If you sit with him, if it causes to take his last, he will give it to you.
But discount they weren't looking for, so
I'm not looking for discount because he have given me so many discounts. Let me finish. Because folks, the reason why I'm doing this because I know him. You see, when I know somebody, and I know not only today, tomorrow, no, I know him for too long. I'm telling you, the proper suit, that black suit you see, that's in front of the picture, that thing that made me look sharp. The blue one, the white one, the gray one. And when he did it, then he put the SAW right here. Then it's shining. You know how many things, no, I can't tell you. I can't tell you one. I can't tell all.
People,
what they call SAW? What does SAW stand for?
Tantan a water spoon.
Oh! The issue here, man, lead the guy, man. Lead the guy. You gotta give me hat. The issue here is that the best thing we can do is to elevate our own. To elevate our own. This guy's sewing for musicians, he's sewing for actors and actresses, he's sewing for people in California, in Las Vegas. He's engaging, and when they ask him, where you from? He said, I'm from Liberia. I am a Liberian, a proud Liberian. Go in his store, bust around. Go in his store. See these people then, all in New York, calling him. But one thing he always say, I am a Liberian. President George Manneh, we are kick him to the curve. Forsake him, forgot him.
A Nigerian designer.
And he brought in a Nigerian designer.
Looking for my mouth.
And how can you do that when we have our own? So when he met me, he came to my office. He said, I will come to you. He went to my house. He said, just to know you and what you're doing for Liberia, I won't charge you. He brought a book. He said, look through it. He said, take this one, take this one, take that one. How you want it?
Look through it again?
He looked through it. He said, he was flipping the pages. So JMB is not paying for the suit. JMB is not giving, and how many suits so much? The reason why he did JMB measurement for different proper suit, higher suit, court suit, is to keep it. When God blessed JMB and he became a president, and he said, I want 5 suits, and that within the scope of his presidency, and he can pay for it. JMB don't have to travel, or he doesn't have to go to Liberia. He already have those measurements. He already have this measurement. And all he came to do was to say, congratulations, Mr. President. Dr. Richardson, I'd appreciate you, and I appreciate you greatly that you will be spot on to speak against behaviors that are not right. But this one, our own brother. You see this? There you go. You know how many blessings I've been blessed from this picture? Make him talk. If I go and say blessing from God, God put it on my head, man.
It looks like your favorite year. That your favorite year?
No, the first one when I was walking from the Capitol building. But you see this? That's in Eugene, how you call him? Miguel office when he took us on the tour.
SAW.
Yes, you see the SAW? That's nothing. And inside you will see his
just spoil it, boss man. I said.
And in there you will see his name. It's there. You know what I mean? Fresh haircut. The sunshades right from Waterside. I was looking around. I went to Waterside, bought the sunshades.
No, ain't looking at Waterside sunshades. What?
You see? So let me say this to you, folks. Nelson, take it down before you get me in trouble. I'm begging you. But let me say this to you. I appreciate your name. And if you want his number, reach out to me. I will share his information with you. And, you know, you can talk to him. And I think it's the best way forward. Anything contrary that the government will find herself in, will speak against it. But to go and do the measurement of Jose Yima Boakai, Jacob Akodi, Amara Conan, Charles Snyder, and the rest of them, Kofi Woods, it's just to keep it. When they want auto suit, then it's a good thing, folks. And I hope you understand where I came from today.
Can I just say one thing before you come in, Remy Gray?
Yeah.
I think you missed the last part of my comment here. I'm not totally against Joseph Boakai getting a free suit or measurement from whoever his name is.
But you said that people eating dry right now, so because of that, people will come outside.
Hold on, propagandist. Hold on. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I would like that gesture to be extended to the tailors in Liberia. Okay. And I also have appreciated an explanation such as the one Stanton provided under those pictures. We didn't know until Stanton said it today that this suit was measurement being taken for future time frame. Okay, we didn't know all of what he's saying about how whoever he was sidelined by the previous government. This is all information that we have. None of this was explained. We just saw measurement trending on social media and positive things about Unity Party being talked about. And my point is, just that Yuma Boakai, the president-elect, should extend this type of measurement taken to the Liberian tailors in Liberia, and make it publicized so that he can show that he is a Liberian for all. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, let me chime in there a little bit. You see,
but Stanton, you didn't tell us the price of the suit, because my information is that you pay up about $2,000 for that suit. And Joseph Boakai, you said Joseph Boakai must be a modest man. Can Joseph Boakai?
Hold on. I beg you. I regret. Let me answer this question. I beg you. What's your question, Brother Gibson?
How much for the suit? Because before we get into it, we want to know how much is it before we clear our whole account. We want to know how much you pay.
The one that you saw me wearing, the black one?
The one with the SAW.
Okay. I think it was for me, I think no. I think it was $6 and change. But because he did I think he did like 9 suit. So he gave me that special discount. I think I paid around $475 or so. That's why I think $475. So compare this. And I have another suit, right? From a Nigerian lady in Woodenboro, right? Seriously speaking, she fixed the suit for me. I get 2 different kind of folks that sold. The Nigerian lady charged higher than what you only charge, but I guarantee you and I tell you, you will not see me wearing her suit no more, and I cannot go back to her. Because you know what she does? I'm not calling her name. She will take the suit. They will send them the big suit from Nigeria, and she will alter it. And whenever you wear, you get some baggy on the left, on the right, you get the pants that just no, I'm not going to do it. And they charge you expensive. My brother, if you can afford it, what you can afford, he will. United States can say, cut your size according to your measurement. He will work with you. It's not an issue about how much you pay. The issue remains, he only did it to keep the measurement for a future business. If Joseph Yima Boakai, as president of the Republic of Liberia, can afford to buy a $1,000 suit, to buy a $500 suit, so what?
But I learned that Joseph Boakai has another
the question today, leave me alone. The question today is to answer folks like Jeremy Gibson out there that trying to say Joseph Boakai paid $2,000 for a suit. Jerome, you will not be saying the truth. He didn't pay a damn.
Well, I didn't say he
everybody
has paid,
you see. Okay, whether he has paid or he will not pay, he didn't buy any suit.
No, I didn't
And we
say
got to
he
be
has paid
categorically
$2,000.
clear.
I'm
We
saying,
got to be very clear here because you know what? If you want to know, the next gentleman you talk about in Liberia, the public can so Joseph Bakasu. Easy, cheap. Joseph Boga is not somebody that won't wear Gucci this, Louis Vuitton that. You will not find it on him. We beg Joseph Yima Baka. Let me give you a secret. The puppet sent us to Walmart to get $12.99 slipper. Walmart, not they say. Walmart. It was Jake and myself. And I looked at JMB. I said, what? The puppet said, I let her slipper from Walmart. I said, but you know, I thought it was 15 hours. He said, no. Brother, to talk about clothes, worries, Joseph Ima Baga will not spend the Liberian people down on this issue because he content with basically Yingli. Once Liberia will benefit, he will wear Gbese Yingli. Let's go ahead, talk to us. No, I'm not a good statement. I know who I'm talking about. I do.
Look, I admire your silliness.
You're talking, Anto. You got a fire coming there, yeah.
I want to go, man. Can I make my final statement?
Yeah, so this is all about the liberalization policy.
Okay.
I think all Yanni was looking for when our man Joe took over, even though they were good friends, those guys were so close, they were all friends, including some of the other guys they turned down. All Yanni was looking for was to have that pride. Just like when Obama came, Mrs. Obama went for a stylist, a designer that was little known. But that exposure that I saw the suit that the president, wore on inauguration day, that can help business. And this a guy, Nyani is a guy who will attend everybody's occasion, whether it's funeral, and he remembers his friends. The moment George Weah came into being, he said, "Oh, this is my good friend. I'm going to." He pride himself as somebody that will say, "I saw George Weah's suit." You know what George Weah did to him? Kick him in the curb, went to this Nigerian guy to sew suit for him. That was the very first impression that George Weah made, that I'm not here for people who are friendly to me. And then you take the other 9 years, he pushed everybody aside. Cut speech from this. Would not want to see this. Yanni came back shamefully back to America. Do you know what that would have done for his brand? The kind of folks that go to this guy to sew their suit, celebrities. But the idea, he just wanted to have that name to say the suit on the president. It came from my designer's, idea. He's a gentleman who has loved to wear clothes from day one. So the way he looks is the way he wants other people to look. I'm sure there were many days he look at the ambassador and say, "Well, look at that suit they put on the old man. I can do better than that." Remember, there was a suit flooding around here and he will not sew that way, but Neon is just a kind-hearted kid. He been that way from time. We all grew up together, and when we heard George Weah becoming president, I said, "Oh, people like Yone will be the one to design a suit." Who doesn't want to design the suit of the president free of charge? That's free publicity. I don't think Ambassador Baka would spend a dime. Yone will not look forward to taking money from the Omer, but it's the optics, as you say, Dr. Richardson, the optics that this suit on this Omer on inauguration day was designed by such and such and such. That's all business people want. And you're enhancing a Liberian internationally to be known. I don't think that is a bad idea though. But like you say, you didn't have this information to work with. Um, Local Liberian businesses, only one person can sew for the president. It's just like the president can only have one barber. They have so many barbers, but only one person can kind of cut the woman doesn't even have hair, so you don't have to worry about that. But but the idea, this promotes yawning. Out here, many people will come because of that one optics. So it works both ways. I think Neoni is a good guy, and he deserved this. And he deserved it 6 years ago. You didn't get it? But why for you shall see your face. So I'm glad that he's going to be the one to design some of the old man suit, because you know what, he got taste. That gentleman has been that way for some time. He grew up that way. I'll leave it here.
Well, thank you, Colonel Gray. You know, I don't know if I have the picture of the guy, the ANC designer that designed Kimiya's suit. But it comes down to one thing. George Weah said that the Liberian people will no longer be spectators in their own economy. JNB has come and said the Liberian people will sign on Liberia FC and be players. So let's take a look at the designer from ANC. This is what the designer from ANC put Kimia in. This is the ANC design. Look at it good, Dr. Francine. If you don't know the ANC guy that designed a suit, I will help you with his name.
Impact me, don't lie to say impact me. This is Unity. I'm in the chat room. Let's put it on.
Now, this is the Unity Party designer. Look at suit. Please show ANC designer on a suit again. show how the people came. Show ANC designer. Look at that suit. See what ANC people get design. The reason why the reason why ANC design. Look at the color. They say, oh, come on, tell the honor take on put on the deal with them. Modern day. Look at the suit the man design for Unity Party. Compare the suit, with ANC Uno design. ANC design. The reason now, let me come to the point I was making with respect to the policy. The past government said that Liberians will no longer be spectators. Spectators are people who go to actually watch the game. He said they will not be spectators in the whole economy, meaning they will not be watching. But what did he do? He didn't even make them spectators to go around the field. He put them as what? Audience. Where they were listening in radio land to what was happening. Compared to Joseph Numa Boakai, who is now saying that spectators watch. I want the Liberians to take part in the game. Therefore, every Liberian must sign on with Liberia FC, the Liberian Football Club. Think Liberia, love Liberia, build Liberia. And we're coming from the angle of agriculture, roads, education, okay, sanitation, tourism. We're going to rebuild our country. We're going to try to salvage what is left and rebuild our economy. But Dr. Francine, let me say this to you. Imagine the world best, European best, Africa best, hero of the world of football, head of state of the Republic of Liberia. At the end of the day, you have a Liberian designer that is catering to artists, actresses, and politicians. And you come to power and you see he was your best friend. When you had nothing, this man followed you all around. But today, you don't even think he's worthy of taking a picture of you. Let me show you what happened today. Today, he only posted on his page doing what he was doing with President-elect Joseph Numa Boakai. Even right now, as we're sitting, somebody just called Stanton and said, can you help me with Yoni's number? This is big business. And when Yoni design our old man, anywhere Kofi Wu goes to meeting, or Amara Kone, or Jake Kabakoli, or Sam Gay, or Charles Snyder, anywhere they go, first of all, I wanted to call him Yoni, but I ain't even calling him Yoni again. I'll call him Yoni. Because he every time he does me to sew my own suit. All the men are there, he put in good suit. Handsome man like me, 6 feet tall. He still he had to design my own suit. But again, I will say this to you, Dr. Francine. When JMB said, think Liberia, love Liberia, build Liberia, those three statements were the equivalents of what we call nationalism. It was the equivalence of saying it's all about Liberia. And today, they were able to show him with a designer. Think about going in that main place. But to just throw your point off, you don't call me propagandist. For 51 years, who been showing JMB close? I call JMB other age, I just told him from the time he started bluffing. The Liberian tell us.
So why
all a suit with a hat. Wait now.
$600,000 suit. That's my point.
Wait, no. Do you know the cost of the suit? Are you calling Yoni price now? That's not Yoni price.
You're right, but
you don't know the cost of the suit because Yoni came and said, Yoni said, I want to put my clothes on you, so that when you walk, they say, Your Excellency, beautiful suit. Who did this for you? That's what JMB means when he said, think Liberia. Not Cummins, who will come to Liberia, wear his small country shirt, and then go to South Africa or Atlanta and spot a $500,000 Ferrari. You see the difference between the two men? The men wear let me finish.
The uptakes look bad.
What uptakes? I saw Cummins wearing one small old jabba shoe with a small tight country shirt. Only for me to see Cummins the other day in a $500,000 Ferrari. What in be that? At the end of the day, you riding $500,000 Ferrari. Then you go when you say, let's say retire suffering rally. You give 70,000, they need the money. We have to understand we must promote our own, Dr. Francine. And for all JMB life, they're not designer so they close. Then you know Liberia, if you know Tottenham suit, they call it higher hand suit. Yeah, great, eh? All JMB clothing are short sleeve, higher hand suit with a cap. The Liberians can sew it. Nowhere in the world you see those suits there. Nowhere. So now, you're only going to design this puppet, and the day we see Cummins, in our country share again, we'll take it for him. I'm telling you, I warn you now, we'll take it for him. He cannot ride a $500,000 Ferrari excuse me, can you please tell me the most expensive shirt right now? I don't know, Cardin or something like shirt.
Why are you asking me? I know it was.
But I want Cummins can wear when you wear to ride a Ferrari. Now you drive your Ferrari, you come to Liberia, you say you want to be president, you put country shirt on. Whereas JMB will wear all the clothes, then he came there and you only say, Papa, let me put suit on you. So when you go anywhere, they can ask you who made a suit, you tell them a Liberian. Whatever money Yoni makes here in the US, it comes back to us as Liberians. Through many ways, he makes his contribution. But Cummins bought a Ferrari, they put going with the Ferrari money. Then he say he can't pay back when you go put coconut trees out one place, one good day, and the other mayor can't saw the coconut trees out the bathroom. They say I play Cummins can take back. That kind of thing we'll be doing. JMB came with a policy that says, with a slogan that says, think Liberia, build Liberia. You talking to Yoni on our phone, I'm on the air. You and Yoni more respect me. Okay. I will close by saying this simple statement. Dr. Francine, let me tell you what somebody said to me. The person said to me, can Dr. Francine come let find money at least once a year? Once a year, we won't bring Dr. Francine so that she can at least help 3 weeks with some patients there. And when a person brought the idea to me, you are one of few persons in your field that is a Liberian. One of few. I think you're only 10 in the whole world. And me, I can say to you, your first patient will be Gibson. At least that will be a contribution to our nation.
Father, let me add something before Dr. Richardson respond. Go ahead.
I think I hear Stanton trying to bring Yoni CEO on. He get cut on. Yoni not so no close for me. Get cut on here. Something wrong with you?
Time is far spent. I don't want to.
That offensive. Yoni get cut here. Yoni not so no close for me. No, not so no close for me. Amen. Yoni get cut here.
I beg you. You just come for 1 minute. You don't.
That will come in.
For 1 minute. I beg you.
That will come in.
Go ahead.
Yoni get cut here. Yoni not so suit for me. You got it? Okay, Yoni, come, Yoni.
Go,
Is he coming? Because this guy is here waiting.
Yeah, but as we wait for him to come, I just want to. I don't want to make this a drawn out conversation. This was my observation. Propagandist, Mr. Fagon, election is over. I know you're obsessed with Mr. Cummings, but Mr. Cummings is not president of Liberia, so I don't measure his money.
Who obsessed? Man, when can drive Ferrari will be my friend.
Again, he can drive.
Keke, motor boy, the people are my friend.
When somebody becomes president-elect, they get a budget from Liberia. When he becomes president, he gets paid by the Liberian people even more. Okay, so this is why I have concern about it. At this point, the explanation that you are providing and the explanation that Stanton provided was nowhere on social media today. Okay, all we see is this measurement picture being taken and be spoken on United Party or whatever the word that he used. I can't recite it here. I want more. I'm telling you guys, the handlers of JNB gotta be very careful. You don't put everything on social media. Social media is good, but it's also bad. So if you, and I also am speaking in the interest of the tailor in Liberia, you said for 50 years who was sewing his clothes. Does the architect look right to say, oh, all of a sudden he's president-elect, is he going to drop his tailor who was sewing his clothes for 50 years and move on?
Nope.
Okay, we need to know that. We need to know that. All you want, when you're here, you're saying, oh, this man is now.
What do you need to know? Are you neutral?
It doesn't matter if I'm neutral. Liberia runs through me. You better elevate this conversation because you're on your way to ministerial position. Let elevate this conversation.
You see me on my way to ministerial complex?
Let me say something.
Mama coming for you. Mama coming for you.
Oh, I'm coming for.
I said, Mama coming for you. He said, no, I'm not coming. I'm not coming.
I'm coming for that rejoicing. I'm coming for that rejoicing. I agree with that rejoicing.
Hold on.
Mama, you agree with that rejoicing?
Wait, Nyoni on?
Go ahead.
I agree with that rejoicing in part.
Good evening.
Ready?
This is
but what are you doing? You can't bring on. We got a panelist speaking. Hold on 1 minute, Colonel Gray. Go ahead, Mame.
Yes, so I said I agree with that regency in part. We need to be careful, especially at JMB transition from president-elect to president. We need to be careful with social media. The way the social media, the boom in social media affected George Weah. That same boom is even increasing, and the expectation of what the Joe Barker administration will be is even more. It's just a caution to just be careful with how we put pictures on social media, the type of picture the president will put on social media. It can be easily interpreted. It can be easily interpreted differently, and it go while before you can have something to provide the explanation. The second thing is we should stop comparing using George Weah as the benchmark for governance in our country and all the other things we're doing. Every attempt we do to say, oh, George Weah something will fail. Because George Weah broke all standards to the least. And if you want to use George Weah's standard as benchmark, then you're ready to fail. Do not use Weah as benchmark. That's just my caution.
So let me just chime in quickly while the Yonisio numbers are up. You can get Yonisio on those. I see that offensive writing the main number. Ain't see it? You see what I'm telling you? That offensive talking now, then she writing the main number. Oh yeah, you can see all those suits there. The man was sent on his suit.
Like tailors in Liberia, when I go Liberia, I do a lot of shopping in Waterside.
Ain't see it? So you buy Nigerian clothes down Waterside. When tailor make your clothes, they got to measure you. When tailor make your clothes, they got to measure you. And knowing AB, the one knowing, nobody will put measurement on wherever. He are begging you. No, they don't begging you. AB don't take chances, nothing. But you know, Mambe, it's not, maybe you will talk about social media, I understand. It's time we promote our own.
No, I got
anywhere outside the country. It doesn't mean anywhere.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying something. It's time we promote our own. I know you said we got to be careful with the pictures we put on social media. I do agree with you. We have to be careful. But a designer of such size in the U.S. must have, you know, you design everybody clothes, but you're not designing even your own president or vice president clothes. Design our own president. So when you say I'm from Liberia, this is my president, this is my minister, this is this. I think it's good. We're thinking Liberia now. We're building. I'm even looking at our government setting aside 100,000 United States dollars every month to promote a Liberian restaurant in the U.S. here, so that we can have this chain of restaurant that will cook this jollof rice. Why Senegalese people don't talk about jollof rice? Gambian people don't talking about jollof rice in front of me. It can hurt my feelings. Because who got the best jollof rice? They go to some kind of funny thing, they say Senegalese people get jollof rice. They get collard greens.
Obama and Taylor.
Look at Obama a Taylor looking there, man. Why is so cat was and back close for? Look at Obama who not Taylor my people. Look at there somebody so cat down was that part of the Obama, tell you man. Dada Frenzy, you see Obama and Kumis there on Taylor. Look at it. Look at it. One ANC design for Kimia. Mame, come on, don't run away. An ANC design alternative for Kimia.
Okay, folks. Let me bring it. Let me bring it on it. You want me? Yanni, welcome, man. Welcome to the show. Welcome. Good to see you on, man. We saw you doing your thing today. You were greeting and you want to say congratulations to the president-elect, Jose Yinambwaka and his team. You have to unmute, Yanni. You got to unmute. You got to unmute on your cell phone.
Can you hear me?
All right. We can hear you. How you doing today? How you doing?
I'm doing great. And yourself?
All is well, man. Real quick, before you start the conversation, we saw you around JMB doing your thing like usual. You remember who's this? You remember who's this?
That's Stenton. Yeah, I made that suit for Stenton.
Oh, there you go. Man, the folks saw you today, man. You are a household dude doing the thing for Liberia, representing us out there. Talk to us. Your visit with the president-elect and his crew. We saw you doing some different measurements.
Yeah, so I've been traveling. I was in Las Vegas for my birthday was on Monday. So I flew from LA. I went to DC and I went to meet, the president, congratulate him for his job well done. And that's what happened. And I offered him a couple of suits as a gift for my business to another Liberian.
Yeah, give us a backdrop because it's the reason why we brought you on. You have that history that you worked for the outgoing president George Manneh. Yeah, and since then you went silent in the Liberian community. You've been serving folks from New York, from Las Vegas, from all over the entire world. You've been doing your thing. I got your proper suit. I got all your court suit. Whatever the case may be, why hit you so hard that you must take the measurement of Jose Yinambwaka and his crew? And what new thing are you bringing to the community, Liberia as a whole, in Liberia?
Well, there's nothing hit me so hard. And first of all, let me correct that. I didn't work for George Weah. He was a friend.
Okay.
If you speak of work, that means I work for someone and they pay me. So I didn't work for him. He was a friend. So pretty much I went to Liberia 6 years ago for inauguration. And I'm a businessman. I don't get into politics. I follow what's been going on in the country, and I was very disappointed. So when the new elected elected person was elected, I decided to, try to meet him and visit him and give him a gift and congratulate him for the job well done.
Okay, listen, you're a great guy. Let me give the other folks the chance to ask you a question. Again, before I do that, can you give us your business information? Folks are asking on our thread. They want to know you. They want to know your business information before the next person come in, please.
Well, I established my business in Charlotte, North Carolina 12 years ago. And I extended to Atlanta 2 years ago. So pretty much my business I've done extremely well. I cater to a lot of stars, a lot of celebrities, and few Liberians who support my business. and Stanton Waterspoon is one of them. And thanks again for your support. As we all know, talking to you guys today, Liberians don't support each other. So if a fellow Liberian comes to support my business, I appreciate them. I'm opening my flagship store in Atlanta next month. It's going to be on the main street of Atlanta. It's on Peach Street, where you have Dior, Louis Vuitton, Hermes. That's why I'm opening my store next month. So pretty much.
To reach you. You only I beg you because we squeeze with time, and I know you are busy, and I asked you to join us. Let's give the folks a chance to ask you a few questions, please, if you will allow, please.
Quick question, Johnny.
Yes.
I mean, congratulations. I mean, on your success in business and everything you're doing. I know what it means to, establish all these outlets. But my question: do you have any plan in mind or intention to take your design and your craft to Liberia? Maybe you can have an establishment in Liberia and you supply Ghana and other places.
Definitely, I have plans to take my craftsmanship to Liberia. For what I do, a lot of foreigners, a lot of international people appreciate what I do. So definitely, my intention is to take that to Liberia.
Okay. Colonel Gray, you got a question before we go to Dr. Richardson?
Well, Yanni is a long time friend of mine. So my only question I will ask him, why would this exposure with President-elect Joseph Boakai do for your business?
Well, it might help my business in the Liberian community. My business has already been exposed. I always have an exposure already. So I didn't go to meet the president for exposure. I went to meet the president to give him a gift. And that was it. I didn't go for exposure. I didn't go to, escalate my business, because my business is going where it's going. And I'm proud of myself of what have I done.
Much. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson.
Yes, I want to congratulate you for your business accomplishments, and also thank you for coming on to Spoon to clarify some of my concerns. First, I just want you to know that when I saw the picture trending on social media, it didn't present what you are saying to us right now, that you're offering the president. You were so impressed with him. The narrative says, let's celebrate. I'm reading one of what I saw. I don't know if these are your words or not. It says, let us celebrate the strength of our nation, honor the sacrifices of those who came before us, and work together to build a future filled with unity, prosperity, and freedom for all. Bespoken Mr. President's suit for 2022 and as of January 2024. That didn't give me a lot of context or detail. So I didn't know how to take it. And exactly what I was saying, social media didn't know how to take it. People started writing this and making all kinds of comments about your goodwill, your good-heartedness. There's another picture that I saw that talk about business is now open in Liberia. My comment here is that I'm president to include the tailors in Liberia. I'm sure, like Mame is concerned, you take your craft to Liberia, perhaps serve as a model to strengthen those who might need help in the tailoring work, and those who might need you in marketing or work for them. So those are my concern. And the last concern I had was the optics of taking picture of the president-elect, just spreading it all on Facebook without any context or detail concerns me. So that's what I was trying to say, sir.
Well, I hope it shouldn't concern you that much, because anybody can take a picture with a president. I'm a Liberian. If I come across the president, if I want to offer a president something, if I take a picture, I don't think it's a problem. If a president of Liberia goes to Nordstrom, goes to Macy's, and a white man take a picture, it's not going to be like the way everybody's taking it. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
No, sir, you're missing my point.
Okay.
I don't care who takes the president's picture.
Yes.
I don't care where and when it's taken. What I'm saying, the president is not an ordinary citizen of Liberia, and his pictures should, at least his handler should provide context. when they take his picture. Other people can take his picture and say anything, but we didn't have any context. There was nothing. Until Stanton came on to talk and Falcon came on to talk and Remy Gray came on to talk on Spoon, the picture did not really have anything about how you've been a great person, you've been in business, you are giving a gift.
I'm proud.
You interrupted me, sir. You interrupted me, sir. Thank you.
I'm
You are
sorry.
giving a gift.
I'm outside. It's cold out here. I'm sorry.
Okay, sir, you interrupted me.
Okay.
Okay. There was nothing about how you have worked in the community, you are giving the person a gift in your business, you didn't come here for exposure. There was nothing said in the context of all of the posts that I said today, and that's all I'm saying. So however way you want to take it, that's
no, I'm not taking it no wrong way. It's just unity. Liberia is our country. We all need to unite. So I don't know how other people taking it. I'm not taking it no different way. I'm taking it my way. If I'm in Washington, D.C., the president of Liberia is in Washington, D.C., and I go and meet him and decide to fit him, to make suit for him, I don't think it's something should escalate in that.
Yanni, my dear brother, what's up?
Don't ask the man for suit, though. Don't ask the man for suit. Don't ask the man for suit.
Mame, your family gone. You supposed to go with your family. The only thing I can say to my friend, brother Johnny, your family there, that friend, she gone.
Yes.
I want to first of all thank you for your patriotism. As a Liberian, you are out here making people look good. Your president came to Washington, D.C. He's going to take over on the 22nd. He will have to meet foreign guests. He will have to receive letters of credence from diplomats. And you thought, look, let me go see my president and make him some suits as my contribution. And you know what? Trust me, go on social media. The Liberian people are in a euphoria. Until today, nobody knew that there was a Liberian designer designing clothes here. You see, Mama shaking here. Nobody knew there was a Liberian designer. And this speaks to the fact that when JMB says, think Liberia, build Liberia, and love Liberia, do you know how many persons taking your numbers tonight and they're writing you? You're going to be stormed. You're going to be hit.
I was wondering why my phone keep ringing.
That's
up there, man. You gotta pay for
why
this.
Why you put my cell phone on?
My man, you gotta pay for this.
Just get ready to get different cell phone because look, it's finished, it's a wrap. But I'll say thank you to you. Mama said, don't ask the man to give you suit. The man owe me suit. I'm not asking him, he owe me. You supposed to say when you pay the man his suit.
One person.
Was it now the question I got for you? Was it you that made a suit on Dillon?
No, I don't make such a suit.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. We appreciate you. I'm sure Stanton will let you have your parting comments, but this is what makes the show unique.
No problem. Thanks for having me, Stanton. And
I think you need to look back. Look, let's be honest. You need to find a day where you can come and then send several pictures to him. Some of the suits you've made, some of the people wearing your suit. It's time to think Liberia. It's time to look. We don't want a picture, man. The manager even made you look fine. You don't find they put you in suit. You come in
the men look sharp. The men look sharp.
Yeah, the men look sharp, but the men are fine. They're sharp, sharp is sharp.
And before I leave, I just want to tell you guys thanks. And Stanton, I owe you a suit. You did an extremely well job. Great job. I'm proud of you. Thanks to Spoon.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. Oh man, that's good.
Look at what they don't suit.
No, that's what they don't suit.
I think that Mame designer made a suit for them. Mame, why you tell the designer for you?
So, is this suit really? Did this guy really wear the suit? Yeah, he did. So this they don't suit and the ANC suit.
No, don't call it. Tomorrow we'll come back to see who get the best designer, ANC or Liberty Party. tomorrow one Liberian people to vote around 7 as to who got the best.
Not everybody party suit. The council of Bronski used to dress well. Not everybody party suit down there. You know,
But who get them on their suit?
You know,
let me ask you, why are you equating that suit to be ANC? That man was never in ANC. Why? Why does that mean?
No, the man was in ANC briefly.
No, it wasn't. They man were with the former governor Mills.
I know that move, but I said, man, the same move, man, the man. In fact, he's the political leader for Move right now. But the man briefly was with ANC, and I had a sold out suit for the man.
I know, man. I know, but
that come and pay for the suit.
That come and pay for that suit, you know. Come can spare all that money. Who pay for the long suit, that Yombly?
No, not Yombly. Musa Bereteo.
Yeah, what I put up?
That Musa Bereteo.
You see, Musa
Like somebody who is long.
Bereteo designer. Musa Bereteo.
And the magical men are down the street from Musa Bereteo's school.
People laughing, no money for Christmas. No money for Christmas, but little people laughing. What a long was so that Musa Bereteo again. God have mercy.
Let me say this. You know what? When can you mute me, please? I would say this. When DeLong received that suit from Musa, he should have known that Musa wasn't there. Oh Lord, I'm a left man.
I want to thank all the Liberian people for listening tonight. Well, at least tonight we saw a Liberian designer that is making history around the world. And then we saw a designer produced by Kumis to make suit for Juguju. And then the one suit, this is Juguju's suit. And we know that Kumis paid for that suit or whatsoever. That's what we're hearing. We're not sure. But it was an ANC designer that designed that suit. A guy who Dr. Francine, all of them talked to design.
But why did Francine run away?
Dr. Francine ran away after you showed Juguju latest suit. Now you got DeLong. This is the suit that Musa Bereteo gave DeLong to wear to the how you call it, in the convention that brought him to chairmanship.
Yeah.
So this is the suit that DeLong wore to the convention.
That the white people that took DeLong there.
Yes. I don't understand how they got to the design.
No, DeLong, it was rough on DeLong. DeLong had 3 that in his DeLong had only 3 that.
You know, we got tomorrow for he carried Musa Bereteo's suit back. That was DeLong will wake up tomorrow, full all of clothes and neat.
But look at DeLong.
Yeah, DeLong is well dressed.
DeLong get fired.
How you get fired that kind of suit on you? The heat that on you not easy.
They don't use the suit.
Mr. Fagon, CEO Minister Fagon's audio is very, very terrible. It's too loud. I don't know what.
You can do your radio, your audio, your cardio in the gym that your belly have gone. I'm feeling tired already. Let me drink my juice.
Yeah.
So, where's the issue? Is it better now?
Yours is okay.
But it's okay. But it's alright because we are about to get. But folks, again, when they don't set on social media, okay, he have but $3 in his account. This is the testament to that. You have $3 in your account. This is what happened. They don't have only $3 in his account. But so as you can see, thank God that he one of the outspoken individuals in the Senate, and God have taken him from grass to grace, and thank God for DeLong. But I don't know what I can say about this one.
From grass to grace, grace to gravy.
I don't know what I can say to this one. D Maxwell came here wearing this kind of suit. If that's the best comments can do for D Maxwell, thank God that They didn't win. Yeah. But with this dispensation, this is what you're going to get. A proposal, one of the best out there, that will be designed by this man called, named Seal. The phone number, reach out to him and get one of your best. Till we meet again, folks. Let me bring in Nelson. Nelson, come on, let's wrap this thing up. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our dear country. And as advised, there's a president-elect, Jose Iman Barker. I believe that he will be rapping and speaking to the nation very soon as to his important visit here in the United States. We want to encourage you to stay tuned. We are grateful. We are blessed that these two have come to an end for Liberia, and a new and better day, a new season is coming. Let God bless you all and let God keep you. Till we meet again tomorrow. May the grace of God be sufficient to bless us all. What we say?
First grade teacher.
Amen. have a good night, Conor Gray. Good seeing you. Thank you, my brother. Nelson, as always,
yes, sir.
We're super, right? The Christmas is meow, right?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
The Christmas is good. Thank God. I mean, I'm just so happy for you guys. Thank God for everything you continue to do.
Aaron called me. Aaron said, "My man, what going on here, my name?" I said, "But what you heard before calling me?"
Yeah, really, Aaron.
I really enjoy the brotherly love between
Where's
you and Stanton. What brotherly love you got
who's
between
that?
me and Stanton? I own guy called Sarah's D. Flomo.
Oh, that would be better. Oh, I don't know. I stay on the show. Huh? No, who? No, that somebody else is sure he lying on you, man. Don't listen to him. Okay. Okay. All right. So at the end of the day, we want to say we are grateful to God. All right. Where's the side? Oh, hold on 1 minute. I gotta do this real quick for you know what I mean. I gotta do this real quick. Hey, if I send this to you, you know how to put it up, right, Nelson?
Let
me send it to you. If you can put it up, I just sent it to you. Let them folks go over there and check it out. Look at Joe, we are on the suit. When he first came to power, you were looking like. Yeah.
The Liberian people ask you, they say,
for what?
They say, is the UN Minister of going to be simple? Because they stay here in the background, though he's not on the show. Is they asking some question, And okay, so I'm trying to put this up. Let me see if okay. So let me try to get this. And okay. So we try to see the possibility of putting this up. Let's see how this works for us. No, it's not going through. Okay, we'll try this one again. No, still not going through. Wow. Okay, so let me try another.
Justin, I gotta go. Thank you very much. When you get it, we'll put it up tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Okay. Okay, sir. Well, folks, that's how we like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program. Spoon Talk. Thanks a lot to you out there for being a part of this edition of the program. Thank you for calling. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening to the show. We appreciate all of you. This program has been live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV, or on Facebook. On YouTube, we've been there. Of course, we are on YouTube as well. And the YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. You can go to YouTube and search Spoon Talk Live. You'll be able to join us from there and make your contributions to the discussion here at any given point in time. And thanks to the folks at Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, Premium FM in Bon County, Trust FM in Bomi County, and Punch FM as well for relaying this edition of the program Spoon Talk. We'll be back with another edition of the program tomorrow. Or let's make it today, Liberian time, since in fact it's 1:51 a.m. here in Liberia. We say at 8 p.m. That's 8:30 p.m. We'll be having another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you. Till we come your way again. Have a good night. Let's remember, Liberia is all we have. So let's keep the peace. And you can join us shortly for the late night show that's coming up in about 10 minutes from now. The late night show will be on your radio. I'm Nelson Collier. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to